everyone. So if we can get started, that would be great.
Buenos días a todas y a todos.
Good morning, everyone. So welcome once again to this second session. This second session in the 6th Training and Exchange of Experiences in Humanitarian Action on the Triple Nexus. Yesterday's session, we heard from 3 experts, Carlos Pérez de Armiño, Francisco Rey, and Marta Valdés, who talked to us about the relevance, the necessity, and even the urgency of applying the Triple Nexus approach, an approach that's still under construction, but about which a large amount of literature has already been written. It's a new approach, but its aim is to resolve an old debate, basically how to join efforts and find synergies from the perspective of humanitarian action, development and peace in order to find sustainable solutions in violent and fragile contexts in which there are more and more needs and fewer resources. They told us yesterday that the Triple Nexus approach is still really at a theoretical level, that there's a lack of clarity regarding the peace component, and that a window of opportunity is opening up for decentralized cooperation to give shape to it based on our own experience and, in our case particularly, our identity as a Basque organization who work in collaboration with our local partners and our partners in different parts of the world. So for their part, our colleagues from the IECAH, the Institute for Studies on Conflicts and Humanitarian Action, Alfredo Langa and Lucia Mateo, shared with us the conclusions and recommendations of the study that they have carried out on the application of the Triple Nexus in Basque cooperation efforts. We'll have to study it in detail and analyze this report together to see what steps we can take, how we can move forward together. The study is currently only in Spanish, unfortunately. Yesterday, there were questions about whether we could translate it into Spanish and French. We will do that, and we will share that with you when we have it. Today, what we're going to be working on is the institutional positioning, and also we're going to learn about different practical experiences. We're going to be hearing from several Basque organizations and their local partners, and they're going to be talking about their experience in relation to the Triple Nexus. We've asked them a series of questions to find out about how they're dealing with the concept at an institutional level, whether they're incorporating it into their planning, whether they've got specific tools for this, whether they've been able to consider the link between humanitarian action, development and peace building activities in all the projects they implement, or only in some, and if so, which ones and why. And then they'll also share with us a specific experience. Most of them have been, or all of them have been funded by Lankidetza, but some of them may talk about something different. So we've asked them to really bring it all down onto the ground so we can see what exactly they're doing, what experiences they're carrying out from this perspective, what impact the project is having on the different populations and the different social contexts. Most of them are working in areas where there is a conflict. Is it working? That's the question we've asked them. And we've also asked them to share the main lessons learned. There's a lot of us here today as well. I don't know how many people are actually connected up, but there were at least 139 people who are registered, and there are about 35 people who are here with us physically in the room. Thank you all for your interest in participating in the training today. And I would just like to remind you, because yesterday we had some problems with the microphones, please silence your mics in order to get good sound quality, because otherwise the interpreters can't do their job properly. It's really important to make sure that the interpreters can hear properly everything that's going on. We also have today, I haven't introduced you to them yet, we have Lucia Mateos and Andrés Felipe Gomez González, who are also from the IECAH. And they're going to be chairing the different roundtable debates. So welcome to them. They're going to be guiding us today, and they're going to be asking the questions. So thank you very much to all of you. We have the people up with us who are going to be talking in the first part of the day. Annalise, I don't know where you are. Look, I'll just, you can sit here, right? I'll get up and go when I finish, then you can sit down here if you like. Annalise. And in the program, Alboan was going to be the first presentation, but it's not. It's going to be there. and then we'll hear from Alboan. Today is World Children's Day, so we're going to start with UNICEF. And we have with us Natividad Campillo, Nati, and Lorena Cobas. Nati has a graduate in law and a master's in development and international cooperation. She's been a development worker in Bolivia with UNICEF and Sabalqueta, a consultant with UNICEF in Mexico, and coordinator of the autonomous headquarters and head of international cooperation and social inclusion projects for Doctors of the World, Médicos del Mundo. Since 2008, she's been responsible for cooperation and emergency projects at the Basque Country Committee of UNICEF. And Lorena Cobas González is a technician in the International Programs Team at UNICEF Spain. She also has a background in law and a master in international cooperation for development, specializing in emergency programs and humanitarian action, among other issues. She's worked in UNICEF in Bolivia, and she's carried out follow-up missions in projects in countries such as Honduras, etc. She works as an international programs technician for UNICEF in the Spanish committee and is a spokesperson for UNICEF Spain. And we're also going to have with us Meritxell Relaño. She's going to connect up from the Central African Republic. She's dedicated her professional career to the management of humanitarian aid and the development and cooperation development around the world. She started her career at the United Nations in 1999 in the UNICEF Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean and Colombia, and she subsequently worked in Mozambique. She was Deputy Representative for the UNICEF Office in Gambia and Representative of the UNICEF Office in Djibouti in Yemen in 2015. She's currently the UNICEF representative in the Central African Republic. And she's also Basque, which is also important to point out. So without further ado, the floor is yours.
Bueno, primero de todo, quiero daros las gracias, Pilar. Creo que estos espacios...
First of all, thank you very much, Pilar. I think that these events are only necessary because this triple nexus work, it would be impossible if we are not working hand in hand together and making each of us our own contribution in terms of our experience. Because at the end of the day, this triple nexus has as an aim to maximize whatever each of us can do. There are certain organizations that are just going to be focusing on one field, others are going to be focusing on more, but the goal is not to duplicate our efforts and to work from a holistic point of view to try and promote the rights of the population we're working with. And it is true that today we are celebrating, this is the Children's Day, Infants' Day, and that is why we all want to wear these blue glasses, because we want to see life differently through their eyes. Why am I saying that? Because triple nexus without their participation would be impossible. Yesterday, we were talking about groups integrated by women, but we cannot forget about children and adolescents. They know what they need. They know how they want to make it happen. And it is true that what the goal is to eliminate conflicts. Peace, yesterday we were talking about peace, and they all have to be engaged. I am going to be speaking in general terms. We are three of us. What we understand about triple nexus, it is true that we spoke about it yesterday, but I would like to tell you about our position from the point of view of UNICEF. Nati will be sharing with us their experience and experience funded by the Basque Agency, and of course we have an example. We will see how in a country undergoing a very important conflict, we will talk about the progresses we are making, how we are moving forward. Triple nexus is within our DNA. We said it yesterday. We have been talking about it for the last 10 years. It is true that we are a multi-mandate organization, and we have always been working both in terms of development as well as in terms of peace and humanitarian action simultaneously, because when we are working in terms of development, of course, we cannot forget the risks analysis, prevention, preparation that cannot be neglected. We need to boost the empowerment, the capabilities of the local population, their resilience. Humanitarian action cannot be understood. I mean, it is important not to do any harm, but we have to go even further, because the idea is, what can I do so that, for example, the education system can be successful? Okay, there is a conflict, there is a disaster, and that has destroyed the education system. But my goal is not just to rebuild the school, but I have to try and think about rebuilding that so that the education system can include other things. Yes, conveying knowledge is good, it is fundamental, but at the same time, within that education system, we need to work from the starting point of peaceful coexistence. We need to provide those children and young people with tools. We need to train them and give them skills, social skills. We need to give them psychosocial support so that we can overcome those conflict dynamics. Yes, a situation where they have been since they were born, because they have been in that situation for years and years. So humanitarian action has to take into account all those perspectives. And if we speak about peace, peace has to be understood not only in terms of solving the conflict, because the nexus by itself cannot solve a conflict. Organizations, we ourselves, we do not have the mandate, nor we have as a responsibility to solve the conflict, but something that we have to do is to work so that the vision of human rights, so that children are taken into account in those peace processes. But as we go along this pathway, we are also working so that these communities at a micro level, so that they can live in peace, so that one day all this is eliminated from the very root. We have been promoting this triple nexus, and we have not been the only ones. The United Nations made a step forward, and they decided to ask and to say that this had to be a reality. We need to be working through this perspective with the triple nexus, because crises are longer and longer, harder and harder. There are, civil population is being attacked. In the past, the different factions were very clear, but today's civil population has become a target, even if humanitarian law speaks against it, of course, condemns it, but today in our conflict, civil population has become a target. So it is impossible, if we speak about rights, to speak about silos today. And that is why we have been working in this way. We have been working in terms of cooperation in networks. That is something very important to highlight. We are able to facilitate these networks. We can negotiate, we can speak to the governments in the different contexts. We are able to talk to the authorities, different authorities, religious authorities, at different levels of governments. Yes, we have that capability. We can talk to them, but at the same time, we can work in a network with all the humanitarian and development stakeholders of the areas where we are. And that is essential. That is essential because if we want this nexus to take place, we need to start by analyzing data and information all together. We need to have this joint planning, this joint approach. And we need something else. We also need to have joint funding, because if we want to overcome and break those silos, we need to think about population. What do they need? They need the right to be respected. It is not just, we need to have that perspective, that global perspective. Parallelism is something important for us as well. Within one same context, within one same country, and Medicusmundi will be talking about it, we can have in a specific area a context in which we can be working in terms of development, but different areas where we will be trying to give an emergency reply because, for example, there have been floods, there has been a flooding. And in other areas, the most important thing will be humanitarian action. But at the end of the day, they are all the same. What do we want to do to reduce vulnerabilities? Because we are working for the transformation of conflicts from the root. And that is why we need to give tools to population. If I want to strengthen and to boost education and health, I will be reducing the vulnerabilities in the future. And I would like to focus on peace promotion. I think that, well, this was the framework, the general framework I wanted to share with you. And of course, we are going to keep on talking, but now I would like to give the floor to Nati so that she can refer to one of these specific interventions assisted by the Basque Agency so as to work and help a specific group of population in the Central African Republic. Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much to all of you for being here, for sharing with us these experiences. I'm going to be telling you about our work, but I would like to give the floor to Meritel because she is the one who knows things best, and she is going to be referring, she will be talking about the further steps to be made. Yes, this proposal, this triple nexus, wants to keep on evolving.
Este proyecto de RCA está dentro de un marco o de una
framework. It is true that this is a situation in which we have more than 300,000 children in the world living a similar situation. And we want to solve the situation of these children linked to armed groups and armed forces in the context of the Central African Republic. So this proposal could also be applied to Southern Sudan or to other contexts, because our interventions in UNICEF, we use strategies and common frameworks. We also refer to different processes that can be used in different regions. Of course, they will have to be adapted and customized to each specific region. We're talking about more than 300,000 children in the world living in situations where they are linked to armed groups and armed forces. This situation, children are living war in a situation in which their rights are not being respected. There are many children whose rights are not being respected nor guaranteed. These children are exposed to huge violence, and the first thing to do is to extract them, to bring them out from that situation, to take them out from there. Many children have been set free, but we still have a lot to do. And I am speaking about 300,000, but maybe they could be more. These proposals are within promotion for children promotion. We work in the framework of global strategies, and the strategy 2021-2030 is focused in this triple nexus. Already in all these protection projects, either if we speak about humanitarian action or development, this strategy is focused on children. The goal is, well, yes, I am going to be referring to this strategy. I am going to be referring to the different UNICEF proposals, and something essential is intersectoral cooperation so as to strengthen the legal frameworks. And now I would like to add something, because the Convention of Rights of Children is something essential. That is our regulation, that is our framework, our regulatory framework. And that convention has been ratified by all the countries. It is a convention and not a declaration. And that implies that this is a law. And this is the framework through which we can negotiate with the different countries where we are so as to guarantee or to try and guarantee rights of children, children's rights. Something essential for us in UNICEF are behavioral and social changes, because we need to transform social practices. There are legal regulations, but we are also talking about uses, habits. We have a top-down approach without forgetting non-discrimination and inclusion in terms of gender. And maybe here it could seem as if UNICEF or as if the United Nations is moving very slowly in terms of gender, but the areas where we are working, 80% of our interventions are focusing on emergencies or humanitarian action. We would like to work in terms of development, but the situation is as it is, and gender equality in those fields, in those areas, is not as visible as we would like it to be, but very important steps are being made forward. Another element proposed in this strategy is the empowerment of children. Yes, we put the focus on children, engagement and participation. Yes, that is essential. We need to be doing whatever we do hand in hand with the children, with them. My colleagues here in the Basque country are working from that perspective here as well in terms of engagement. And this is something taking place all the time. So there is another strategy, which is the DDR problem, disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration. And that is essential when we talk about stabilizing societies destroyed by war, essential for their long-term development. So these strategies have to be integrated within the whole peace process up until the follow-up of peace consolidation. Disarmament. Yes, we need to eliminate small weapons and ammunition. Demobilization. Yes, demobilization of people who are in armed groups, because like that children can become children again, and they will be able to focus on social reintegration. We are working from that peace perspective. Of course, if we refer to disarmament, the negotiation work, the negotiation or the diplomatic work is going to be essential, because we are going to be working with all the armed groups. with all of them, with all the factions, always trying to respect their leadership. This is very difficult to understand, but this is essential within this process. Demobilization. In this sense, we are also working with the armed groups and also with all the communities. Without the communities, it will be impossible to continue and to reach the reintegration of those children. So first of all, we need to work with leaders. We need to negotiate with them. And here we go back to the Rights of Children Convention. The convention states what a child is, and something fundamental is to start by defining what a child is. We are speaking about children who are younger than 16 years old, and we all need to admit that a child is a minor. He's not 18 years old, and that is when the whole process can start, from that starting point. We need to verify, then we go to the second stage, and we will have to verify the age of the child, what type of links he or she has had with those armed groups. And this is a completely individualized stage. Each child will be in the center of the action. Children will have to express, to speak about their story, their past, and we will be working with them on an individual basis. Second, we need to contact his or her family members and to start working with them, because we need to see if they can go back to their family, if they can go back home, or if they have to go to a foster family. And third, we will have to work with each child, with each minor. They will be essential, they will be the protagonists, to try and see which are their fundamental needs, to try and reply to them, and to see which are their emotional issues, their emotional problems. And from that starting point, we will try to see what is best to do. Do they need, I don't know, training? Do they need to go back to school? Or maybe do they need to follow a different pathway, maybe to acquire different professional skills? And then we reach something which is essential: mental health. Mental health is something key for us, because within these contexts, mental health suffers a lot, and these children need a lot of support. So why do we think that this proposal is a triple nexus? Yes, it is humanitarian action. The first thing we are doing is to try and reply to their basic needs. Yes, they need food, to get dressed. Yes, we needed to reply to their health needs, maybe, and mainly if we are talking about girls, because maybe some of them have become pregnant or not. And why are we promoting sustainable development? Because we are boosting local capabilities. We are working with all those groups, and the goal is first to study the situation, their rights, and then social cohesion. We want to be working with all these stakeholders, even with governments. That is essential as well, this work with governments. Now I'm going to give the floor to Meritxell, so that she can tell you about the proposals we have in terms of this project for the future, because she's an expert.
Egunon, ¿me oís?
Good morning.
No se te oye, Meritxell.
Egunon. Vous attendez? Ok, bonjour, good morning.
Good morning.
Bonjour. Ok.
Nous
Me
attendons
voy a
bien
pos-
la RDC.
Très bien, merci beaucoup.
We can
Me
hear you
paso al
very well.
castellano.
Okay, so now I go back into
Parece que mis colegas
Spanish.
han hablado
I think
bastante
that
y han
my
detallado
colleagues
cómo
have
entendemos
already been
triple
telling
nexo
you
en la República
about we
Centroafricana,
understand by
no
triple
solo a
nexus
nivel
in
de
Central African
UNICEF,
Republic,
sino que todas
not
las
only
agencias de Naciones Unidas
in terms of
trabajamos
UNICEF,
en el
but all the
no el triple
United
nexo. Y entraré un
Nations
poco más en los detalles
agencies
del proyecto que me
work
piden mis colegas, pero como justo
taking
esta
into account
semana
this triple
hemos
nexus.
estado discutiendo
This
el
week
tema y me
we
ha tocado
have been
estar
speaking
de
about this
coordinadora
issue, this
resident
topic, and I
humanitarian
was the
coordinator. O sea,
humanitarian
tengo
coordinator. It is
los
true
tres
that
roles,
I
como se
have
dice,
those
no sé cómo
three
se dice en castellano, pero bueno,
caps,
los
as we
tres
say.
roles
Or,
a la
well,
vez. La
I am
respuesta
playing those three
humanitaria,
roles at the same
la
time.
inversión en sistemas
Humanitarian
sociales
action, the
y de
investment
servicios
in
sociales para
social
poder
services,
dar
so
recursos al
as
desarrollo y el
to
trabajo por la
promote
paz.
development
Como
and
sabéis, en
then
un país como
work
la
for
República
peace promotion.
Centroafricana
In
tenemos
the
una misión
Central
de
African
Naciones
Republic,
Unidas
we
de
have a
mantenimiento
mission
de la paz
for
que
peace
tiene un
promotion,
mandato muy
and
específico de
we have a very
protección
specific mandate
a la
in
población,
terms of
pero también de reconstrucción del
protection
Estado, etcétera, etcétera. No voy a
of
entrar mucho
population,
en
but
el
also
mandato
reconstruction
de la
of the
MINUSCA,
state.
pero se
I'm
les ha
not going
renovado el
to
mandato
be
un año más.
referring to that mandate, but
Por
it
otra
has been
parte,
renewed
tenemos
for
también
1
lo que
year
es
longer.
el grupo
We
de
also
actores
have
humanitarios,
the group of humanitarian
el
actors
equipo
or
de país
stakeholders,
humanitario, y a la vez tenemos
the
también el
humanitarian
equipo
team, and then we have
el equipo de actores de desarrollo.
the
Todos estos
development
están,
actors,
vamos a decir,
development
capitaneados
stakeholders.
por el
They are all led
coordinador
by
residente,
the
coordinador
resident
humanitario y a
coordinator,
la vez
humanitarian
representante
coordinator, and
adjunto
at
de
the
la
same time,
MINUSCA, el papel que estoy
representatives of
cumpliendo
the
yo esta
MINUSCA.
semana.
That
Por
is the
eso, o
role
sea,
we are playing
vivo,
this
o
week.
sea, el nexo vive en mí
So the
o nosotros vivimos en el nexo. Para nosotros, como habéis
so this
dicho,
triple nexus
efectivamente,
is
yo lo veo de
so
una
very
manera
clear for
circular.
us. And I
Hay que
see
hacer,
this
por supuesto,
from a
una
circular
respuesta en
point of view.
emergencia,
Of
y aquí
course,
tenemos
we
muchos
need to
casos de
give a reply
desplazamientos por el
in an
conflicto, refugiados,
emergency
pero también
situation.
otro
Yes,
tipo de
we have many
emergencias como
cases of
como las
refugees, but there are other
inundaciones.
emergencies,
Entonces hay que hacer
such as
una
floods,
respuesta
for example.
inmediata, que lo hacemos
We
a
need
través
to
de
give an
los mecanismos de
immediate
respuesta rápida,
reply through
pero a la
the
vez y de
rapid
forma
response
circular
mechanisms,
invertimos en
but
todo
at
lo
the
que sea
same time,
servicios
we're
sociales,
investing in
de
social
educación, de
services,
salud, de
in
agua y
education,
saneamiento,
in
para
health,
poder
water, and
prevenir
sanitation,
nuevas
so
emergencias
as to
y a la vez
prevent a new
trabajar con todos los
emergency.
actores
And at the
sociales a
same time,
nivel
we want to
comunitario para
work at the
prevenir la paz.
community level
De nada sirve trabajar
for
solamente
peace
en lo humanitario,
promotion.
solamente en el desarrollo, solamente
Humanitarian
en la paz.
aspects are
Entonces, la
important,
misión
peace
que
as well,
todos
but we
tenemos,
need to
todas las
have a
agencias de
holistic
Naciones
approach.
Unidas y las
All
ONGs
the
también
United
en la
Nations
República
agencies
Centroafricana, es una
in
visión
Central African
conjunta de
Republic, we
trabajo
have a joint
que no puede
approach
dejar ninguna de estas
because
patas,
we cannot
vamos a
forget
decir,
any of
sin
these
cubrir. A
elements.
menudo
Very
viajamos
often
al
we
terreno
work, we are
todos
on
los
the field,
componentes de este grupo que
all
acabo
the
de mencionar.
components of this group I just
Cuando
referred
hablamos
to,
con la
we
población,
are
eso es
there
lo
on the
que
ground and we
se
go and talk
resalta,
to the
¿no? Que la
population and
inversión
we
en
always
paz, el
highlight that.
mantenimiento de la paz,
Yes,
todo el trabajo,
peace
toda la inversión
promotion, all these
económica que se hace en
investments,
mantenimiento
the
de la paz, no
economic
sirve para
effort
nada si
for peace
después
promotion
estas
will be
comunidades
useless
no
if
tienen
later on these
oportunidades de
communities
trabajo,
do
si no
not
tienen
have working
oportunidades de ir al
opportunities,
colegio, si no
if
tienen
they
oportunidades
cannot
de
go
salud,
to
etcétera.
school,
Ahí es donde
if they
entran las
do not
agencias de
have health,
Naciones
all
Unidas
this
que
will
se
be
dedican
useless.
a eso.
And that
UNICEF es una
is
de ellas.
when
Y a
we
la
have
vez
a role to
tampoco tiene
play
sentido hablar de
in
paz
our agencies,
si
and
hay
it is
todavía problemas de
meaningless. We cannot
protección,
speak
los
about
niños
peace
tienen que
if children
trabajar como
are
niños
not in
soldados,
a
las niñas
situation of
como
protection,
esclavas
if
sexuales,
they are
etcétera. Entonces,
working
todos
as
hacemos nuestro
soldiers
trabajo,
or sex
yo
slaves.
no diría que a la vez, pero
So
de manera
we all
simultánea
have
y
to be
desde luego
working
de manera circular.
simultaneously
Y la parte
and having
circular,
this
pues por dar
circular
un
approach.
par de ejemplos,
And
¿no?
let me give you a
En el
couple
caso
of examples.
del proyecto
If we
que nos
speak
ocupa, lo
about
que hacemos es
our
la parte
project,
humanitaria es
what are we
trabajar con
doing?
los
From the
niños
humanitarian point of view, we are
que han
working with
salido de los
children,
grupos armados, guerrillas,
children
etcétera, y otros
coming
niños que están
out
vulnerables
from
en la
armed
población.
groups. We
Entonces,
work with
digamos que en
vulnerable
la parte
children.
humanitaria
From the
hacemos todo lo que es
humanitarian
la
point of
negociación,
view, we
sacarles
work in terms of
del grupo armado,
negotiation. We
etcétera.
take
Se
them
les da todo
out
lo que es
from
el
those
apoyo
armed groups.
psicosocial,
We give them
los
psychosocial
primeros
support.
auxilios, vamos a decir, porque los niños suelen
That
salir
is
y
the
las
beginning
niñas
because it is
totalmente
true
traumatizadas.
that
Entonces, hay todo un
they are
proceso de trabajo
very
de apoyo psicosocial.
traumatized, so they
Por otra
need
parte,
psychological support. Later on, they are integrated within society, and we start working with schools, with communities, with different enablers you know, with different professionals, teachers, so that they can acquire skills, so that they can be productive people and make their contribution. And at the same time, we work in terms of prevention of new conflicts, and they become peace agents in communities. So this is just one example concerning triple nexus. There are many other examples. If we speak about climate change is having huge consequences in these highly vulnerable countries. So once again, prevention is key. We need to boost the resilience of these populations. And here, once again, we need to have that circular approach. This is an investment that has to be done. We need to get ready. We need social services to boost the resilience of these populations, and we need to link all this to peace promotion within these contexts of conflict.
Con esto os dejo unas pinceladas de la República Centroafricana. Sé que ahora mismo vienen de Tanzania, que va a intervenir, entonces no quiero alargarme mucho, que sé que estamos
Well, I think that's more or less it for the Central African Republic, sorry. I think some colleagues from Tanzania are going to be speaking later on. Thank you very much to all of you. I don't know if you have any questions. Perhaps we can hear from our colleague in Tanzania, and then we can carry on with asking any questions. So thank you very much to all three of you. So let's hear now about the experience of Alboan.
Pero quedaros aquí, quedaros aquí. Ponte aquí. Sí, vamos a proyectar una presentación.
We have a presentation that we're going to be screening.
Un momentito. Mientras pone la presentación, os presento a
Right, well,
Annalisa.
while we get the presentation up, let me introduce Annalisa.
No sé si ya se puede ver. Bueno,
I don't know if we can see the presentation yet. I think so, very soon at least. But Annalisa Lindy has a degree in political science, specializing in development and peace. She's worked in a number of different countries in Latin America and Africa as a coordinator of child protection programs and accompanying international adoption processes. She's also spent time working with displaced peoples and refugees, accompanying them on their journey towards a dignified and safe life in both Colombia and Chad. Since November 2018, she's been working with Alboan in the Pamplona office in the area of human mobility, accompanying different processes in West Africa and the Great Lakes region. And also, I would like to introduce Nana Chingwa, who's going to be connecting up online. She's a researcher and a practitioner in the field of peace building and reconciliation in humanitarian context. She has a master's degree in conflict management and a bachelor's degree in political science. Nana, she currently works as a reconciliation officer for Sub-Saharan Africa at the Jesuit Refugee Service. On this position, she oversees the implementation of reconciliation programs in several countries in the region, including Burundi, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Uganda. Can you see the presentation?
Un momentito, por favor. Pues no sé. No sé. No sé si alguien es más hábil que yo y me puede ayudar, por favor.
I don't know if somebody a bit more capable than myself can come and help us with the presentation. That would be great.
Ya está. Listo. Vale, pues nada, la otra. Ahora sí. Sí.
Got it. We seem to have got it now.
Buenos días a todas y a todos y muchas
Good
gracias.
morning, everyone.
Perdón.
Oh, sorry. We don't have it apparently.
Un momento. Así. Vale, muy bien. Entonces, buenos días a todas y a todos. Y
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to speak, for giving us this time so that we can think together about the triple nexus approach. My name is Annalise. I work in Alboan, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the experience that we have working with the Jesuit Refugee Service, the JRS, which is our ally organization. We work with them in almost all the different humanitarian action programs that we have in Africa. So, at Alboan, we don't have a definition per se about what the triple nexus actually is. But thinking about what we do, I think that a good way to sum it up would be to say that for Alboan, it's an approach that puts into connection humanitarian interventions that are carried out in context of prolonged crises. And this is important, the prolonged crises bit is important, because that's where we believe this approach is really needed. The aim is to offer the population in need the opportunity to live decent lives, dignified lives in their homeland, in a peaceful and positive environment that is conducive to their growth and development. It's not an official definition because we haven't developed it as an official definition, but I think that really sums up what we do. If we have a look at planning, the triple nexus is framed in the second of our strategic objectives, which is to defend the decent life and respect for human rights of people in situation of forced mobility. So, in 2019, we established our plan for the next period, and for the first time in that plan, we specified explicitly the link between working in context of prolonged context and development. I mean, we've done it implicitly before, but this was the first time it was done explicitly. And then we have developed some different action plans or avenues of action. And here we have tried to highlight the promotion of processes that really integrate the population in situations of forced mobility in their host countries. So how we can promote the integration of this population in their host country. And then we have interventions that aim to foster the intervention, resilience of refugees. That's mainly what we're trying to do. And then there's another document that we've published that reflects this approach, is the Humanitarian Action Strategy Plan for up to 2025. And there, one of the priorities is to learn from experiences that are already up and running in our organizations or other organizations, because we've realized that we do a lot of things, but we don't identify them properly. So it's important to identify these experiences. That was the first thing. With regard to developing the organizations with which we work, and then as a specific action in all the different formulas that we're going to be developing within the Humanitarian Action Strategic Plan, we want to highlight the link between development, humanitarian action, and peace building through outcomes, indicators, and tangible results. And just to finish with the planning section, in the biannual operational plan for 2024-2025, there is one particular field of action that talks about the triple nexus approach. So, we have established a particular line of action that is to use and measure the experience that I'm going to be talking about now in Tanzania and Burundi as a pilot experience of the triple nexus approach, and then aim to strengthen the peace building approach in situ in all the different campaigns that we have that are linked to humanitarian action. So this is what we have really at a planning level. We believe that it's important for the triple nexus to appear explicitly in our documents so that it can gain a certain degree of dignity, be taken seriously, and it can be an action that we are fully committed to. So where and how do we implement the triple nexus approach? The triple nexus approach, as we said before, we believe it meshes perfectly and is very useful in those grey zones of chronic crisis, where over and above sort of emergency aid provided to the population, what we're trying to do is to build a long-lasting, sustainable peace for affected populations. Those of us who work in these grey zones of forgotten chronic crisis, we know that populations get mixed up a lot, and sometimes it's very difficult to actually identify the population with which we want to work, because among the internally displaced population, they all get mixed up with the host population. So how should I work with one person and not with another person just because they are displaced and the other person isn't? So it's a grey area. in which we need to have tools to enable us to work without doing harm, which is what we said yesterday is so important. So the triple nexus approach gives us that flexibility, the flexibility we need to work in these grey areas. Doing what? Well, generating an impact that isn't just a response to an emergency, the typical emergency response that starts and finishes. But what we want to do here is to strengthen resilience and peace in the long term in very fragile contexts. So where? To answer that question, we say, well, in all the countries in which we work, where they have a prolonged forgotten crisis, in all of the countries, we apply this approach. And mainly and principally in medium and long-term processes. You can't work for sustainable peace and to strengthen resilience in just 1 year. A year-long project. There need to be long-term projects, medium-term projects. We need to be there for a long time in order to learn, to accompany, and hopefully to mediate a positive long-term impact on the context. And what services do we use this in? Well, all services that can put or connect different groups that can be different, groups that maybe have different diverging views and etc. So we also provide psychosocial accompaniment, what we call in English MHPSS. Working with groups that may be in conflict amongst each other. We try to get them to sit down at the same table and to talk to each other so that they can see that differences that may exist on paper don't exist or do exist, but aren't actually quite as big as they may seem. So to provide these people with spaces for dialogue. We also do this through education. Education is considered a very powerful tool for conveying peace and building peace. It's not just a space in which you learn knowledge or learn new notions or ideas. We also carry out social cohesion activities. And we use a triple helix approach in that, for example, in Tanzania, now, and for a long time now, we have implemented and organized different sporting activities and events which will connect the Congolese population with the population from different areas, the incoming population with the local population, boys, girls, different groups that for whatever reason may be divided, may have differences, to get them together so that they can see that at the end of the day, they're just people. They have their differences, of course they do, but through these social cohesion activities, the idea is to forge closer bonds between different groups. We also do it through social reintegration, socioeconomic reintegration. This may sound easy, but it's not easy at all. We also, because activities that generate income and socioeconomic reintegration enable people or groups to work together, different groups, to work together towards a common goal. So rather than just, as well as just generating income, which of course is important in itself, these types of activities that generate income help to strengthen the resilience of different people, and this in turn has an impact on peace. And then finally, we work through reconciliation. For Alboan, it's like an umbrella term which frames the entire intervention that we carry out with refugees in different countries. I'm not going to go into too much detail here because my colleague is going to be talking about that in more detail later on. I would like to show you a very brief video, though, if that's okay.
Sí, estaba enlazado. Bueno, si no. Sí, bueno, sí, vale. Nada, el vídeo luego les pasaré el enlace. Era un vídeo de la República Centroafricana.
I'm not sure we'll be able to see it, but it's a video from the Central African Republic, which has been made in collaboration with JRS, and it was two beneficiaries talking about how the income generating project goes way beyond just generating income for them and helps open up a new avenue for them towards their future. But it's a shame. I don't think we'll be able to see that video, unfortunately. Let me just now tell you very briefly about two experiences. So prior to this year, we presented a project alongside the JRS in Chad with internally displaced populations. The challenge there was to identify who were the displaced people, because there's a couple of generations there, because most of the population of Chad is displaced or has been displaced at some point. The general aim of the project was to increase the income and the livelihood of displaced families in order to reduce school dropout rates and increase the schooling of both boys and girls aged between 6 and 11 years. This project, in its DNA, has the triple nexus approach in its DNA. Why? Well, with regard to HDP, or the triple nexus approach, it aims to support displaced people who are victims of conflict, who they're the victims of a prolonged conflict in a context that's impoverished with a very extreme climate situation. It's not the best place to live, basically. And so it aims to provide a response in emergency situations, schooling of children, because we know that schooling is the first right to be lost and the last right to be regained when things normalize. And the aim is to promote or to provide protection to these children. With regard to development, the project places a lot of emphasis on the generation of livelihoods and strengthening of families' productive capabilities. These actions help make sure that the displaced community doesn't just survive, but is actually able to reconstruct sustainable livelihoods. This is the major challenge, of course. So this is a photograph. Obviously, this was taken in September. Well, it's from last year, in fact, because we carried out a pilot project last year. So the photo is of a plot of land, the photo at the top, in Chad. So what's the peace building component of this project? Well, the initiative incorporates training sessions and women's empowerment sessions as well, and actions, and it encourages women to participate in the community through mini credit actions and livelihood actions, and the aim is to increase social cohesion and reduce family tensions. Sorry, there seems to be another person with their microphone open and we can't always hear what the speaker's saying. We're sorry, but sometimes there's another sound that cuts in and it means that we can't hear the speaker. We do apologize. So this project holds the triple nexus or the HDP approach in its DNA. Now in Tanzania and Burundi, we have another project. The aim is to increase the resilience of refugees and the people who have actually been able to go back to their homeland after their return, responding to their urgent needs. It's very difficult to explain because there is a very complex situation. We have people coming back to Burundi. We also have other displaced people. So we will go back to their homeland, they're foreigners because they've been away for so long. They need a specific kind of help there. It also has a socioeconomic development component by fostering different means of earning a living and different livelihoods, and fostering agricultural practices which are both sustainable and resistant to climate change. It also aims to foster social cohesion and reconciliation between different communities, mainly the returned population and then the host population. What have we learned? Well, all of these processes, all of them need to foster the inclusive participation of different types of groups, divergent groups, through all types of activities. We really need to understand at a very deep level the local situation so that the activities organized actually are appropriate to the context. This includes gaining a deep knowledge of the conflicts that exist, which aren't always evident, but need to be taken into account through conflict assessments, through an assessment of the needs which take that component into account. We need to think beyond quantitative aims. Peace building is a long-term undertaking, and you need time. It's not just numbers, it's not just a case of facts and figures, you need time. The triple nexus includes a number of different pillars and a number of different capacities, and an organization may not have all those capabilities, so we need to know how to ask for help, seek help, establish partnerships with other people in the experiences that I just explained. JRS has partnered with Adarez, which is a local organization expert in sustainable agriculture. And if we do that, then it can become an important vector for peace building and the conveyance of values. This photo is the photo of a school in Burundi, which is going to be rebuilt. Now, this classroom, as it is at the moment, is not a space where children can learn anything at all. And much less they're going to learn the values of peace and non-violence, because this image is just filled with violence. So you need an adequate structure. That's so important if you want peace to be real. Not just focusing on the curriculum and teacher training, what they've learned. We also need to train them in issues linked to peace, in peace building, so that they can become examples, role models, role models for positive values. And again, education and schools as a meeting point for different groups of young people from different social groups, where they can share their fears, their challenges, and their dreams for the future. Now, I'm just going to pass the floor to Anana, who's my colleague from JRS, and she's going to probably tell us a little bit more, and probably quite a lot better than I did, about the situation with regard to reconciliation. Thank you very much. And Anana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Annalisa. I hope you can hear me. I think you put a great challenge, Annalisa. I don't think that I can do better than you, but let us see how we can complement each other. So, yes, I'm going to talk a bit about the experience of JRS within the reconciliation sector and how it aligns with the work of the Triple Nexus, or has an approach. Maybe the time to fix the PowerPoint, maybe let me put it that way. Why is it important for us as JRS to reflect and even to use the Triple Nexus approach? Because basically we are faced with more and more complex crises, and as we say, protracted and prolonged conflict. So this requires us also to have a more, how to put it, a more complex response also. And what do I mean by complex response? A response that is holistic. And therefore the Triple Nexus makes sense, because it's help us no longer to think in one particular element, but three elements. How do we interconnect whatever we are doing to sustain our community? So that is the first element I want to raise. The number 2 element that is important to raise also for us as GRS is we have been implementing pilot project for reconciliation for the 5 past year. So even the one in Burundi now and Tanzania are pilot project. For Tanzania, we are still in the process. So the project in Tanzania, basically, we are complementing the work of education. And as Annalisa mentioned, education is a vessel. And we are using education to tackle the issue of stigma that children with disability are affected by. And it's a bit complex, but it's also very challenging and interesting. So if we are looking basically at the entry point, what do we mean by reconciliation and what is the link with the triple nexus? So reconciliation for GRS is a process of creating or recreating right relationship, a process whereby we are working for our own staff, we are working with the people that we serve, and we are working with the host community as well. Why is it relevant? Why is it the work of reconciliation and even the vision relevant in the triple nexus? Because we look at reconciliation as an interface. If we are talking about building relationship, we understand that relationships are at the heart of conflict, and only through relationship that we can transform conflict. So that is why we are looking at reconciliation, the interface in this triple nexus approach, and why does it make sense to us? So now when we are talking about relationship, and even in the context of this project in Tanzania, we are looking at 2 types of relationship, right? Horizontal relationship, so people versus group, and vertical relationship, so people and institution. And the particular institution we have been targeting through this project of Tanzania has been the one of the schools, has been the one of family, and globally the community. That said, how do we practically implement our work and how does it reflect? We are guided by principle. Our principle help us to understand how to think, but also how to behave. And the principles are extremely relevant in the context of the triple nexus because it's agile. Principles are agile and they are flexible, which give us a framework to adapt in a very changing context where we are working. And if we are looking at the principle of reconciliation as we have framed them, they are 4, and all of them help us to reach our goal that is creating right relationship. For the case of Tanzania with children with disability that we have been working, 3 principles have been key. All of them matter, definitely, but 3 have been key. We have the principle of prioritize the value of shared humanity. How do we include kids in the society that should look at them as fully human beings and not fixing on the disability? We have the principle of justice. Where is the place of kids with disability in the education system where the needs are not met? We are looking at the principle of invite participation. So how do we include the children that we serve, the family that represent the support system, even the teacher, within the whole decision-making process in the end? So our principles are so important and they reflect and ease our work within the triple nexus approach. Now moving on to the practicality of the thing. So how best do we implement it? So as I mentioned in the beginning, we have been working through education, right? And our aim when looking at education globally, reconciliation within education, our aim is to create learning spaces where people can live together, basically. We want learning spaces where people can live together, learning spaces that are free of violence, learning spaces that are free of stigmatization, learning spaces that enable individuals to develop themselves and to reach their full potential. So when we are looking at the triple nexus, how each of our actions are feeding the triple nexus, we have the humanitarian, let us say, pillar, right? Our first action is conflict assessment. We do not say it a lot or enough. It's really important to understand where we are working, to understand the relational dynamic, to understand the power dynamic, to understand the need of the people and understand how our action might impact this context. So conflict assessment is our entry point. We are looking at the second element, breaking the cycle of violence. Why does it make sense? The cycle of violence is a pattern in which individuals are finding themselves, in which violence is used continuously. And we have two questions that we are asking to ourselves. First and foremost, where is the sources of the violence? Where does violence originated from? Because we have to understand from school, from family, from our policies, from which action we have to understand. And the second question is, how does this violence is impacting individual? Because we have to address needs. So in that case, we have to recreate a bit very fast and quick, because when we understand the how, we also be able to address with key particular action, depending on the need. The third element, the humanitarian pillar, we have the social integration. We look at social integration basically as the inclusion of marginalized group. And when you look at inclusion of marginalized group, we are not just focusing on economic level. We have three layers. We have the social, we have the economic, we have also the political level. And that's why the work that we are doing with also Alboan is very interesting, because we are tackling the economic layer too. Because just talking about peace is not enough, because if peace has been destroyed for a particular reason, we have to address this reason. So the social integration, how do we do it practically also? We have capacity building with the different group that we are having. Children themselves, because they are stigmatizing each other depending on the disability that they have. We have the parent, we have the teacher, we have also people that are involved in policymaker, because they are the ones that will change the game. And we are doing also a great work in terms of advocacy. That's our second action in social integration, advocacy, where we are giving the front aid to the people that we serve. So kids themselves, the parent, the teacher can debate and even address their own need and present them toward the decision maker as well, understanding. So when we look at this key action that you are taking within the humanitarian sector and how they are feeding also the element of development, we have the principle of subsidiarity and sustainability, right? We are looking them at their intertwined principle in the sense that when doing the work of advocacy, we are giving the population, we are going to the grassroots, and we are enabling the population to decide by themselves for what is good, for what look an inclusive system for them, and to respond to the need of the kids. So when we do that the same way, when we are empowering them, because JRS and Alboan will become the vessel, it enables them also to sustain their own action, because we want to believe that we should not be there tomorrow, that maybe the community should live by themselves. So we are fostering the element of development. The second key point here is also about collaboration. Annalisa mentioned it. We are working in a partnership. We cannot do this work alone. And in the case of our activity in Tanzania with children with disability, we are working with the local NGO disability service that is focusing and supporting us with our action in terms of capacity building and also advocacy. Work in silo doesn't serve. Work in silo does not contribute to development. So we have also to acknowledge that and also recognize the capacity of the host community where we are working to do the work. The last pillar about peace, we have the element of addressing the triangle of violence. The triangle of violence is just, we are looking at violence at three levels, right? Direct violence, structural violence, and cultural violence. So basically, when we are addressing the triangle of violence, we have to understand what is fostering the direct violence. And the direct violence, most of the time, has been fostered through structural and cultural violence. So how do we address it? We come back, number one, we have to understand what is the manifestation of the triangle of violence in the community of Nyararu's refugee camp, example, in inclusive education. That's again coming back to the conflict assessment. Then when we understand it, we see through our action in social integration, what should we be doing to enable or to address the root causes of violence. And of course, the second point that's the most obvious, when we address violence, we are mitigating violence and we are preventing violence to occur again in our community. And so for us, all these three elements are connected, and that we come back with the element of our action are driven by our principle, because our principles are fitting perfectly in this case. So looking at what we take away, what have been our lesson learned, because we are piloting again, and still we have three key lesson learned, and can see also has constraint. And Annalise have mentioned some of them. We have the funding mechanism issue. What do I mean by that? We have the constraint of the time, Annalise mentioned it, but you also have the approach. I mean, if we want to transform relationship and we think that after 1 year we can have an impact, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible. So the second element is the approach. Some or most of the time we have funders that are bringing already pre-cooked projects, really what they want to achieve, etc. And having projects that are not reflecting the context where they have to be implemented is going to become a kind of somehow a failure. And it's going to put humanitarian actors in conflict with the community where they are serving. Because yes, it's exposing also humanitarian actors. The second element that's really important, that a learning point for us using the triple nexus approach, is we have to define the primary objective in our project. What do I mean? In the case of the children with disability in our project in Tanzania, within the triple nexus, our main objective, primary objective, was the one of peace. Peace or reconciliation, how we call it, that was our primary objective. So how do we address the violence? How do we mitigate and prevent violence? And our secondary objective was humanitarian, doesn't mean assistance to a certain extent with whatever material that kid might need to come to school, that the school might need to be qualitative or have a qualitative approach, an inclusive approach too, and etc. I think having this layer of clarifying which is our main objective within the project when using the triple nexus is key. It avoids conflict between the different layers, because in the end, we cannot do everything at the same time. And the last one, it's the gap between the humanitarian and development planning. We have mentioned it more and more, but in the case of the project that we are running now, a key example, we are tackling the issue of stigma of children with disability within the setting of school, primary education. But in Kigoma, there is no secondary school for special needs. So then the question comes back, what we are doing now, is it going to be a loss because there is no continuation, because there is no secondary schools for special needs? So that's the element of planning become key, where different actors, humanitarian development, are sitting together and see, we have to coordinate, we have to bring a kind of element of connection between what we are doing, definitely. And I think as a concluding remark is just that, yes, for us as reconciliation and with the support of Alboan, definitely, the triple nexus makes sense. The triple nexus, when we are reflecting our work of reconciliation, it totally fits into our way of doing things. Because simply put, reconciliation is about how we do the what. So how are we doing our intervention in the humanitarian system? How do we do our intervention in the development system? And how do we ensure that the relationship are restored or the relationship are to a certain extent sane? So I will hold on here. So thank you and over back to you. Thank you.
Sí, muchísimas gracias, Nina y Annalisa, por las
Thank you so much, Nina. Thank you so much, Annalisa, for sharing with us your specific experiences in Tanzania and in Chad. Yes, and thank you for talking about what you are doing in terms of reconciliation. It is true that we are running a little bit late. I don't know if we have many questions or not to reply to. We have a microphone. Please say who you are, what organization you come from, and then we will go to the chat. I don't know if there are any questions already written down in the chat.
Hola, Pilar.
Hello, Pilar. Yes, there is a question asked by Pascal Lufungula. Pascal is asking, how can we develop children protection strategies in areas of conflict? And Meritel from Bangui, from the Central African Republic, has replied with 3 bullets. She has said, we need to negotiate so that they can come out of the armed groups, guarantee their integration within basic social services, and has spoken about children's friendly structures. There haven't been any more questions on the chat. Well, thank you, Alicia. Who would like to make a comment or ask anything else?
Hola, bueno, como estáis todos muy tímidas y muy tímidos,
Good morning.
hablo
You
yo.
are all very shy, so I will break the ice. I am thinking about yesterday and today, and I'm thinking, I see this like a very big cloud with many different concepts, very diverse, with heterogeneity. And I think that we should all be thinking about how to implement all this. Carlos was referring about the concept of peace. Yes, how to implement it, because it is a highly complex concept, peace. And it is true that yesterday we gave certain recommendations and you asked the nexus to be much more explicit. Okay, that is very clear. We need to make it explicit. It is true that today we cannot make huge progress, but maybe each of us should be thinking about how to clarify things so that the triple nexus is more clear and explicit. For example, when UNICEF was talking about demobilization, disarmament, and reintegration, this is a highly sensitive and complex issue. Armed groups, you know, they are not always separated from societies. Sometimes they are service providers, service suppliers, and they are even supported by society. And sometimes they are claiming or fighting for justice, for autonomy. And sometimes they are supported by society. So disarmament is the last thing to ask, and demobilization as well in certain cases. So we have to be very careful, because in certain cases we will end up blocking peace. Or when we speak about shared analysis, the most difficult thing is being able to share sensitive information. But when we're talking about very highly sensitive information about who is who, where they are, which are the priorities, that is not easy to do. What I mean, yes, we need to have clear ideas. It is, you know, it is not the same thing if we are speaking on behalf of a local organizations or on behalf of an international NGO in the Basque Country or on behalf of the United Nations. And my last comment. I would like to tell you that we have to be very careful. When I listen to the SHR, okay, reconciliation. How do you link that with forgiveness? We have not spoken about forgiveness, and forgiveness is highly complex when we talk about community peace and also the acknowledgement of rights. If we have a conflict, it's because we have a clash in terms of rights. So acknowledgement of rights and forgiveness. And last, the institutions represented here. When we go back to our values, and our attitudes. What about peace? Because if peace is not contained there, it will be impossible to implement the triple nexus. And I remember in Oxfam and in Intermo, we said, let's include peace. And people said, oh, no. So please tell us, what about peace? Is peace an essential term there? Because if not, we cannot follow this approach. Well, these are just some comments. We have to move forward. And we need to make things explicit and clear. And, you know, this also the grassroots approach, I think, is key.
Bueno, pues vuelvo a empezar. Mi nombre
Okay, once
es
again, my name is Leire Otaegi. I come from the Cooperation for Peace Assembly in Niger, and I go back to what Fernando was saying, because it's true. It's like, it's essentially what is peace. We need to define what peace is. And we need to know about the context, about the conflicts and clashes between different communities, but something which is very important as well is to know about the mechanisms that already exist, mechanisms in terms of prevention, reconciliation, those bottom-up mechanisms. We need to know about them, and that is what we need to support, because that is essential when we speak about community resolution. And also, there are already many mechanisms already there generated by the communities themselves so as to prevent, to solve, and to reach reconciliation. And we should be talking about women as peace builders. So it is true that we need to have a clear map concerning the conflicts, but we also need to identify which have been the mechanisms generated by the population on the ground, and we need to support those mechanisms. I don't know, maybe Nina, would you like to reply to Fernando about reconciliation? I don't know. Have you got anything to say to Fernando? Nana?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Nana. I think Jerry is the way that we are framing reconciliation. We have understood that the humanitarian world is not secular, right? We recognize it. But we also recognize that bringing the concept example of forgiveness, we are looking at them as two separated processes. Because if we are focusing on forgiveness, there's the pressure from the religious perspective of forgiveness, which will tell us that it's an obligation. And in the relationship that is already broken and that people are struggling to get out of it, bringing again another kind of principle and law that's an obligation, it's not sensitive enough for us. So of course, forgiveness makes sense for different individuals. Reconciliation, we look at both layers, me and the other. But forgiveness is an individual process. Doesn't mean that we also allow each individual to go through their own process, but we do not force it. It doesn't mean that we don't consider it, but it means that we want to give the choice also to the people that we serve to reply as they can. And definitely when talking about justice, we are talking about rights. There's no way that we can build reconciliation if we don't talk about rights. Rights of people have been violated. That's why there's injustice. That's why there's a conflict, definitely. And we have to address this element. So for us also, when we look at reconciliation in the map of our principle, and even through our butterfly, justice is a key element. Of course, we are talking about restorative justice, but again, that emphasizes on the human rights. That's a key, definitely.
¿Alguna pregunta? No.
Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you very much. I agree at 100%. We were sharing with you our experience, and including peace is very complex in contexts in which armed groups are part of society. They have links with society very often. Girls and boys, they join armed groups because their parents were already there, for example. And having this in mind, we have to say that we are not going to be getting into the dynamics of the conflict. What do I mean? We need to know that peace building, peace construction, for UNICEF, something essential for us is to engage, not to forget about children in this whole process of negotiation. They have to be borne in mind. We do not go to community talking about this armed group or the other. That is why we were talking about sensitive information. Very often, part of our group is so very sensitive that it has to be kept secret. Sometimes we have to be keeping and having conversations for one whole year, talking to one group to the other. We do not say that we can obtain immediate results, of course not. But we work from the neutrality perspective, because we cannot get engaged, we cannot take part. We have to be building peace using diplomacy and the local mechanisms. Yes, of course. In this project in Central African Republic, there are certain things that take a lot of time to carry out. And it is true that maybe the project is not very sexy, because it is true that we need to be working with the protection community networks. We are talking about leaders, community leaders, people who have expressed their interest, who want to work not only for the liberation of children, because at the end of the day, we are strengthening these networks, but we are not strengthening them just for this case, but for all the other types of violence that may exist. And they are going to be the first entrance gateway, because children, they do not have social workers next to them. No, maybe they are very, very far away from them. But we also have to start by saying what a child is, because sometimes the concept is that as soon as a child can work, it's not a child any longer. And that is why sometimes they lack that essential and basic protection. So a project just by itself won't be able to be successful at 100% in terms of the triple nexus, because triple nexus implies a way of living, a specific way of planning things. And then for each specific project, we will need to adapt it. That is the way we have to follow, because it is true that we have funding. Funding has to be flexible. It has to be flexible so that we can be operational. And I would like to add something I forgot at the beginning. And I would like to refer to the concept and methodology. We are all talking about humanitarian action, and that is very well, but the triple nexus is not humanitarian action. Humanitarian organizations were already there before, and we started talking about this after the World Humanitarian Summit. But in all the different working lines, the triple nexus is not the goal itself. The goal cannot be to say, okay, I need to implement the triple nexus. No, the goal is that I want this population here or there, I want population to be free so that they can have an opportunity. Yes, they need to have that livelihood. And triple nexus is not the goal, but it should be helpful. It should be assisting us. Because if not, we can end up in a gray area, and those working in development, they will say, oh, this is just for people working in humanitarian action. No, this is just a method of working. Going back to what Lorena was saying, yes, in UNICEF, we know which are the different steps indicated by the United Nations, and here we have been talking about those different steps, stages, or key elements such as coordination, programming, having that bottom-up approach from the grassroots level, that is essential, having, being able to join governmental strategies and community strategies. In many organizations, you always have your focus put on the local level. But we need to have that bottom-up approach. Governments, they need to assume that they have the responsibility.
The most important thing is the recognition of rights from our point of view. We're talking about children's rights, of course, at the moment. And when we're talking about women's rights, it's the same. But this is an opportunity for us to work and for them to work. So when we talk about child protection, we're not just talking about children up to the age of 5. We're talking about adolescents and young people as well. And it's an opportunity to work to improve the cohesion of different communities. So working with them, helping them understand what their rights are, helping them to understand what serious violations of human rights look like. All of this helps them because we work with governments and communities as well, so that communities know what a serious violation of their human rights looks like. This is a counterposition to peace. But there needs to be a recognition of this violence, and that's absolutely fundamental. We might not move forward with regard to what peace is or defining what peace is, but we can certainly define what peace isn't, and that's what we can do working with these communities. And they need to come to a common understanding together of what that means, of what that looks like. Not just having someone pushing them or part of the community pushing towards this common understanding. It has to be a mutual. It has to be something that involves the entire community. The whole community needs to declare, this community thinks this. And with regard to disarmament, we don't get into the whole issue of disarmament. We would love to be able to get into it at that level. But our mission is to just focus on children. And that's the perspective from which we talk about disarmament, not disarmament in general. And then we're talking about funding, of course. It's difficult. It's very difficult to implement long-term peace processes with funding that is very short-term in nature and isn't very flexible, especially with regard to humanitarian action. Humanitarian action per se is volatile. It changes very quickly. And so one of the lessons that we've learned is that you have to have a flexible capacity to respond. And from the perspective of decentralized cooperation, perhaps we need to learn, and I know it's not easy, but perhaps we need to learn to be a bit more flexible. We need to try to find flexible financing and long-term funding as well, because processes don't, get solved and don't happen overnight. I don't know if Meritxell wanted to say anything. Oh, she's gone. She had to leave. She had another meeting, unfortunately. Right, well, we have run out of time, I'm afraid. Perhaps we can just have one last question, and then we have a quick summary of a couple of ideas, and then we have a quick coffee break. But it's also a comfort break if anybody needs to go to the toilet, for example. If you want to just nip outside and get a coffee, we'll make the coffee break even shorter than it was going to be. So one more question, and then we'll break for coffee. Can you hear me?
¿Así? ¿Sí? Genial. Vale, pues muchísimas gracias a las colegas.
Thank you very much for
siempre
this wonderful presentations. Because often we talk about triple nexus from a very conceptual point of view, but we've seen some really concrete examples of how it's been implemented. And that's very, very useful because it gives us an idea of what we're actually talking about. So the issue isn't easy. Peace in the triple nexus is a very thorny issue, but I at least have now have a clearer idea of what we're talking about. And we're talking about something that needs to be bottom up and needs to be different in each context. We carried out a study in Latin America, for example, and there peace was seen with a small p, not a capital P. It had to do with peaceful coexistence between different communities. In other cases, it's different. The aim is to reduce tensions in order to work directly with armed groups. But perhaps it's not our job to define, how peace is going to be implemented and what peace looks like in every single place. No, perhaps it needs to be different in each place. It needs to be defined from the bottom up. And this triple nexus approach helps us to do that, I believe. I also thought it was very interesting when you talked about the role of education as a vector for peace, as a starting point as well for working on humanitarian issues and peace building. And interesting as well, I thought, was how empowerment of marginalized populations can play a really important role in peace building. And looking at children as agents, not just as sort of passive recipients, but agents of change themselves, agents that can help build the peace in their particular region. And we saw this in Burundi with the JRS, how they're helping to transform the social situations which are at the heart of the different conflicts at a micro level in families, but at different levels as well, making women the mediators of different spaces. So I don't have much time. You gave me very little piece of time, so that's really all I have time to say. I've got a lot of questions that I'm going to ask you during the coffee break, but thank you all very much. Okay, so we're going to break for just 10 minutes for coffee. So a quick comfort break, and we'll be back at 12 o'clock. We could take our seats. That would be great because we do need to press on. Right, we're now going to start with the next round of presentations of experiences. We're going to go to Rwanda and Palestine with the Medicusmundi Vizcaya and Alaba Consortium and Mundubat. We have Olatz Dominguez here at the table. She's a technician, expert in international cooperation. She works at Medicusmundi Araba. She's 20 years of experience in international cooperation, both at headquarters and in the field, working with other NGOs and international institutions. Over the last 6 years, she's been managing women's empowerment projects in Rwanda and Peru with the Medicusmundi Araba team. And she's here. She's a Basque, so it's great to have her here today. And also she worked with us for a little while, which is great. We also have Ava Pastor Garcia. She's a project technician in the African area of Medicusmundi, Vizcaya. She currently works in Bilbao, but in fact, she has been in Rwanda. She's participated in both the formulation and the field monitoring of this cross-border project. And we're also online. We have two other colleagues, Yvette Nema and Yvonne Gatare. Yvette Nema Mushigo is Executive Secretary of the Congolese partner SPR in Bukavu and the coordinator of the organization's program. She's an activist for Congolese women's rights. She has been for the last 25 years, and she's a strategic advisor within the cross-border project. And Yvonne Gatare is a women's rights activist, a Rwandan women's rights activist, and a member of the team of Arde Kubaho, the Rwandan partner. Within the cross-border project, she's in charge of promoting human rights, women's rights, and children's rights. And I will also introduce you to Monica, who'll be talking a little bit later. Monica Alonso San Millan specializes in human rights, peace and development cooperation. She has experience in the management of cooperation projects in conflict context and has been a member of the Mundubat Foundation for 13 years, where she's currently the coordinator of the organization's international department. So we're going to start with the consortium. Off we go. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to just go through my presentation quite quickly because I think the most important and the most interesting things is going to be what our sisters on the ground will be talking about. So, from an institutional perspective, the first thing to say is that after yesterday and today, and what we've heard yesterday and today, we are not very humanitarian, to be honest, because we actually are basically focused on development cooperation. It's not humanitarian action, really. So we kind of work with other dimensions of the triple nexus approach. We were quite surprised, actually, to be honest, when Alicia and Pilar invited us to talk. And in fact, other people have said the same thing. He says, but your project is a cooperation project. What are you doing in that conference? But actually, we're very grateful to the agency because I think that the analysis has been very broad-ranging. And it's helped us to think about our own project in a different way. It's been very interesting because the triple nexus we've seen is perhaps not explicitly present in our planning and everything that we do, but it is there implicitly. It's sort of underlying a lot of the different elements that we work on. So let me just tell you. Let's have a look at the 4 pillars of this product. We have the consortium made up by the Medicusmundi in Araba and Vizcaya. We've been working for over 20 years in Rwanda. We've been working with different local partners, and you can see who they are there on the screen. It's not just Arde Kubago, which is our partner in Rwanda. We have Coforwa as well, and Uwama as well. And I think this really ties in with something that we've been said here, that we need to make the most of consortia. We need to make the most of partnership and really make the most of your partner's expertise. And I think this is exactly what we've done with Arde Kuwawa in Rwanda and SPR in RDC. And what we do is that we try to create partnerships with and between local partners. This involves a lot of dialogue and a lot of dialogue building. And this is what underlies our current experience. In December, we're going to we've been involved in this project for 1 year. So it's the first cross-border project. It's the first project that we're doing with regard to peace building, and it's a cooperation project. So this is all things that you need to bear in mind. I think it's important to understand the context. A year ago, we renewed our consortium, our country plan for Rwanda, and for the first time in this strategic plan, the countrywide strategic plan, the term peace building or conflict resolution appeared? Well, conflict resolution, I think we've been talking about it for many, many years. We always continually have to be working on conflict resolution. This is an ongoing demand that stems from the Rwandan population. But for the first time last year, the term peace building appeared, as did humanitarian action or humanitarian aid, because we mainly focus on development cooperation. In humanitarian aid or humanitarian action, Medicusmundi Vizcaya has some experience in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but not the Alaba side of the consortium. And there's another very specific project between in Latin America, Venezuela. And as we've been preparing this presentation, we've been thinking about that a lot. So let me just talk a little bit about the tools that we try to use and that have to do with the triple nexus, even though it doesn't specifically say that. It's a project that's carried out in 2 countries in the presence of an ongoing latent conflict between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda. It focuses a lot on women. It tries to strengthen the political action and advocacy of these women as agents of social transformation, aiming to make their role in peace building more visible. And so just very quickly, we have 5 elements that we as a consortium have seen, which means that this project is different, is one. The role of the expat. The expat is a neutral external observer. She is a mediator. She's a key element in the dialogue. She helps to deconstruct stereotypes, and she generates sources of verification that are outside the local sources. So we have a conflict resolution report, and we consistently analyze everything, but she observes all of this from outside. Then we have a specific security plan for the zone. This is not something that we'd ever thought of doing. The local partner suggested it. It's a conflict zone. And we had to carry out a security plan for our partners and also for the expat, because this has helped in itself. It was important to actually analyze the risks. This is always linked with humanitarian aid projects. And then we also have spaces of dialogue and the creation of sorority networks between women. And then a cross-cutting tool is the fact that because this is a cooperation project, so we, as a cross-cutting tool, we have the human rights-based approach. We've analyzed and we have had a look at the different international guidelines and etc. But we don't work with the international agencies. We take their guidelines into account because it gives us an idea of the legal framework in which we're moving, and so that our local partners can know what their rights are, but we don't work with large-scale agencies. We work more at a grassroots level. We work with platforms of women, cross-border platforms of women in both countries, and also coordination groups which works with civil society in both countries as well. And then something else that we have already mentioned once, we were talking about assessment of the conflict. We continually assess the conflict, and this is something that is done by the team members, our local partners, and ourselves. So this is the more institutional side of the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. I think Yvette and Yvonne should really be given the floor now.
Tienen que activar el micrófono, por favor.
You need to activate your mics. You need to turn your mics on so that we can hear you.
Merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Yvonne Gattare et je vais directement.
Thank you very much. My name is Yvonne. And I'm going to talk. I'm going to try to answer the questions that they've asked us. First of all, the first question was how was all this theory actually materialized in a cross-border project? Well, the triple nexus approach is present in the cross-border projects because as peace-building agents, it's very important to pay attention to the rights of women, especially in the Great Lakes area. And this project has enabled us to exchange experiences and to forge closer bonds and collaborate with other stakeholders and other actors. For example, we have the bi-national meeting of cross-border women, 50 women from both sides of the border, 25 from Rwanda and 25 from DRC. We got together to identify the 5 most important problems that they come across in their everyday work. Problems were often fiscal in nature. The closure of the borders was another problem, and migration. There were 3 of the 5 problems identified. And there are other types of problems as well. The police, that was another problem. How can I say this right? The behavior of the police, how they behave towards cross-border women. Also, the socialization of the project with local authorities and border authorities. There have been arguments. We've had arguments with people who work every day with cross-border women. And during that meeting, the project was presented. We explained how it was going to work, how the collaboration was going to take place. And the authorities did in fact collaborate in this case to make it a success. And hopefully in future years, we'll see the results of all of this. We'll see the outcomes. Shall I continue or shall I pass the floor to Yvette? What do you think?
Okay, je continue.
Okay, I'll continue then, shall I? Okay. Well, the second question that we were asked had to do with relationships between the different social groups and existing conflicts.
Adelante, Yvette, cuando quieras.
Yvette, are you going to speak? Go ahead.
Je peux?
Can I?
Sí, sí.
Yep, go ahead.
Ok, d'accord. Je sais que c'était la question comment ces concepts ou cette approche se matérialise dans.
So the question was about how this is actually materialized in a cross-border project. We do apologize, but the sound quality isn't great, so we will do the best we can, but sometimes it's hard to interpret when you can't hear very well what the speaker is saying. We do apologize.
Tal vez si quitas la cámara, la imagen de la cámara igual va mejor.
There's a suggestion that maybe if you just turn your camera off, the sound may improve.
Les femmes commerçantes transfrontalières qui ont créé avec les autorités des douanes et les différents problèmes. On a vu qu'il y avait un problème entre les femmes et les autorités transfrontalières.
So we've seen that there was a problem between women and the cross-border authorities, maybe the migration authorities or the immigration authorities or the police. But thanks to this new approach, we have created different collaborative projects, a space for exchanging ideas and opinions. And I'm sorry, but the sound seems to have been lost. We do apologize.
Les femmes
Sí, casi mejor por una conexión que continúe la presentación.
Les problèmes qui sont abordés, ce sont des problèmes qui sont liés.
So the problems that we've tackled are linked
Ça veut dire que c'est un environnement au fait qui
to the work carried out by women in the field of small-scale commerce, I think she said. Again, it's very difficult to understand her as the sound is breaking up. We do apologize.
Les relations saines entre les douanes et les services techniques. Donc, où nous avons les différentes parties prenantes engagées. Oui, je vous
Sí, casi mejor que continúe Yvonne con la presentación.
Perhaps Yvonne can continue with the presentation because unfortunately we can't hear Yvette very well.
Silencias el micrófono de Yvette por si acaso.
Perhaps we can silence Yvette's microphone. Can you silence Yvette's microphone and we can let Yvonne continue? Okay, right. Well, I'll carry on with the second question then, which is the impact of the cross-border project on the relationship between the different social groups with regard to existing conflicts and whether or not opportunities improved or things got worse. In Rwanda, the outcome has been fairly positive because the aim is to promote peace between cross-border women on both sides of the frontier, of the border. We've also seen that the existing conflicts between these women have begun to decrease quite considerably, in fact. And moreover, we've seen that the cross-border women, in fact, they themselves say the following. Amara Adija from Congo said that the project has changed her attitude towards Rwandan women, and it has shown her how to resolve conflicts and to communicate with respect and to strengthen collaboration with her Rwandan counterparts. Another participant from Rwanda says that the fact that creating a women's group has supported her and given her a greater knowledge of her rights, which has enabled her to manage her company with more confidence and with greater autonomy. Also, the training and the dialogue with authorities as well have helped to reduce conflicts between cross-border women and local civil servants.
So
with the SPR from the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which thanks to that, the project has changed their attitude to conflict resolution and has fostered peaceful coexistence between the women participating in the project. The relations between the women in Rwanda and DRC has improved, generating an environment of mutual trust. One participant. Again, sorry, there's interferences with the noise, with the sound again. We do apologize. There's a microphone that's on, and so we can hear two people talking at the same time, which makes it very difficult to interpret. It's very important to highlight the fact that women are participating more and more actively in the project, and the climate of trust which has been generated amongst the women is gradually being consolidated. And collaboration with authorities brings about an increasing rapprochement, which brings about a much more sincere and close relationship. One important outcome was the presence of one of the people, the team members in Rwanda. That was very important. In Rwanda, after having identified the problems experienced by cross-border women, we invited some of the authorities to come and talk about the fiscal and border-related issues. And someone from the immigration authority as well was also invited to talk about migratory and immigration policy. And all of this has helped women to improve their knowledge of practice.
Both civil servants were in contact with women so as to try and solve their problems in terms of cooperation. A WhatsApp group was also created, and also a technical committee was created so as to improve the exchange of communications. And in terms of the SPE, this cross-border project has contributed to improve commercial relationships between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which makes it easier to solve conflicts at the community level and which fosters the creation of small companies or small-scale commerce companies. The relationships between the authorities and women participating at the project, those relations have consolidated. We have been able to generate spaces of exchange so as to try and clarify their doubts. This collaborative approach among both organizations has been very important so as to be able to reply to the participants' requests and needs, and also to boost interaction between these women, improve their relationships, give them support in terms of skills, and also being able to prevent and solve conflicts. Number 4, this peace environment generated as a result of the project has given more economic autonomy to women, reducing their mental stress and their exposition concerning violence. They are less exposed to violence. Thank you very much for your attention. Yvette, maybe we can hear you better now.
Sí, bueno, sí. Alba, continúas tú, por favor.
Well, maybe Alba, you can continue. It's a pity. Well, we wanted them to talk because for us, what they think is essential. That is the most important thing. But I'm going to try and sum it up and share it with you. As Olat was saying, this is our first experience in terms of peace building and development. So how have we integrated peace building within the project? We decided to focus on cross-border women. We decided to bet in favor of this approach, to work with local stakeholders, local agents. We prefer not to work with institutions or local authorities. We prefer to work directly with women. That was essential. What have we been doing to integrate this peace-building approach? We wanted to bet in favor of the creation of sorority networks. We wanted to respect the local mechanisms they have in terms of peace-building and listening to their needs, the needs of these women. We wanted to generate debate spaces, debate fora. Like that, we have been able to deconstruct stereotypes that exist in both countries. We're talking about two countries which historically have been at odds. I work as an expat. I have seen it. So these different strategies have been very useful to open up the debate and to reflect and think together and to say, oh, yes, yes, we have been able to deconstruct ideas. Working with local authorities and with cross-border authorities was important as well. We wanted women to get closer to authorities, to get to know about how their work rights are key. We wanted women to know about their rights, their political rights, their economic rights, also the rights that children have. Promotion of associations and cooperative and co-ops was key as well. That was essential for the project. Now these women are better articulated and later on they will be able to keep on having a job. And then advocacy is key as well. We wanted to give tools to these women so that they can carry out these advocacy strategies. We want them to become agents for change, women. All that in terms of peace building. And now if we go back to development, well, we have been working in terms of skills, empowerment, human rights, participation, engagement, and ecological sustainability. When we are working in peace building, we also have to be taking these elements into account. And we work in terms of humanitarian action. We need to have critical thoughts and to develop that perspective. I try to sum it up, but of course, if later on my colleagues can speak, I mean, they will be able to complete what I just said. So what about the role of expats? Yes, expats play a very important role. It is true that this role at a certain point was controversial. It was put into question by some funders, but we've realized that the role expats play is very important. They are not going to be saving things, as mediators. No, they won't be able to change everything. First of all, they play the role of observation. It is true that they do not know the context just as well as people who live there. Well, so they start from this observation perspective. They are there, they are external, and maybe they are able to see the nuances that the local population cannot see. And then the fact of being there makes it possible for them to work in terms of stereotypes, fighting against stereotypes. They play a role as facilitators. Some people speak about mediators, but I think that expats are there to give support to local women. I think that both in Congo and in Rwanda, both cultures, they are very hierarchical cultures. There are clearly defined hierarchies. So expats are there, acting as a bridge between cultures, between two cultures. And the idea, they also play a role in terms of motivation. Yes, they keep the motivation around the project. They play a very important role. Also, they represent the consortium, they represent the funders. And also they play a very important role as communicators between the north and the south and the north. Communication. Yes, they play the role as bridges in terms of communication. And also, they are there to get to know about the skills the communities have. Yes, being in situ is very important to learn from those local communities. And then they play a very important role in terms of advocacy, both there as well as here or within our own organizations. We want to put into value the role of expats because in contexts such as Rwanda and Congo, we think that they play an essential role, expats. So that was my contribution. Thank you very much, Alba, Olat, Yvonne.
S'il vous plaît. Je voudrais ajouter quelque chose.
If I may, I would like to add something. Please, go ahead. Sure. Please, go ahead.
Ok. Ok, d'accord.
Thank you.
Revenir sur l'aspect
I would like to go back to collaboration. I would like to go back to the cooperation between women at both sides of the border. That is something very important in our region. Our region has been suffering from different conflicts for a very long time. And these links, this collaboration links between women bring us closer. That is something that I would like to highlight. I would also like to add the cooperation, the collaboration of authorities at both sides of the border. That collaboration is key as well, because that is going to be important in terms of the relationships between women, but it will end up having also an impact on their activities, on women's activities, both at the collective as well as at the individual level. Like that, women will feel accepted. And this fosters also exchanges at the cross-border level. And in this way, women can end up having economic autonomy, and they are less exposed to violence. It is true that in the past, there were quite a lot of misunderstandings. They didn't understand very well what was their role to play in community. There were misunderstandings at both sides of the border. So this goes hand in hand with development and with peace, this collaboration. We have to boost these links between women. That is what we do. And we want also to support them, to support their economic activities. We know that women help each other. There are economic transactions between them at both sides of the border. So that is why this project has been very significant. We have been able to generate links between women and also generate links with local authorities. Thank you very much for highlighting this collaboration with authorities. Now we are going to listen to Mundubat in Palestine. We do not have a presentation to share with you. Monica, whenever you want, the floor is yours.
¿Listo, verdad? Sí. Bueno, pues buenos mediodías a todas, a todos. Y
Good
bueno, antes que
morning.
nada agradecer
First of all, I would like to say thank you for having organized this event.
Al final, ¿no? Pero bueno, me gustaría empezar con una valoración del espacio porque me parece
I think that it is extremely interesting, everything we are saying, what we are talking about. It is so very necessary for us to come together and work together. And it is essential for us to listen to members from the academia, from different organizations that belong to the United Nations, listen to local communities. It is a pleasure listening to all of you, listening to our African colleagues. We also have lay organizations, religious organizations. So this variety and this diversity is essential for us, because this is essential in terms of how we work to promote peace. When we carry out humanitarian work, it is as if everything is very clear, and it is true that Fernando Almanza launched many questions. And yesterday, Carlos as well, he asked very interesting question. So first, let me tell you about which is my standpoint. Yesterday, we spoke about peace in capital letters, and maybe there was a division between peace in capital letters and peace in normal letters, and it is true that we're also talking about bridges, but I am going to be talking from the perspective of social organizations, and we want to speak about peace always in capital letters. I had a presentation that I wanted to show you, but unfortunately, I do not have it. Well, Mundubat was born in 1988. Some background. It is important to speak about it when we say that there are not many peace strategies. There is something that I would like to highlight, and it is that we were born at a very specific moment. We had this anti-war pacifist approach. Many organizations in Spain and in Basque society, we were born with the idea of promoting peace. This has always been a key word. In many places, they refer to us as an organization promoting peace, an organization against NATO, against war, an organization that was there for the promotion of the 0.7%. Yes, that is how we started working. After yesterday, I decided to research a little bit into my own organization, and there are so many things that we take for granted. Yes, our mission, our vision, our values. So our mission, in our mission, we never speak about development, for example. And now I will be talking about strategic plans. On the other hand, we speak about social transformation, promotion of human rights. We do not speak about peace, neither. Then it was in our title. We speak about conflict. We speak about transformation of inequalities. We even say that we want to obtain a new world order. What do I mean by that? I think that in our organizations, sometimes we take for granted that we are working to build peace. We take it for granted. But we need to highlight it. Let me now tell you about the moment in which we started talking about the triple nexus. And it was incorporated only this last year, because in the past we were talking about other issues. So in this strategy, in the strategy 2012-2017, that was the first time we were doing a humanitarian strategy. Well, even if we had been working in cooperation approaches from the very beginning, but that strategic planning was launched in the year 2016. in a framework in which we were speaking about situations of conflict as a priority. We defined them as a priority. We work in situations of conflict. We work with conflicts, around conflicts, from both perspectives, and we assume that that is our priority action framework. We work on conflict. We want to strengthen civil society. We are going to be working specifically with grassroots movements, with women's groups, because we are convinced that the role is going to be key if we want to overcome conflicts and if we want to obtain fair peace. And it is true that we were talking about even definitions. From then on, we said that we need to put an adjective to peace. So, long-lasting peace, fair peace. In this first strategy, we go back to the 2016 strategy. We adopted the bank approach, an approach that maybe we all know about, and we assume it as a working approach for our humanitarian activities. Next strategy saw the light in 2018. And in this case, the idea was to link our work in situations of conflict with the promotion and advocacy of human rights. We are already doing that in other contexts, but we want to work specifically around conflicts, on conflicts from this perspective. And once again, we talk about grassroots organizations, support to popular resistance groups, and we start defining situations of conflict, and we started talking about situations of occupation and decolonization processes that are still undergoing. So that was important in terms of where we develop our action. We have a new strategy adopted last year, and once again, a key field for us was not to talk about only work on conflicts, but we decided to start talking about peace building. And what does it mean, peace? What do we mean by that? We say that we want to act for the promotion of peace dynamics, transformational peace. We want peace to be transformational, so we want to limit the impact of violence, and we want to transform the underlying causes underpinning conflict, putting in the center the local voices through peace and life sustainability. Peace has to be fair and long-lasting. We also adopted a humanitarian strategy in 2024, and here we make the triple nexus explicit, and we joined it and incorporated within our operational work frame, together with other elements that are essential as well. We have the theoretical framework, and we speak about localization. We bet in favor of feminist approach, hand in hand with essential humanitarian framework. But this localization element was important within this theoretic framework, which goes hand in hand with the peace construction efforts. So after this statement, I think that now we have to try and understand how we develop those planification processes on specific terms. Okay, very good. Your strategy is there, but then how do you plan things? How do you implement things? How and this be translated into specific plans. For Mundubat, for us, when we plan strategies and projects, there are always two prior conditions. We are only going to be working in places where we were present before developing any intervention. We have to be there, and we have to be willing to stay there. We were there before, we want to remain there, and we do not only want to reply to emergencies. And we are also working within a very clear framework of localization. We always work with local organizations, local communities, communities integrated in social, at the social level. We have Mundubat in Mali, Palestine, and in Salvador, but we work with local stakeholders, with local agents in organized civil society in those different places. And that is why whenever we plan our strategies, we always start by analyzing the context. We have spoken about it. We start by analyzing that situation of conflict, and then there we incorporate a further element, which is essentially if we want to know the actions to develop, because at the end of the day, violent conflicts, whenever there is violence, is because somebody decided to go to violence to fight in favor of certain interests. So we have to start by identifying those interests, either in situations of violence or not. So we analyze the alliances, and then we collect the proposals coming from our allies. And now I am looking at the development colleagues. None of the proposals coming from the allies, nobody, never, ever, anybody has. I'm going to share with you a humanitarian aid proposal. No, they never say that. They come and say, well, we have a proposal because we need to reply to this emergency because there was a flooding in Choco last week, for example. We are in Choco working, and then I will be talking about Palestine. Don't worry, Pilar. We start by analyzing the situation. We carry out this assessment, and then we go to funding, and we try and see where it can end up being more useful. We do not have a programmatic framework for our action.
De planificación ni en la propuesta concreta. Operan posteriormente cuando hacemos la segunda fase de la planificación.
When we go to the second stage of planning, that is when we start defining which are the proposals that are going to be benefiting from funding. And then we start by analyzing in detail. It is as if we decompose things into pieces so as to know what is going to be funding, what is going to be funded or not. We are an institution that depends from public funds at 95%. And that is very important so as to know which is our position.
Entonces ahí es donde para nosotras por lo menos
for us, at least, that is how we start generating, at a certain point, different silos start being generated, differentiating between different interventions. Later on, I will be talking about the specific strategy in Palestine. We work with bodies, with institutions who come to say to us, now you are humanitarian agents. And we say, yes, we're all going to be humanitarian agents. That is a reality in terms of our conversations with other bodies.
So what tools do we use? Once we've gone through the process of sort of breaking things down into different pieces to try to make sure that everything fits and we can mesh everything with the different funding options, the tools that we use are as follows. We try to specify the work that we carry out with our partners. We use tools to do that. Actually, let me go back. It's in tools that perhaps one of the most important challenges lies for us. There are, of course, other challenges, but for us, in our everyday work, the major challenge for us are the tools. How can we see these tools? How can we see these proposals clearly in order to monitor them well, to measure the impact, etc.? And until now, what we've done is to use what has been developed in other approaches. So we use the human rights-based approach mainly, again, with an analysis of stakeholders and the role of each stakeholder in the conflict. We identify perpetrators. This is very important when we're talking about human rights, and when we talk about conflict, there are always perpetrators. We need to identify them. We also use a gender-based approach in order to carry out a differential analysis of the impacts of the conflict on men and women, and also other groups as well. Accountability, environmental sustainability, and then also sensitivity to conflict, which is important as well. So in this, with regard to the triple nexus, this is the approach that helps us most, I believe, because it asks us very direct questions. It suggests different categories of analysis, etc., and this can really help us more directly to design and to formulate different interventions. So perhaps now I can talk about this very complex task, which is the presentation of different peace-building dynamics in the different contexts, or the context of Palestine, whether we have genocide and ethnic cleansing occurring and terrible violations of human rights. But from this sort of broad approach, broad idea of what transformative peace actually means, and we are, as an organization, Mundubat is committed to transformational peace, I think that we can draw some conclusions that I think are worth mentioning. When Pilar said, you need to talk about Palestine, I said, oof, it's not easy. It's not easy to talk about Palestine at this moment in time, particularly. But I think that we can all learn from each other. We can all draw conclusions. And the first thing that I'd like to say is that I haven't been very obedient to Pilar. So I'm not just talking about one experience. And in fact, that's one of the things that I want to say, in fact, in today's meeting. You have, well, our colleagues have done fantastic work. We've had presentations of specific experiences, and that was wonderful, praiseworthy. You've been identifying specific actions in each experience, and that's great, that's fantastic. But as the colleagues from UNICEF said, the processes are very long processes, and they go beyond one specific action. And in order to actually learn something and to draw lessons from what we're doing in Palestine, we need to have a much more holistic and long-term vision. We've been working with the Basque Cooperación Agency for 20 years. And I like this sort of work that lasts for 20 years, because it gives us a really clear idea of where we are. So we've spent 20 years working in Palestine in collaboration with Lankidetza, with many different projects in East Jerusalem, the West Bank, Gaza as well. What can I say about the work that we've carried out? The territory is really compartmentalized. So when we're talking about risk analysis, conflict-sensitive analysis, this is important to take into account, because the compartmentalization of the territory is one of the strategies of the occupation, of course. And in the projects that we have been carrying out, the projects themselves have been fairly compartmentalized. So here we're talking about both positive and negative elements. Well, this is a negative one, because the fragmentation of the context itself in Palestine has an effect on our capacity to intervene. We've had 5 projects in West Bank, 5 in East Jerusalem, 7 in Gaza, and only one, which has covered the entire territory of Palestine. With regard to type of actions, 9 of the interventions could be termed development projects, and the others really have been more humanitarian. But the type of actions that have actually been carried out in the 18 projects that we have set in motion are all very similar, in fact, with the exception of 2 projects which have to do more with women's empowerment linked to social and political engagement, specifically in just before elections, the elections in Palestine. So we were trying to foster the women's movement and try to encourage women's involvement in the electoral process. That was only 2 projects. The rest of the projects have been interventions that were mainly linked to protecting life, the life mainly of women and minors, but also prisoners, Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, and then also with the promotion of livelihoods for vulnerable groups, mainly Palestinian peasants or those working in the rural areas. We also we've used a number of different strategies, all of it underpinned by a capacity building strategy of local partners, but not just of our local partners, and other social organizations with whom our partners work. So maybe just to get a bit more concrete, I'd like to talk about 2 specific interventions, which really kind of fall into the humanitarian action category. Both were humanitarian strategy projects. They really, the funding facilitates the combination of different types of action. And I'll tell you a bit more about that when I talk about the findings. But the incorporation of the triple nexus of approach in projects that are limited with regard to the time frame and finding. It's more difficult to do that. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's certainly more difficult when the projects in question are constrained both from a time point of view and from a funding point of view. But in the case of both these framework projects, they, as I said before, they fall into humanitarian action projects. They also provide psychosocial aid, especially in the case of East Jerusalem, but also aiming to help communities cope better with different problems, improving their knowledge of rights, and act in response to violations of human rights. And one key component, and I think this is really where we can really see most clearly the triple nexus approach and the peace building approach, and that has to do with international protection and the involvement of international stakeholders in the protection of local Palestinian activists and partners, especially in the case of East Jerusalem. We were focusing specifically on human rights activists who were being criminalized and, in fact, incarcerated on occasions. In the case of Gaza, the actions were again aimed at protecting. They were under the umbrella of protection projects, again, strengthening capacity building. So capacity building focused on the local organizations working in Gaza, with a special focus here on mental health, to help them cope with the mental health effects of the violence suffered at the hands of the occupying groups. And another key component, which has to do with international protection, and here is where peace comes into play as well. It's difficult to see, but it is important that it's there. And I think here we need to, and I would like to thank the agency for being so flexible, because you've always been so flexible whenever we've worked with you. When we presented this intervention, Gaza was an occupied territory, and there was a blockade, but it certainly wasn't suffering the problems it's suffering at the moment. So our strategy for international protection changed completely after the 7th of October. And we started to work with local organizations that were calling for a ceasefire, because obviously that's the first step towards peace building. And then also working with European agencies also to establish measures that would in one way or another help stop the aggression. That's been my link with both local, state and European stakeholders working in Gaza. I think that this component of international protection, which is present in both of the projects that I've just told you about, is, from our point of view, one of the basic elements that have helped facilitate all of this, as well as having the previous strategy, which I talked about at the beginning, and the link with the different types of stakeholders on the ground and in situ. That's really helped us to incorporate the three elements of the triple helix. So we have all of these different elements have been incorporated, and that's been really important. And also the access to stable funds, not just from the Basque Agency, but from other donors as well. Sorry. What makes it difficult? Well, in the Palestinian context, everything, basically. So going from a context with an absence of formal peace, which is what the situation we were in before, passing from that to a situation with acts of genocide, increased aggression, etc. The presence of a delegitimized authority in the territory as well. That makes things very difficult to build peace in the region. We also believe that there's an increasing trend towards the humanitarization of interventions in Palestine. There's a sort of a lack of possible scenarios. The lack of possible scenarios isn't just occurring in the humanitarian field, but also in the field of development. And this just makes everything much more complex. It makes it very difficult for us to respond to donors' expectations when we're designing development projects that will complement the humanitarian action carried out in Palestine. And then there's another element which is very important as well, and that has to do with the existence of different interests in the same sector. It's not simple to actually bring about a consensus in contexts such as Palestine, where there's extreme aggression occurring, because we all have diverse interests and all the different actors have diverse vested interests, and we bring our interests to the negotiating table and to everything that we do. And that doesn't help either. So despite these difficulties, we believe that the different experiences working in this very broad field, which has to do with protection, in which we've been accompanied by the Basque Agency, have had an impact. They've had an impact helping protect people against military aggression and the aggression by armed groups. But there's also had an impact in the sense that it's helped to strengthen social fabric, helped communities to develop, and from an organizational point of view, we believe the impact has been positive as well. Always talking about focusing on civil society, of course. And as a peace-building element, I would highlight particularly the opening up of new avenues for coordinating and working together with different stakeholders. We can't talk about an impact of peace because we obviously haven't had that. I mean, there is no peace in Palestine. It would make no sense at all to talk about that in the current context of Palestine. But we have opened up new channels of communication and demands for peace, which I believe is an essential element to visibilize all of this, because sometimes the process itself is important. What is the basic challenge? Well, indicators. This is a major challenge for us. We need a lot more indicators than we have in order to enable us to, we need to design a battery of indicators to be able to come and say, look, this is what we've achieved over, in the course of these 18 projects that we have carried out. This is something that we need to continue working on. It's a collective challenge. It's not just a challenge that we're facing alone. I think it's a collective challenge. And I think spaces and or events such as this are great places. Or maybe we can work in smaller groups to try to come up with this battery of indicators. It would be great to sit down all together and think about how we measure all the things that we do, measure our impacts. And thank you, and sorry if I've spoken for too long. Thank you very much, Monica. So we're now going to have some questions. I have some questions, but I don't know if anyone here or in the chat has a question that they would like to ask. Hello, everyone. My name is Cristina Fernández de Simón from Acción contra el Hambre. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for all the information. I have a question for Mundubat. You said that there are a number of different approaches. You've talked about the fact that the organization stemmed from this interest in peace building, and that peace is always at the center of everything. And I was particularly struck by the mention of accountability. And I would like you to perhaps talk about that a little bit more. How do you develop that, and how do you connect it to peace building in a situation of conflict? Because obviously, as you said, you work in a context of conflict during the conflict, and I don't know if you can give us any idea of how you do that. It would be great to do that.
¿Alguna otra pregunta más?
Any other questions?
Hola. Bueno, Carlos Breda Armiño de Goa.
My name is Carlos from Uruguay, and I think it's a similar question, I think. So first of all, a comment and then a question. So to continue with this question about what is peace, I think this is a core issue, right? When we're talking about the triple nexus, I think there are three things to bear in mind. There are many possible definitions of peace, and in fact, there are languages in which the concept of peace doesn't even exist, which poses another problem. So what do we aspire to when we talk about peace? In general, though, I would say that peace, we need to see it as a process. Often it's seen as sort of, the end, the final destination, but it's not. It's a process. And second, I think it's very useful to have the idea of imperfect peace here. Now, from my academic perspective, I think this is a useful concept, imperfect peace. Who came up with it? Someone from the University of Granada. I can't remember what he's called at the moment, I'm sorry. But the idea of peace as something that can always be bettered, something that's never finished, that will always have problems, that translates into different interests that sometimes are in conflict, that it's never fully achieved, but it's an aspiration to which we are constantly heading and striving for. I think the work by this gentleman are fairly well known, but only in Colombia, not outside Colombia. And then peace is a contextual concept as well. I think this is really important. Peace, we need to understand it and find it in each specific context. So here I have a doubt. To what extent can we talk about peace building in all contexts? To what extent, in some contexts as well, is talking about peace and the triple nexus approach can lead us to make a mistake or to confuse things or to talk in euphemistic terms? And this is a question mainly for Mundubat. In a situation such as the West Bank, to what extent should we even be talking about peace building? In contexts in which peace building depends fundamentally on a geopolitical resolution that really just spills beyond the scope of our work, of NGOs or decentralized cooperation, you're not going to solve the situation in the West Bank just because there are projects. And the projects are important, don't get me wrong. But, projects, which bring together mothers of combatants, for example, or bringing together Arabs and Jews at a community level. I mean, those projects can contribute something, but peace isn't going to come out of them. So to what extent does it even make sense to talk about the triple nexus in such a context? Maybe in those kind of contexts, we need to talk about something else which comes before peace building. And I was listening very carefully to you to see if you mentioned it. And it has to do with, I think it's linked to what you talked about when you talked about international protection. And the concept I'm talking about is resistance. Think about peace building is unrealistic. We need to think about or talk about a previous stage, resistance, non-violent resistance, of course. That goes without saying. And that, I think, is closely linked to what you were talking about when you were talking about international protection. So this is what I wanted to ask. Do you think it makes sense to talk about peace building in a context such as the West Bank, for example, which is a context of aggression, violence, and colonialization.
Hola, bueno, totalmente de acuerdo. O sea, yo creo
Yes, I totally agree. I think that Mundubat has really brought to the table some very major and very important issues, but from a very tangible point of view. I'm very practical, and so when you start talking, you know, the theoretical level, my head often thinks that it's going to explode. We're talking about peace with a capital P, peace with a small p. I mean, it doesn't do it for me. I'm a more practical person. And Monica's in fact been talking, you know, what's the difference between emergency aid? How can I introduce elements of peace building in different areas? I mean, the triple nexus talks about all those different spaces from a very complicated emergency situation. And Palestine, I think, is definitely and very clearly a situation of emergency. So peace building, whether it's a capital P or a small p, is really hard in Palestine, which is why it's so interesting and so important to contextualize all of this. What concerns me most is when we're talking about conflict resolution or we're talking about different elements, and we just think that's triple nexus. So in a development project, obviously, everyone is going to be working on empowerment, everyone's going to be talking about a rights-based approach, but this is the work that we're trying to do here. What makes it a triple nexus project? What is it? What's the extra thing that makes it a triple nexus approach? Women's empowerment per se. Is that peace building? Is it? I don't know. I'm not sure it is. And then I'm also concerned about this idea of impact indicators, etc. We're talking or thinking about, you know, how we can get our next grant when we still. No, it's true. I'm not. You know, you were talking about that 95% of your funding comes from public funds. And this is a reality. We have to deal with this. So I always adapt and tweak the project so that I can get funding. And then that's another major issue, funding for humanitarian action. You have to adapt projects because otherwise you won't get funding for them. So we can talk about indicators. We're starting to talk about indicators, but we still don't know what we're doing. We're trying to run before we walk. We've learned to walk, but we don't really know what scenarios we're going to be working in. But again, this is a major issue. So maybe one last question, and then well, I think Monica will probably like to answer. So one last question, and then we'll let Monica answer. Hi, Fernando again. I think that we're now getting to the nitty-gritty of the event, and that's very, very interesting. So, a concern. You're talking about the different threads, the different categories. I think we have to be really careful not to dilute what is humanitarian action. So humanitarian action is something very specific. Any expression of humanism in an extreme situation is humanitarian action, whether or not it falls into a certain category or can offer funding. And then something else that stems from a meeting I had 3 weeks ago with organizations from Myanmar who are going through a terrible situation. And there was a module in that meeting on the triple nexus, and someone said, from the point of view of donors, there are just 3 different things that need to be merged. And what we're seeing from our human perspective is a person who was just pointing in, you know, different directions, and sometimes you point in one direction with more strength or more energy than in another. But this is the difference. It's not that we put people center stage. It's just that people from their position at the center of the stage look around because otherwise you're just overloading them. And they can really distort the situation. So I'm well aware of the situation in Palestine, but I don't think we should dilute a humanitarian action. It's very simple. It's very powerful. And it really is quite compelling as well. And I think we need to look at the triple nexus from the point of view of humans, not from the point of view of structures, because that's not going to actually help at all in any way, shape or form. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Voy a empezar por el final, me vas a perdonar a la compañera Acción contra el Hambre, pero voy a llegar, ¿eh?
So I'm going to answer if that's okay. When I talked about silos and categories or baskets, if you like, it's important to note that we're not separating the discourse as such. I said that we plan in two phases. The first phase is that we receive the proposals in the framework of our strategic alliances with the people with whom we work.
Once the
proposal is on the table, after we have been studying it, we say, okay, this part won't be able to be funded. But I say, well, if I express it like that, we won't be able, we won't be succeeding, it won't be successful. Sorry, we couldn't listen to the comments, they were not using the microphone. Well, this is a little bit difficult. Pilar. Sorry, but we cannot hear Pilar. Let me give it some thought, but what I wanted to say well, I need a different example. I cannot speak about Palestine. I will refer to Colombia. And I know that my Colombian colleagues will be sharing with us 1,000 examples because, it is the perfect example concerning the triple nexus. Okay, we work with indigenous communities, Afro-descendants at El Choco, and they say, well, in our reality, we need to reply to a situation of flooding. We had floods last week, but in the meantime, we need to be in a dialogue with the armed groups in the territory, and we need to become more resilient in terms of building markets, being able to do market analysis. So, in terms of the capability development. So, my colleagues from the indigenous, Afro-descendants organizations come to me, and then I will have to say, well, that kind of research about the market, that is not what I am going to be presenting because I don't think that will be funded, that kind of action. But do not worry because we have a strategic relationship. So I take this thing concerning the markets and then I go to the development department. We do not need to invent anything. That is taking place within the framework of a strategic work. So I accompany those local organizations so that we can channel those proposals. And sometimes I will have to tell them, for example, we work with organizations linked to the church, and maybe I could tell them, we need to strengthen the gender approach. We also make our own contribution. We cannot deny that. That is what I would like to clarify. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. When I was speaking about generating silos, it is not that I am generating the silos. I think that there is a practical reality and I have to adapt myself to that reality. Sometimes when we propose things in the agency, we are said, yes, we can fund that from the humanitarian point of view and from the development point of view. But I have been told by certain non-decentralized agencies, sometimes people have said, you are including protection in development, legal protection, and psychosocial protection. You are putting that in the basket of development. Well, that is what I meant when I was talking about silos. Silos are baskets. So empowerment. Well, no, sorry. Participation and accountability. Well, you have to go and talk to Fernando. What is the right approach? Let me go back to what Carlos was saying. We incorporate the resistance element. No, sorry. We incorporate this resistance element. At the beginning, I was speaking about the strategies, and we say we want to support resistance processes, but that support implies peace building, because we think that peace goes beyond negotiation tables. And we firmly believe that local stakeholders, local actors are essential. Civil society is going to be essential in any process of resistance, in any process of negotiation. So, for example, if we go to Palestine, I think that there is not any possible framework to develop those actions because, you know, that is not a priority for Palestinian society. They are in a different reality. They are in a situation of resistance in certain cases, and in other cases, in a situation of denouncement, you know, asking for a ceasefire. And I think that the agency and also other centralized agencies, they have been instrumental in this process of actions flexibilization. Sorry, I haven't answered. Yes, because accountability in this case is strictly linked to engagement, to participation, in the sense of generating horizontality dynamics, working not only with our local alliances, but also with the local population. And in the framework of Palestine, this has been a very important challenge. Fernando knows about it very well. It is extremely complex to generate transparency dynamics. For example, in order to know where do funds come from, or for example, the donors, some of them, you know, they do not want anybody to know that they are funding things, and they want to have or to add confidentiality clauses. So transparency dynamics are always difficult, but this is part of the empowerment process for organizations. That is why we always speak about accountability in the framework of resistance and in the framework of empowering society. So, civil society has to be an essential stakeholder. For us, that is only evident. We have run out of time. I don't know if you would like to continue or not. I am looking at Alicia, and maybe there are questions on the chat that haven't been replied. Yes, Pilar.
Pilar, ¿no se me escucha?
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear Pilar.
Tenemos dos preguntas. Una,
there are two questions. one from Benny Buko asking about the protection of humanitarian staff, humanitarian personnel in situations of armed conflict. And then there is a second comment coming from Uganda, saying that conflict resolution and peace building should be a holistic, should have a holistic approach and not a standalone component for durable or lasting peace. I don't know. Would you like to reply to this question about humanitarian personnel, humanitarian staff?
Es que nosotras como experiencia que empodera mujeres y que no trabajan
through our experience, because what we do is to try and empower women. So it is true that we do not have humanitarian personnel. It is true that we have spoken about expats. And maybe there is some link with the protection of humanitarian staff. Yes, in certain cases, it is true that we refer to how to protect our personnel because we are in situations of conflict, armed conflict or latent conflict. I don't know, Alba, you were deeply involved in that situation. Well, we started by analyzing the risks, but it's true that we didn't take that into account in the project. The local member said, watch out, because we are in an area where maybe safety and protection should be taken into account. I remember that moment at the beginning of the project. Both partners, without even having spoken about it, they had it in mind. It was something obvious for them. So they took into account different handbooks coming from United Nations, written by the United Nations, and we gave them freedom to elaborate that safety plan, that security plan. And there, in that plan, they include issues or questions such as, for example, they included things related to what happens in case of, for example, if there are demonstrations, because they work in terms of advocacy. It's true that this was a necessary tool for them, and it's true that we haven't had any problems so far, but it can end up being a very useful and very specific tool. Here we are not talking about the protection of humanitarian personnel. We are talking about this. We are expats, and then we have local partners. Maybe I wouldn't put that label, humanitarian personnel protection, but yes, I think that the fact of having a protocol and an assessment about the risks, I think that is important, because somehow they are humanitarian agents. Very quickly, just 1 minute. I wanted to incorporate that nuance, because for us, protection is protection of personnel, full stop, not only humanitarian personnel. It is true that in situations of conflict, risks are more latent and more widespread, but at the end of the day, that is the responsibility of organizations to guarantee that protection. In our case, we do not do that for each project because the protection of personnel is rooted in our program, in our policies, and it is true that each of us have to know what to do to be and to feel protected, or what is the organization offering us in terms of protection. But we speak in general terms about the protection of the personnel and the protection of the infrastructures of the humanitarian aid elements. Yes, we need to give, I mean, when we speak about protection, protection goes further, goes far beyond. We need to protect the personnel by and large. Once again, we have run out of time, so Luca, the idea was to wrap up, but and to sum up, but maybe we will be doing that later on. I think that at least we need 30 minutes for lunch, so I propose to come back here at 10 minutes past 2. Colombian colleagues, we will be starting 10 minutes later.
Bueno, arratsaldeon, buenas tardes.
Welcome again. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here on time. I'm sorry we had to interrupt your conversations, but maybe later on you will be able to resume those conversations. We're going to continue with the afternoon session. We're going to be talking about Colombia, about Oxfam, Ambulua, and Acción contra el Hambre. First, we will have Oxfam and Ambulua, then we will have questions, and finally, Action Against Hunger, Acción contra el Hambre. Amélie Gauthier is with me. She has a degree in Business Administration, Master in Public Administration, and in International Cooperation. She has been working in Oxfam for the last 7 years and for 15 years in the humanitarian sector, and she's the coordinator of the Triple Nexus in Oxfam. In Colombia, we have, I hope that we have Aura Dalia Caicedo. She's the director of the Training Center for Ambulua Women Empowerment Sector. She is a social leader, Afro-Colombian. She is a professor. She's an expert in interculturality and peace. She's part of the consultative network of Afro-Latino American, Afro-Caribbean women and women from the diaspora. And that is why it is very important to keep on training schools, empowering women to serve, serving to transform, and transforming to generate deep changes within communities and families, leaving traces behind of us. This is a very original presentation coming from Colombia. Mayerlin Caicedo is a member of the Empowerment and Training Center, coordinator of the project Dignifying the Fact of Living, financed by Lankidetza. She is a Black woman, an indigenous woman, born in the Colombian Pacific. She's been working in the promotion of human rights for Buenaventura women. She's a social worker, is sociologist, expert in interculturality and gender studies. We also have Gina Marcela Vargas. She works for Oxfam Colombia, social worker, expert in development projects. She feels passion for humanitarian activities to transform realities. She's been working for more than 8 years in humanitarian projects focusing on gender and construction of long-lasting results, and her role in Oxfam, she works hand in hand with partner organizations so as to give humanitarian replies that generate a positive change. And Jenny Gallego, humanitarian director of Oxfam Colombia, she has more than 20 years of experience in humanitarian aspects in Latin America, in human rights protection, peace building. She wants to contribute to the positive development of communities and local organizations, combining the cultural and engaging the cultural content from communities. So first, I think that Amélie is going to be telling us about the triple nexus from the planning point of view in Oxfam, and then we will go to Oxfam, Colombia, and Ambulua so that they can share with us their experience.
Vale, pues buenas tardes a todos. Entonces, voy a hablar aquí rápidamente
Hello.
un poco de cómo
Very quickly, let me tell you about the triple nexus for Intermon Oxfam. We've been elaborating this concept since the summit in Istanbul because we were given this mandate to work in the humanitarian aspect, development, and more we are developing programs in the field of peace. So which is the concept, the basic concept? We use this concept, which is RRR, 3 R's. It is a bit difficult to pronounce. Rights, responses, but there are also values and identity, including the feminist principles and diversified partnerships. Through this triple nexus, in the last document, we are making an effort, an intentional effort so as to go towards a theory of change which is more coherent with common synergies in all the programs, humanitarian programs for Oxfam, humanitarian, climate inequality, gender, consolidation of peace. We also want to reduce and eliminate problems and generate the social change as well as to strengthen peace. It is very, very ambitious. It is true that in Oxfam we are very ambitious, but that is our perspective. Challenges. In recent years, we have been working a lot from the conceptual point of view, and we still need to link properly. We need to link the humanitarian response and also the deep causes linked to our programs. How can we work trying to give a humanitarian reply and at the same time work in terms of climate, justice, governance, and how to articulate all that properly? Strengthening our interventions in the field of peace. For us in Oxfam, we have this policy that guides us, which says that whenever we have the capabilities and the opportunities, we should try to promote peace. But if within that context we do not have the capacities nor the capabilities, if we do not have funding, then we will have to see what we should be doing according to each situation. There you can see in the bottom the different pathways towards peace that we have been developing, and all through our expertise in these programs we have identified 6 pathways to try and develop those programs linked to humanitarian programs, linking that either to peace or linking that to peace, but only from the programmatic point of view, but I will be going back to that later on. So the triple nexus within our strategic process. In Oxfam, we have a global framework, 2020-2030, and we have a work dimension, which is the improved humanitarian action, and there we refer to the triple nexus. We want to transform the systems contributing to frailty, to fragility, strengthen resilience. We want to obtain sustainable, inclusive peace and to work around local leaderships. That is key. Then we have developed 3 different plans to try and have the possibility to assess the situation as we move forward in the different areas and in terms of the different goals. And we have incorporated something new, which are the lenses. And whenever, for example, one lens is the idea that in everything we do, we need to bear in mind the deep causes of crises, of conflicts and fragilities, and to try and transform those root causes which are perpetuating these situations. So, we also have a feminist approach. We want to boost the civic groups because we think that they need strengthening and support. So what do we do in Oxfam to try and boost and promote this triple nexus so that it can be practical or easy to understand? The idea is to be able to work with different tools. That's right, we have created different tools. We have published different documents concerning leadership, policies. We have also done learning journeys. The idea was to try and be flexible in terms of what the triple nexus means in each country. How are we going to be working? If we're talking about food safety, food security, how is that connected to governance or to other areas? And the thing is to see how we can work. Thanks to our own funding, we've been able to develop innovative and pilot projects. We collect different learnings. Development of the funding framework from a proactive perspective, thinking and focusing on fragility. We want to be able to have a funding framework and other resources such as our external engagement. Now let me show some of the practical tools that we are using in Oxfam. In 2021, we published this document where we identified 4 dilemmas. It was very difficult to say, well, triple nexus is implemented like this or like that. That was very difficult. That is why we decided to speak in terms of dilemmas. How do we work, for example, from the humanitarian point of view, but how are we respecting humanitarian principles, but at the same time, how are we respecting standards concerning peace and good practices? We have humanitarian principles, and then it is true that we try to have a wider perspective. We work with authorities. That is a dilemma when we are working in conflict areas. How can we work at the national level or at the local level? We need to balance programmatic priorities. We have to try and reply, give a response to humanitarian needs, but having a long-term approach. Because we have to start by going to the deep causes. So the document is a guide from Oxfam saying this is what we should be doing. Oxfam will and Oxfam will not. Somebody spoke about, for example, stabilization. Yes, we acknowledge that there is a political and a safety goal from that perspective. So we, as Oxfam, we're not going to be using funds to reply to those objectives. That is an example about the will not. We also develop, I'm not going to be reading it, but the idea is for you to see this checklist. It is useful for managers on the ground, so as to say, how can I integrate certain steps within the management of the project cycle? When I carry out the assessment, when I develop the proposal from the implementation perspective, what are the things that will be useful for me to improve this triple nexus approach?
And then with regard to peace, we developed this document, as I said before, and for each of the 6 pathways to peace, there's a possible theory for change, the link with Oxfam, and the different strategic documents, potential programs, which we've seen, hypotheses or assumptions, and then example indicators. So this is an internal process of reflection carried out within Oxfam in order to really try to focus and to help us to understand how we should act. You can't really see it very well. I don't know if you want me to share this screen, but the aim is to collaborate, sharing natural resources. So we have natural resources, which is very common in programs. We also have resilience to climate events, gender norms, which is the feminist side of things, and then also about how we can work in civic spaces in areas where there is a conflict, and then localization, which is very important for Oxfam, and the global drivers.
Eso también, o sea, son solamente visuales, ¿no? Pero cómo trabajamos el enfoque sensible al
conflicto. So this is how we work on the conflict-sensitive approach, and we've developed our framework for that as well. When and what for? And that was the last question. So I very much agree with what's been said to date. It has to be specific to the context. But in the Sahel, for example, with Recosur, which is one of our projects, which is in fact perhaps where it's worked best, is zones in which there's a kind of a stabilized low-level violence, but when there's acute conflict, it's very difficult. Another thing that's emerging as a good practice is the areas of convergence. And the aim is to strengthen the abilities of communities and to search for levers of change at a local level. So working with local and national partners where and when we have the capacity and the resources. So it's not rules as such, they're not hard and fast rules. We have to take into account the context. So I'm going to stop there because we've seen a lot of examples and experiences, but I don't think they're really worth seeing. We've seen a lot of them already. Thank you very much. Now we're going to pass the floor to our colleagues from Oxfam, Colombia and Ambulua. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, we can hear you now, that's fine. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ini Gallego, and I am the Humanitarian Director of Oxfam Colombia, and we're going to be talking about the different organizations which are developing a project at the moment with the Basque Agency. We're going to be talking a little bit about the experience of Oxfam Colombia in these different projects. And then we're going to talk about one particular project that we're currently involved in. Perhaps I can share my screen. Can we see the presentation? Is that okay? Can we do that? Well, while you're getting it ready, let me just say, by means of introduction, we wanted to say that at Oxfam Colombia, we're a Colombian organization, we're a feminist organization, and we are part of the Oxfam Confederation, and we've been part of the Confederation for 3 years, since 2021. But as a confederation, Oxfam has been present in Colombia for over 40 years. So, as an affiliate of Oxfam Colombia, Our aim is to accompany the peace-building process in our region, because, as you know, Colombia continues to be a very unfair, unequal, violent, polarized country with a very non-transparent justice system. And all of this remains that way, despite the voices that are saying that after the peace accords in 2016, there's been a deep-rooted process of change in our country, but things haven't changed very much, to be honest. We have three main strategic avenues that we pursue in Oxfam Colombia: access to justice and protection of civil and political rights, the closing of economic and social gaps and environmental governance, and then resilient and transformative management of risks and conflicts. All of this forms part of our humanitarian response plan, in which we make a political commitment that is made by Oxfam at a global level and in Colombia as well, to practice local leadership. So we work with local partners in the different areas in an association-based manner. And this is all set out in our response plan. And we cover four important pillars: feminist principles for Oxfam and Oxfam Colombia. Feminist principles are is a backbone, really, of everything that we do. Community participation and community engagement, climate change, and then the triple nexus approach. So very generally, that is the introduction to Oxfam Colombia. I don't know, can we perhaps see the presentation, or I'll pass over to Alia?
Muchísimas gracias. Muy buen
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would like to tell you that Ambulua is a local term which means light that illuminates my thinking. So Ambulua is a driving force that works in the territory. It works with Black women in the territory, and it aims to reconquer rights that have been lost. It aims to put right an endless manner of situations that negatively affect the situation of women, broken bodies, oppressed bodies, suffering that happens in silence, and to try to bring them hope. We want to renew the beating of our hearts in our chest like a drum. Women who are diverse, we all have diversity inside ourselves. We inhabit the space that has been given to us, impregnating our hearts and connecting the silence and projecting hope. Ambulua is what we do. We are light. We are the lights in the darkness of existence. We are bridges which are interwoven and unite different places. We reinforce the social fabric between old people and young people. This is our vocation. We preach loudly and clearly. We say loudly and clearly, enough violence against women. Citizen actions based on symbolic actions. Doing is, and the ability to do is our most precious treasure. We draw on African spirituality, the spirituality of our ancestors, in order to express our silent and firm commitment as a political organization of Black women. We walk together, moving forward together, determined to bring a brighter future to our people. At Ambulua, and with our close ally, Oxfam Colombia, we will continue to reinvent social and community leadership, cultural leadership, political leadership, where we're building peace. Peace building is a mandate that we all feel compelled to fulfill. And from the roots of women of African descendants, we will work together to move towards a new dawn, to weave together hope, defending a decent life. We will embark on different processes. We will sing, we will dance, we will tell our stories, and through our reflections and our narrations and the exchange of experiences in different voices, listening to different voices, and all these voices join together to call out with one voice for peace. Our country, our ancestral territory, with its roots sunk deep into the Colombian Pacific area, young people, teenagers, girls and boys, peace builders. And in another action that we lead as Ambulua, we seek to foster artistic expressions. These are voices that call for a decent and dignified life. Patience helps us, is our ally, and cooperation is the bridge that continues to unite us and helps us move towards a brighter future. Because, as we say in our everyday lives, together we can do what we want to do and we will achieve what we want to achieve. Thank you very much for being with us on this journey. Thank you very much for this hopeful future that we see before us. Thank you from the Colombian Pacific in this positive undertaking. And from Ambulua, we say to you, muchacho.
Gracias, Aurita. Contarles un
Thank
poco
you
sobre
very much, Aurita.
en Colombia, la situación
Let me just tell you about the
humanitaria más en los
humanitarian
últimos 5
context
años
in Colombia, especially over the last 5 years,
se ha deteriorado
has
significativamente las condiciones de
worsened
vida, como verán compartidas,
quite
especialmente en términos de
significantly,
protección para las
especially in
comunidades
terms
afectadas.
of
Este deterioro
the
está
protection
vinculado
of
al
affected
escalamiento del conflicto armado
communities.
interno, al
This has to
aumento
do
en la
with the
intensidad y
scale
la
of the
frecuencia de los
conflict, the
desastres de origen
increase
natural
in
y a las
the
dinámicas complejas de
intensity
los
and
flujos
frequency of
migratorios
natural
mixtos. Todo
disasters
esto se
and the
suma en
effect
un
of migratory
contexto donde
flows.
existe
All
una
of this
limitada
comes
capacidad de
together
respuesta
in a
estatal
context in
para
which there's a
atender las
limited,
crecientes
the
necesidades
state has a
humanitarias de las
limited
personas
capacity
afectadas.
to
Hacia el
respond.
2024 se reportaron
In
8.3
2024,
millones de personas que se
8.3
encuentran en
million
situación de
people
necesidad
were
humanitaria en el
in a
territorio
situation of
colombiano, de
humanitarian
las
need
cuales el
in Colombia, of which
50.4% son mujeres. El
50.4% of
deterioro
them
del
are
conflicto
women.
armado en
The
Colombia
deterioration
perdura
of the armed
por la
conflict in
expansión, la
Colombia
reconfiguración
endures
y el control de los grupos armados
because
no
there are
estatales, por sus siglas
there are
GANE.
struggles
Estos
between the different
hacen
armed
presencia en
groups,
diferentes territorios y
and
ha
these
aumentado
struggles
en los
continue
últimos
in
años esta
different areas, and in
presencia.
fact they have
Es por
intensified
esto
over
que en
recent
el
years,
marco del
which is
conflicto
why
armado,
within the
estos
framework of armed
grupos armados
conflict, these armed
continúan
groups
perpetuando las
continue
violencias
to
basadas en género,
perpetrate violence,
principalmente las
gender-based
violencias
violence,
sexuales,
mainly
contra estos
sexual
grupos
violence
vulnerables como lo
against
son las
vulnerable
mujeres,
groups,
las niñas
women,
y las personas con
girls,
orientaciones sexuales e
and
identidades de género
people
diversas,
with alternative
utilizándolos
sexual
como
identities or
instrumentos de
gender
guerra y
identities.
herramientas de control
They're
social y
used as
territorial.
weapons of war.
En respuesta a esta
So
situación,
in response to this
Oxfam
situation,
Colombia, con el
Oxfam
financiamiento de la Agencia
Colombia,
Vasca de
with
Cooperación y
funding
Solidaridad,
from the
ha
Basque
acompañado a
Agency, has accompanied
23.118 personas
23,
afectadas
over
por las crisis,
23,000
de
people
las
affected
cuales
by
el
the crisis,
70%
of which
son mujeres,
70%
niñas,
are women,
adolescentes, y
girls,
desde el año
and
2020 en
teenagers.
los
And since
departamentos de
2020,
Arauca, Santander
we have
y
been working
recientemente
in Arauca,
Buenaventura.
Santander,
Esta ha
and
sido
then
una respuesta humanitaria
recently in
basada en un enfoque
Buenaventura.
feminista,
All of this is
interseccional,
based on a
local
feminist,
y enfocada en los derechos de las personas afectadas.
intersectional
Adelante,
approach.
Maggie.
Thank you very much, and over to you, Maggie.
Gracias, Gina.
Thank you very much, Gina.
Bueno, contarles que Buenaventura
Buenaventura
es un municipio portuario ubicado en
is
la zona
a port
suroccidente del
town
país, de la costa
on the
pacífica
western side of the
de
Pacific
Colombia,
coast of
en el
Colombia,
departamento del Valle del Cauca. Es uno de
in the
los
department Valle
municipios
del
con una
Cauca.
extensión territorial
It
muy grande, de
is
hecho es
very
la más
large.
grande
In fact,
del
it's the
departamento del
largest
Valle del
in
Cauca.
the
Por su
department
ubicación
due to its
geográfica, es
location, which is
estratégica para el
geographically
país y su
important. It's a
desarrollo
strategic
económico,
area for the
en
country
tanto
and the
que
country's
por
economic
aquí se
development.
mueve más del
In fact,
77%
more than
de las
77% of
exportaciones y
all
también
exports
de
pass
las
through our port.
importaciones.
Oh, well, exports and imports, in fact.
Buenaventura es un territorio
Buenaventura
con grupos
is a
étnicos,
territory
en su
with different
mayoría
ethnic groups,
población
We have different populations of African descendants, and we also have indigenous people. Buenaventura has 12 communes in its urban area and 157 neighborhoods. As a territory, Buenaventura has historically been exposed to structural violence as a result of structural racism, and as a result of the armed conflict, this violence intensified. So the armed conflict just intensified existing inequalities and violence. And as Gina said, in the territory, we have different types of violence. We have forced displacement, we have forced disappearances, and more than 50% of these people affected are women. This project, which is called Dignificando el Existir, so dignifying existence, which is what we're doing in collaboration with Oxfam, with from the Basque government. And as an organization, Ambulua aims to contribute to reducing the protection gap for women and all of those populations which have been affected by violence and the armed conflict, especially in the suburbs of Buenaventura. The aim is to help to increase the capacity of individuals themselves to defend their own rights. Also the aim is to educate women about their sexual and reproductive rights. The aim is that we will be reaching out to 5,580 people, both directly and indirectly. We have a number of different areas that we focus on, a number of different neighborhoods. The protection strategy aims to increase the ability of young women and adolescents to protect themselves. These are people who have been heavily hit by the crisis as a result of the armed conflict, to help them to demand their rights, defend their rights, and to help them to find a strategy to carry out lobbying and to have an impact through communications, so that from this local area we can foster good governance and dialogue with key stakeholders at a local level, at a department level, and at a national level as well. Thank you very much, Gina, and thank you all for listening to me.
Gracias. Bueno, ahora queremos hablar un poco, contarles un poco de cómo
So we wanted to tell you a little bit about the relationship between humanitarian actions, development actions, and peace building. You have 5 minutes.
Perdona, la anterior.
So can we see the previous slide?
Esa. La siguiente, perdón.
Next one, please.
Esta. Aquí vamos.
Thank you. You need to be
segundos.
brief, I'm afraid. You just have 5 minutes. Okay, no problem.
Queremos aquí
Well,
hacer, pues, como,
here
fuerza frente a lo que nos ha permitido las iniciativas que hemos
is
desarrollado
to
Oxfam
look
Colombia, las
at what we've been able to do
organizaciones
thanks to our work with
con la
Oxfam
financiación
and
de la
our work
Agencia
with our
Vasca, que
local
ha
partners,
permitido
thanks to the
contribuir
funding of the
procesos,
Basque
desde luego, de respuesta
agency, which has
humanitaria
helped
en
us
el
to
corto
fund
plazo, unas
different
estrategias en
short-term
términos de cohesión
humanitarian
social,
response
con
projects,
ejercicios de
and then other
fortalecimiento de
projects that aim to
conocimientos y
foster
capacidades
community
de
cohesion
las
and to
personas
build
acompañadas
capacities
para permitir
of
acciones
our
a
beneficiaries.
mediano plazo, pero
They're
también
more
promover
midterm
acciones en
projects,
acceso a
and also
derechos y
to help
soluciones más
promote
duraderas, hablar de
initiatives that have to
derechos,
do with
especialmente,
ensuring
por
rights,
ejemplo, en territorios
protecting
como
rights, and
Buenaventura,
defending
hablar de
rights. In
derechos
areas
sexuales,
such as
reproductivos y menstruales que
Buenaventura,
están
we need to talk to women
muy
about their sexual rights, their
invisibilizados.
reproductive rights, which have just been rendered
Y para
invisible
nosotros
in the
poder
past.
hablar de derechos en la
And
respuesta humanitaria es muy
it's
importante
really important for us
en
to talk about
términos de
rights when we
cómo
talk about
garantizamos estos
humanitarian
procesos
response,
más
because we need
sostenidos,
to guarantee
porque
these more
en la mayoría
sustainable
de los donantes
initiatives,
humanitarios
because
no
most
permiten que se plantee el
humanitarian
tema de derechos porque
donors
ya se ve como
don't want
desarrollo.
us to talk
Entonces creo que eso
about
es muy
rights
importante
because they think that's more
pensando
to
en el
do
tema
with
de derechos.
development. So it's
Y
important to
solamente
think about the triple
resaltar
nexus.
que Oxfam
And I just
Colombia y
wanted to
Ambulua
highlight
somos
the fact that
organizaciones con un
Oxfam
mandato
Colombia and
múltiple,
Ambulua have we have a multiple
humanitarias,
mandate.
acciones
We
de
work
desarrollo y
with
tenemos una
humanitarian actions, also
apuesta
development
política muy
cooperation,
fuerte frente
and
al
we have a
tema de
very
la
strong
construcción y la
political commitment
consolidación
with
de la
regard
paz.
to peace
Siguiente.
building and consolidation. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you very much, Jenny. And I will be very brief as well. I would just like to say that in the framework of these processes, we have identified a number of actions which facilitate the nexus, which will enable us to carry out, for example, the knowledge of the territories, which enables us to have an ongoing analysis of the context. Another element which also facilitates the integration of these actions is Oxfam Colombia's commitment to local partners and to empowering local partners to break away from this whole idea of dependency. And there's also a very clear commitment within this initiative is to work with different grassroots organizations, community organizations, civil society organizations, and ethnical territory authorities in order to have a much more direct impact so that they can understand their responsibilities and what they can do to help protect their population. As main actions that make it more difficult, so on the other side of the coin, that one of the problems is that these projects that are funded by the Basque Agency are limited in time, which makes it more difficult to actually establish a long-term connection. We understand that humanitarian action is focused on immediate concerns and immediate responses, but there are other elements that need to be longer term in nature. The other element which makes it difficult, makes the integration of these actions difficult, is that there is a certain degree of instability due to the increase in the intensification of the conflict and the armed control which exists in Buenaventura. So we need to carry out a risk analysis on the ground as a result of that. Maggie?
Gracias, Gina.
Thank you very much, Gina. I'd also like to say that this project, well, we're still in the initial part of the initial phase of the project, we're still developing it, but we can highlight the fact that it has helped us identify different situations of risk, situations of protection for women who are facing this prolonged crisis within the framework of an armed conflict. So it's enabled us to foster community cohesion, to re-establish this network of relationships or the social fabric which was broken completely by the armed conflict. So it's enabled us to incentivize and motivate local leadership, different aspects that are very important for consolidating community protection networks. As Gina said, it's really important for us at Ambulua to work to identify the risks on the ground, which is why the planning matrix has been very useful to us because it's enabled us to carry out constant analysis, which has enabled us to carry out our actions in a safe way to make sure that everybody is safe, both organizers and participants. And that's all from me. Thank you very much. Thank you. And then finally, just to close the presentation, I'd like to say that as well as the lessons that you can see up on the screen, there are other lessons that we've also learned during this process, and we would like to share them with you as well. From our position as local leaders, we've been able to strengthen representation and collaboration, and this has been key in the development of this project. And given the nature of Oxfam and Ambulua as multiple mandate organizations working not just in Buenaventura but throughout the national territory, so it's shown us that it's crucial to work with communities to protect, to foster their rights, thereby fostering their ability to face the challenges that they are facing in their context. And finally, the incorporation of an intersectional approach has been one of the most important lessons that we have learned in these processes. This approach is essential to enable to provide proper accompaniment to women, children and teenagers and girls and people with alternate sexual orientations and gender identities and other people in vulnerable situations. So I think that's all from us, and thank you all very much for listening to us, and we will be happy to answer any questions.
Listo, muchísimas gracias a las compañeras de Oxfam y de
Thank you
Ambulua
very much
por ese
to
pregón
our
de
colleagues
cooperación
from
de
Oxfam and
desde
Ambulua.
Buenaventura. Y
Thank you
pasamos
very
ahora
much.
a recoger las preguntas
Now
sobre
we're
esta
going to
experiencia.
have
Bien
questions
en el
about this
público, bien en el
experience,
chat.
either from anyone who's sitting here in the room or who anyone wants to ask a question through the chat.
Dale.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por la presentación. Me pareció súper
Thank you very
interesante.
much for that
Bueno,
presentation. It was really
nos resaltaste como
interesting.
estos 4 dilemas, que
And
son dilemas que
we have the
repiten
4
repetidas
dilemmas
ocasiones
that
en
you
la
were talked
sociología.
about, these 4 dilemmas that
Si
have
no
come
solo
up
de
time
Oxfam,
and
sino que
time
creo que es
again.
un debate que
I
compete a
think
muchas
it's
organizaciones.
a general
Y creo que el caso que
debate,
acaban de exponer
a
de
general
Buenaventura es un caso
dilemma.
donde
And
me
the
da
case
mucha
of
curiosidad de cuáles son
Buenaventura,
las reflexiones alrededor de esos dilemas.
I
Por
was really
ejemplo,
interested to
solamente
hear
para
your
enfocarme en uno,
reflections
me da
about
mucha
these
curiosidad de cómo ha funcionado
dilemmas.
la articulación con autoridades
So the articulation with
tanto
authorities
local,
was very
municipal,
interesting to
como
me, both
departamental, como
locally,
nacional,
at a
especialmente cuando
municipal level,
estas
at a higher level, up department
autoridades
level.
tienen
These
distintas iniciativas
authorities have different initiatives,
conflictuantes también, tienen participación en el conflicto de una
and
manera
they are
activa.
also participating actively in the conflict as well, right?
Y podemos también como extrapolar esta discusión de las
And
autoridades, no
I don't
solamente
know,
hablando de las
perhaps we can
autoridades
just
formales y
extrapolate
gubernamentales,
this
sino
because we're not
también
just talking about formal authorities as
cómo
well. We're
operan en
also
un
talking about how they
ámbito donde las
operate
autoridades también son autoridades no estatales,
in a context in which you have
distintas
other
bandas
authorities
que
which are not
tienen un conflicto activo,
government
a veces
authorities,
más, a
but
veces
maybe
menos en el
armed
territorio
groups who are also authorities.
y cómo ustedes ajustan su operación a ese dilema
So
frente
how
a
do
cómo
you
relacionarse
adapt
con esas
your
autoridades.
activities to
Creo que
that
fui
particular
enredado con la pregunta,
circumstance?
entonces si
I
quieres que la
know I've
aterrice un
asked
poco
the
más,
question in a
intento.
really roundabout way. I hope you've been able to
Sí,
understand me.
básicamente la pregunta es,
Basically, the question is
cómo se relacionan con las autoridades, lo ven reflejado a la hora de
the
operar
dilemma of how to,
en un
you know,
sitio tan
interact
complicado
with
como
authorities.
y si han
I mean,
surgido
how is that
reflexiones y
played out
lecciones del territorio a
in
partir
a
de
situation
tratar de implementar
of
este
conflict
proyecto
which is
frente a
so
ese dilema.
complex?
Gina, ¿quieres? O sea, tendría que ser el equipo de
I
Gina,
think
si quieres
perhaps
contestar.
Gina, maybe Gina, perhaps you can answer.
Sí. Bueno,
Or
creo que
Jenny.
aquí hay un elemento muy
Well, I think
importante
there's a really important
y es
element
como
here,
lo planteaba
and
ahora
that
Dalia. Contar con una organización
is the fact that
socia en el territorio, una organización
we need
local
to have a
que
local
conoce el contexto, que sabe cómo
organization that
moverse,
knows the
que ha tenido
context, that
que
knows how
enfrentar
to
durante los
move
años que ha
around in
estado
that
en el
context,
territorio
that's
la
been there
negociación
on the ground,
con
involved in
diferentes
the different
autoridades, pero
negotiations
también
with
sabe
different
cómo
authorities,
trabajar con
and also
en el
to
marco
know
de un conflicto y de
how
un
to work
control de
within the
actores armados.
framework of
Creo
a
que ha
conflict with
permitido
different
que
armed
también nosotros
stakeholders.
lleguemos a
That's really
acompañar ese
important.
proceso desde
And
la
that we
experticia que
accompanied
tiene
that
Oxfam
process
frente
at
a un trabajo
Oxfam.
más en el ámbito de la arquitectura humanitaria, de cómo
Because this is
acompañar
as
esta
opposed to a more
integración de Ambulua
humanitarian
en estos
project,
espacios un poco más burocráticos, por
which is perhaps
decirlo
a
de alguna
slightly more
manera,
bureaucratic space, if you like,
las organizaciones
in
humanitarias
which humanitarian
creemos que
organizations,
tenemos la voz, pero cómo
we think we have a
posibilitar que
voice, but
desde esta
I'm not
puesta
quite sure.
política de liderazgo local, las organizaciones
But we
locales lo
need to
tengan.
have a
Entonces, ¿cómo
commitment to
trabajamos desde
local
toda la
leadership?
experticia
That's
que
really
tiene una
important. So
organización local
we
en el
need to make the most of all the
para
expertise that a
podernos
local
mover en este
organization will
territorio,
have, use
pero
that to
también
help
cómo
us
llevamos
operate
esta
in
voz
that
a
territory.
espacios
But
más
we also need
nacionales
to elevate that voice to more
más
national
regionales
levels
para
and
poder
more
mostrar
regional
las
levels
situaciones. Entonces, creo que es una
in order to solve the
complementariedad de
situation. So
acciones
I
que nos
think it's
permite
sort of a
esta puesta
complementary
política que
approach.
tenemos
And the
frente al
Triple
liderazgo
Nexus
local.
helps us to do that and
No
to work with
sé,
local
ahora
leadership.
Dalia, si quisieras agregar algo más.
I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything.
No, yo quedo pendiente para una pregunta que está muy dirigida a mí.
Well, yes, I think that question has been answered, so yes.
No, que nada que agregar.
No, nothing to add. Okay, no problem.
Alicia, no sé si hay alguna pregunta en el chat.
Alicia,
Sí,
is there a
tenemos una
question in the chat?
pregunta
Yes,
de
there
nuestros
is a question
compañeros
in the chat
de
from
Beni
our
en el
colleagues
Congo
from Beni in
que
Congo
quieren hacer una pregunta a
who want to
la
ask
señora Aura
a
Dalia.
question to Aura Dalia.
Cuando usted habla de que la
When
columna
you talk
vertebral
about
de las
the backbone
la columna vertebral de las actividades
of
humanitarias
humanitarian
es el enfoque de
activities,
género,
is that the gender-based approach?
¿cuáles son las estrategias
What are the
que
strategies that you apply?
Bien, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
De antemano un un abrazo
So first of
grande
all, a very large hug, a very
que llegue
warm
allá
embrace
a la tierra madre.
to everyone in our homeland.
Empiezo diciendo lo importante que es para nosotras utilizar una herramienta pedagógica que viene
We
siendo
need to
potente
be
y es
pedagogic,
lo cultural.
and we need
Y
to
desde lo
use culture,
cultural
refer to culture.
hay uno de los instrumentos
And
que
one of the
en los
tools,
que acompañan lo que llamamos
one of
formato
the
marimba, y
instruments
el
that we
formato
use
marimba es un
is what we
instrumento
call the
compuesto
format
por la
marimba.
marimba, bombo y cununo,
Well, you know,
instrumentos
these
que
are
fueron
just musical
recreados al
instruments
llegar a las
that
Américas y
were created or
concretamente en el Pacífico
recreated
colombiano,
in the Colombian
recreados de
Pacific,
esa
in the Americas.
lejana
They
y
were
distante
recreated
geográficamente,
because,
pero
you
que
know,
sigue
they were
presente en
incorporated
nuestras
from
venas
Africa,
acá en las Américas.
Africa, which is
Bien,
so
entonces
far
hay un
away,
instrumento
but very close at the
parecido
same
a
time.
la
And there
maraca, pero
is
que no es maraca
a
y le llamamos
similar
guasá.
instrument
Estamos
that
hablando
we
de
call
guasá aquí
wasa.
en la tecnología,
It is very
sino
similar
de un
compared
instrumento
to
para
maraca.
tocar y armonizar.
This is an instrument
Este
which is essential
instrumento
for harmony.
ha
We
sido
play it
utilizado
and it is essential.
históricamente
This instrument,
únicamente
this
por
musical
mujeres
instrument,
y
has
hoy
historically
es
been played
utilizado
only by
también
women.
por los
And
hombres
today
y
it
ante
is
todo por los
also
jóvenes.
being used
De
and
tal
played
manera
by
que es
men, mainly by
sencillo que ellos
young
lo
men.
toquen. Esto únicamente para
So
precisar algo, digamos, como muy puntual
I
para dar
just
un
wanted
ejemplo.
to give you this
Allí
example.
venimos con un proceso formativo que lo
Training.
denominamos en escuela de formación
We work
y es la
in
escuela
what we call
juvenil
training schools,
afrofemenina
and
sin
the
violencias con autonomía y libertad,
Afro School
dirigida
for
exclusivamente
girls.
a jóvenes,
It is
y no
aimed only at
solamente
young
mujeres,
women.
sino también
Well, not only
hombres,
women, but men
hombres y
as well.
mujeres
This
jóvenes.
school is
Entonces,
open
de hecho,
to
la
young men and
muestra de esta
women,
escuela es afrofemenina, pero
but
entonces están
the
los jóvenes
standpoint
allí.
is an
Y allí hemos
Afro-feminine
logrado unos resultados
standpoint. That is the
muy
perspective, but
espectaculares,
men are also included.
donde hay
Young men are
jóvenes
also
que ahora
included,
se han
and there are
vinculado con el
some
tema de
young
las nuevas
people
masculinidades.
who
Pero de
now
igual
refer
manera,
or
chicos,
who are
como
linked
uno,
to the
cito
topic
a
or new
Alejandro Alomía, que está
masculinities.
en uno de
So,
los
for example,
sectores
Alejandro
muy
Alomía
altos de la ciudad y complicado. Él ejerce su liderazgo más
knows
desde
about
lo
it very well,
cultural.
but he is a
Y
leader, he's a
Alejandro
cultural leader.
se ha
And
atrevido a
Alejandro
lanzar ahora
has been
unos
very bold
cánticos
and daring,
que
and now
desde
he
nuestra
has been
cosmogonía le
singing,
llamamos
and from
arrullos
our cosmogony
en
we
sus
speak about
variadas expresiones.
arrullos.
Y uno de los arrullos de
And one of those
Alejandro
songs, of those
ritmo
arrullos,
fuga,
of those lullabies, so as to
decanta
say,
precisamente
Alejandro
una de las frases que acuñamos para romper esos
sings
imaginarios, y es
and
rompiendo el
wants to
silencio y
launch
sanando
certain
el
messages.
corazón.
Yes, because we
Encanta.
want to
Entonces,
break the silence, we want to
ha
heal
sido
the
un
hearts.
caminar
He sings about it.
muy paso a paso. No ha sido
And
tampoco de la noche a
this
la
hasn't
mañana.
taken place
Ha
from
sido
one
con
day to the
mucha
other.
paciencia
It was
también de
progressive.
parte nuestra.
We were all
Entonces,
very patient
ya el lenguaje
in
y
this
el
process.
proceder de los chicos de alguna manera
So that is how we
cambia
are
y se va
working with young
transformando.
people.
Y son capaces
And
de
these young
abordar hoy
people,
el tema
now they change their
igual que
perspective
las
and
mujeres.
they are
Pero lo
able,
más
young men
importante viene
are
siendo
willing
los
and
cambios de
able to
actitudes,
participate just
cambios
like women.
de
Attitudes are
comportamiento.
changing, behaviors
Otra
are
herramienta que
changing.
incluso desde lo cultural
Another
también
tool
la
that
hemos
we are using
utilizado en
also
esto
comes
han
also
sido
from
las
the cultural world.
narrativas,
And we have
narrativas
been
literarias.
using
Estas
narratives,
narrativas literarias
literary
de las
narratives
expresiones
or
muy
tales.
nuestras, como es propia el canto, la
We
música,
use
la
music,
poesía,
we sing,
las
we use
coplas, las
poetry,
décimas y las narrativas muy desde el
and
territorio. Estas
different
narrativas
kinds
al
of
mismo
narratives
tiempo
and
han
tales. We also
servido
use
un poco
couplets,
para
and
seguir
all these different
profundizando
elements
e
have been
hilando
very
en el enfoque de género,
useful
pero al mismo
to
tiempo
keep on
han servido
referring
y
to
sirven
gender
en el
issues,
proceso sanador,
but
en
they
este
also have a
trabajo de
healing power.
construcción del tejido de paz.
when we
porque
talk
trabajar
about building
en el
peace.
tema de construcción del tejido
Because
de paz
if we want to build the
significa
peace
atravesar la
fabric,
vida de
that
las personas,
implies
la vida
taking into
nuestra.
account the
Y
life of
esto va
all of
hilado
us.
en un trabajo que tiene que ver con tocar
And that
corazones
is why
para
the
que sean
goal is to
desarmados
touch the
y se
hearts
transformen.
so
Y
that
son
there is a
procesos
transformation
sanadores
in our
también,
hearts. And
sanadores
these
en la
are
vida de las
healing
mujeres
process.
frente a
They have a
tantas
healing
cargas que se
effect
reciben
in the life of
en
women,
el contexto
women
poco fácil,
who
pero también
carry
para
so many
hombres,
burdens in this
pero
very
que tienen
difficult
que
context.
vivir
But
en
this
este,
also has a
en este
healing
trajín
effect
diario
for
que
young men
afecta en sus vidas. Y
who also
de
have
tal manera que
difficult
las
and stressful
narrativas
lives.
de alguna manera
These
apuntan en lo
narratives
sanador, apuntan para reconstruir eso que
have
hemos
as
sido como
a
familia
goal
extensa y
to
apuntan también
reconstruct
en este tema que
that
consideramos muy
healing
importante en el enfoque
process.
de género. De tal
And
manera
they are
que
essential when we
romper
speak about gender.
imaginarios
So we need to
acuñados en el
break
tiempo
down
hace ya la
imaginaries
de Ambulua,
that were
tanto en su
already
parte
there.
formativa como desde la
So
misma
that
herramienta
is the role
cultural.
we play.
Y
We
va
use these
hilado
cultural
a una
tools,
campaña que
and this
lleva
goes hand in
unos
hand with
varios
a
años
campaign that
y es
started
la
years ago,
campaña nacional,
and it
que
is
también
the
es una apuesta
national
de Oxfam.
campaign,
Parece
which
normal, pero es violencia. Entonces, con todo
also stemmed from
seguimos
Oxfam.
caminando
So that
en
is
el
what we are
tema.
doing.
Usamos otra
We're
estrategia
making
muy
progress.
importante y es
We have other
las cuñas
strategies,
radiales, los
such
mensajes
as using
llegan,
radio.
los programas radiales
We
y
broadcast
espacio muy
our
importante
messages
para
through the
nosotras.
radio.
Son los
And there
círculos de
is
la palabra.
another essential
Círculos de la
forum,
palabra donde están
circles
mujeres,
of
mujeres
words,
están las
words,
jóvenes,
circles
están las
integrated
niñas,
by
están los
men,
adolescentes y
women,
desde allí vamos
adolescents,
trabajando.
children.
Ahora bien,
That is how we are working.
desde la parte de la educación, en lo
Going back to
formal,
education, from
también
the
es muy
formal point of
importante.
view,
En Ambulua participamos un número significativo
there is
de
a
mujeres que somos
significant
maestras,
amount of women who are
profesoras. Entonces
teachers.
también allí conectamos
Many of
desde este
us are
espacio.
teachers,
Y luego allí, entonces, en
and
las áreas
we play a
vocacionales,
very important
aquí
role
podemos hacer
from
también
the
un gran
educational point
trabajo.
of view.
Y en las áreas
We are also
vocacionales,
deeply
una muy
involved
pertinente
from
nuestra
the
es la
vocational training
cocina tradicional.
perspective. And
La cocina
something that we
típica,
are
pues
recovering
allí va
is,
el tema de género.
for
Entonces,
example,
hijo, la
cuisine.
cocina. Entonces, es muy común
Yes,
también
that is something very important for
este
us that
tema
we
allí
are
desde
also
esa
trying to
cotidianidad,
recover.
porque
Yes,
culturalmente
from the
el
cultural
hombre
point
del
of
Pacífico
view,
colombiano, el machismo,
men
¿para qué lo vamos a negar? Eso
in the
estaba allí
Colombian
presente.
Pacific,
Es
you know, the
posible que esto se vaya
situation
transformando y vaya
was,
cambiando
you
desde
know,
estas estrategias
patriarchal, but
culturales
now we are
también a los
using
procesos
cultural strategies and we are using training to change the attitudes.
Muchísimas gracias. ¿No? Resaltar la importancia de
It is
lo
important
cultural
to highlight the importance of
atravesar la vida de las
culture.
personas, ¿no? Yo creo que nos ha conectado mucho con la
Yes,
cotidianidad,
culture is
con la
essential
cooperación también,
to
el cambio
change
contra el
our
machismo y
lives,
también en
and
la
also
construcción
it
de
is
paz.
essential to
Una
use
forma
culture
diferente también
to touch the
de
hearts
explicarlo. No sé si queda
and
alguna
to
pregunta
fight.
o damos paso a los compañeros de Acción contra el Hambre. ¿Se anima alguien a última
Any
pregunta
other
o lo
comments?
centramos
Any other
en la siguiente
questions?
experiencia? Hay café, creo, en la
There
otra
is
sala.
coffee next door also if you need it.
Pasamos entonces a la siguiente experiencia. Pues muchísimas gracias, Oxfam y
Thank you
las
very
compañeras
much,
Ambulua.
Oxfam
Saludos
and
desde
dear colleagues
Vitoria.
from
Un
Ambulua.
abrazo también para allá.
We also hug you warmly.
Vale, pasamos ya a la última mesa de la tarde. Como veréis, tiene un poco más de tiempo.
We are reaching
Y la razón es
a little bit the end.
les hemos hecho Acción contra el Hambre la misma pregunta que al resto de organizaciones, ¿no?
We
Sobre
have asked
cómo
them
hacer
the
encajar
same
el nexo.
question about how they are incorporating the triple nexus.
Porque tenemos
And
con
it is
ellos
true
un
that right now we
convenio
have a
desde
bit
el año
more time
2019
because
que
we
está
signed
estableciendo
an
una
agreement in the year
en el que Acción contra el Hambre
2019.
ha venido trabajando con
And
Alboan, con el Instituto de Estudios
we
de
have
Desarrollo y
been working
Cooperación
with
de la Universidad del País
EGOA
Vasco para generar,
in the Basque country
elaborar una herramienta, ¿no? que
so as
establezca
to
los
create
vínculos
a
entre
tool
causalidad,
to establish the links
los vínculos de
between
causalidad y correlación entre violencia y hambre.
causality and the correlation between
Contamos con
violence
una
and
herramienta MEFI, que
hunger.
algunos de vosotros lo
We have
conocéis,
this
que
tool,
se
the
ha
name of
aplicado en
which
Siria
is
y en
MEFI.
Níger,
It
y
has
durante
already
este
been
año se
used
le ha
in
querido dar
Syria and in
se
Niger.
ha querido dar un nuevo paso
And this year
e
we
incorporar el
wanted to go
elemento de paz
further
en
and
esta
to
herramienta
incorporate
y
the
aplicarla en el
elements of
contexto colombiano.
peace
Entonces, por ello que, bueno,
and
les
to
vamos
implement in the
a
Colombian context.
dar un poquito más de tiempo para que
So that
los
is
invitados de Acción
why
Colombia expliquen un poco
they are going
la
to
herramienta por
be
escrito con
having a bit
Medicusmundi
more
de
time. We
y
have
voy
Carlos
a
Pérez de
presentar
Armiño. They are
a
going to
los
be
compañeros de la
explaining
mesa,
about how they
que
use
son
this tool
Rafael
in
del
Colombia.
Prado
So we
Pérez,
have
es
Rafael del
licenciado en Derecho y
Prado Pérez.
máster en
He
ayuda
has
humanitaria.
a degree in
Comenzó su
law,
carrera con la
master
ONG Paz y Desarrollo en Casamance, en Senegal.
as well. He started working in
Posteriormente trabajó
Casamance
en
in
el área de
Senegal.
ayuda
Then he
alimentaria en la
has been
Agencia de
working
entonces
in
era ENG,
the
y
emergency
posteriormente
department
con
of
la ECID fue
EFI.
jefe de
And then
emergencias y jefe de
he
la
was
Oficina de
head
Acción
of
Humanitaria.
emergencies
También
and
fue
the head
oficial de
of
protección
the
de
emergency
ACNUR en
bureau.
Mauritania
He also
y
worked
colaboró en
in
distintas
Mauritania,
misiones
cooperated
como
in
ONDAC,
different
Lankidetzа
missions
en
such as
Mozambique, Bolivia
ONDAC and
y
OTA
Honduras.
in Mozambique,
Con
Bolivia,
Acción contra
and
el Hambre ha
Honduras.
sido del Officer
In
para operaciones en
Acción
África,
contra
Occidente y
Hambre, he
Sahel,
has been
y más
an
recientemente
officer in the
responsable del proyecto
Sahel,
Hambre y
and
Conflicto,
he's
que
the
es un proyecto
head
por el que viene también hoy
also
a esta
of
presentación.
the project he'll be sharing with
Carlos Pérez
us.
Armiño les
Carlos
presento
Pérez de
brevemente,
Armiño,
para quienes no
we
les
already know
conocéis. Él es
him.
profesor titular de Relaciones
He is a
Internacionales de
professor
la
of
Universidad del País
international
Vasco y investigador de EGOA, el
relations
Instituto de
in
Estudios
the
sobre
Basque
Desarrollo y Cooperación
University.
Internacional,
He
del que también
also
fue
works
director
for the
hace ahora 6
International
años. Él es
Cooperation
profesor del programa de
Department,
doctorado de
head
Estudios sobre
of the
Desarrollo, también de la Universidad del
PhD
País Vasco.
about
Ha
development.
realizado investigaciones y
He is
publicaciones en
a
torno a la seguridad
researcher and he
alimentaria, la
has
acción
been
humanitaria y la
publishing about
construcción, así
humanitarian
como la
aid,
vinculación
peace
de
building,
acción
and also
humanitaria y la
about
cooperación
how
en
to link
conflictos
humanitarian
humanitarios. Mateo
action
Echeverri,
with other fields.
que
Mateo
viene de Colombia,
Echeverri comes from
él es
Colombia.
antropólogo, comunicador
He's an
social periodista y
anthropologist,
máster en
social
desarrollo rural
communicator,
y manejo de recursos
master in
naturales.
rural
Tiene 15
development,
años de experiencia en investigación y
15 years of
desarrollo de
experience
proyectos en
in the
temas como
development of
conflicto
projects
armado,
in
construcción
which
de
as
paz, derechos
armed
humanos
conflict,
y
human
operaciones
rights,
empresariales, medio ambiente,
and
seguridad alimentaria.
environment,
Desde hace 2
food
años
safety,
está al
etc.
frente
For
del
the
proyecto
last 2
Hambre y
years,
Conflicto en
he
Acción
is the
contra el
leader
Hambre, pero en la
of
misión de
this
Colombia,
project,
liderando el
but in
diseño
Colombia,
metodológico,
and
trabajo de
he
campo y
leads the
análisis de los
methodologies, field
informes.
work, and analysis of
Y tenemos también
reports.
en la mesa a
And
Manuel
we
Salamanca,
also have
que
Manuel
viene de
Salamanca,
Colombia. José
who
Manuel
comes from
Salamanca es
Colombia,
doctor en Sociología y Ciencias Políticas,
PhD in
investigador
sociology and
postdoctoral
political
Marie Curie de la Comisión
sciences,
Europea, en el
Marie
Departamento de
Curie,
Estudios de Paz y Conflicto de la Universidad de
also
Uppsala, en
expert in the
Suecia.
Department
Es
of
profesor de la
Conflicts in
Universidad Javeriana
Uppsala
de
in
Bogotá,
Sweden.
en donde
He
dirige entre
also
2016 y 2024
directed
el
between
Instituto de Derechos
2016
Humanos
and
y Construcción de
2024
Paz.
the
Y
Institute
también
of
es investigador
Human
del Peace
Rights
Research Institute
Researcher of
de
the
Oslo.
Peace Research
Y
Institute
adelante,
in
compañeros.
Oslo.
Creo que el orden es
Whenever
primero
you
Rafa,
want.
después
Rafa
Carlos y
first,
después
then Carlos.
adelante.
Es que ricasco, Pilar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you,
A
Pilar.
Lankidetza también por
Thank you,
todo el apoyo que señalabas
Lankidetza,
de
for your
2019.
support, which
Lo que vamos a
started in
presentar es un poco
2019. We're going
una
to be
perspectiva
sharing
quizá
with
algo
you
diferente, también intentar
our
aportar algunos
perspective.
elementos
I think maybe
que
it
no
will
hayan
be
salido hasta ahora.
somehow different, our
Hambre,
perspective.
conflicto y paz, como bien decías, construye
Hunger,
desde
conflict, and
una iniciativa
peace.
que surge a raíz de la
There
resolución
was an
2417
initiative
del
which
Consejo
was
de Seguridad
born
sobre hambre y
after
conflicto,
the resolution
ante una situación
from
cada
the
vez
Council of
más evidente que es el
Security,
impacto
because
de
we
los
were in a
conflictos
situation in
armados en
which
la
we see the
situación
impact of
de hambre
armed
extrema,
struggle
de
in the
hambrunas,
situation of extreme hunger, something that after 2018 we have been able to see not only in Gaza, but also in many other places, such as Sudan, for example, today, or in the Sahel. Thank you for your support for action against hunger. You have been very useful. We were a seed fund, and then we have had the opportunity to receive further funds, such as those coming from seed, and that has made it possible for us to join other processes, such as the global network of food crisis, And we have been able to work to incorporate the conflict analysis into their perspective. And this initiative is particularly interesting because we have been able to work with Havarian University in Colombia and also with the University of the Basque Country. So very useful to link theory and practice and make progress in this field, in this highly complex field. It's true that, you know, speaking after lunch is difficult. Okay, so later on we will be focusing on Colombia, but first of all, from the global perspective, hunger affects 800 million people. It is in the heart of the mandate against hunger. We are talking about 200 million people. Out of those 200 million people with acute hunger, we identify 3 causes for that acute hunger, and that is what appears in the global report. First, the first cause are conflicts. That is the first cause, conflicts. Then climate, environmental degradation, and third, economic shocks. But yes, conflicts are the number one. Maybe in this presentation, we'll be focusing on conflicts. We have been talking a lot about it, but in Colombia, over this analysis of conflict, we have been able to know and to clarify where we were heading to in terms of peace construction. 200 million people in the world are in this situation of critical hunger as a result of those 3 causes. Conflict is the main cause. Certain trends in Peace Research Institute also indicates that since 1989, the period of 21-23, those have been the years with more casualties in wars. The increase in terms of conflictivity after the Cold War period, you know, that period had been a bit less violent, but since the year 2021, we have seen an explosion in conflictivity. We all watch the news, more and more authoritarianism, and more regimes that make it very difficult for NGOs to keep on working. Conflicts, highly complex and higher fragmented, as we will see in Colombia, which have a bigger impact on communities as a result of their fragmentation. New forms of violence affecting Latin America from Haiti to Central America. We can see that trend in classical conflicts such as Colombia with a criminalization of the armed groups. And according to Oslo, conflicts are more and more internationalized, even civil conflicts where there are more and more international players. And we see that today a clash between powers in different areas of the world, from Syria to Sudan or Mali. That is the situation. It is not very bright, the perspective, and what we see on the ground is the invisibility or the invisibilization of conflicts. We have shady areas where access for us is more and more difficult. As the colleague from Mundubat, we end up criminalizing humanitarian action. So those very difficult areas since the Sahel or in the Middle East, or that difficulty that we have, difficulty of access, for example, in Gaza, implies that there are gray areas where we do not really know what is going on. So that is why we need to shed light and try and give visibility to those situations, highly critical situations in Mali, in areas such as Difa or Tillaberi, Niger, certain regions in Colombia, etc., etc. So we have to try and shed light, put the focus there, try and use our methodologies to generate those evidences, see which are the links between violence and food safety. And there we're also trying to include other sectors that go beyond food, strictly, things that are also linked to water and to livelihoods. And we also have to try and do advocacy for those who are influential in those conflicts so that they can assist us and help us promote a specific action so as to mitigate the impact of violence in communities. From the programmatic point of view, it's true that our programs, in the light of these situations, they are more and more difficult to implement. We see, for example, the impossibility that we have to reach and to enter certain areas and the impact this has on people, people who are displaced, people who cannot benefit from access to social services, and we will see that as well in the case of Colombia. If we look back, such as we did before, we have gone from classical humanitarianism to the new humanitarian approach in the 1990s, incorporating, for example, development approaches, which will be generating a political approach because there are many different possible shapes for development. The same thing goes for peace. Peace will have to be total, long-lasting, fair. Yes, we can define peace from many different perspectives. So that first rejection to go into swampy, complicated areas such as this, that has been overcome. Maybe we need a bit more time to go beyond certain things, but it is clear that we cannot ignore our realities. Conflicts, there are more and more conflicts, making our work more difficult. That is something essential in our daily activities. We have to go beyond the classical approach of sensitivity concerning the conflict, because from the humanitarian point of view, we have to try and see how to strengthen the different coping mechanisms communities have, how to generate confidence, trust, how to mitigate those vulnerabilities. And maybe our ambition is to start developing pilot projects. Those pilot projects should, get developed so as to become examples to follow. And that is what we'll see about Colombia. So that is what I wanted to say. And now I give the floor to Carlos, for example.
Ya se ve. Bueno, pues buenas tardes. Yo me hacía el propósito de tener una cabeza un poco más despejada que ayer, que la tenía bastante espesa.
True that yesterday, I had a bit of a headache, but as Rafa said, in EGO, I think that for the last 5 or 6 years, we have been cooperating. A very fruitful relationship between an NGO and an academic institution. We have been working around the relationship between armed conflicts and hunger. And also, recently, we have started working around food safety as something essential to build peace. We have been working together to develop this MEFIC methodology. Later on, I will refer to it, to that methodology. Now, I would like to speak broadly and in general about the different debates concerning that relationship, that multi-directional relationship between armed conflict and hunger. Debates which have a lot to do with the triple nexus. There are projects in the field of food safety and humanitarian projects as well. There are policies aimed at development, and we also needed to be working in situations of armed conflict, and those policies or those actions linked to food safety, they can end up contributing to peace. Rafa spoke about the importance, he spoke about the new typology of armed conflicts, and I would like to highlight the fact that armed conflicts, and this is evident, armed conflicts are the most important cause to generate severe food crisis, severe hunger crisis. And here I am talking about the context in which we are. In recent years, we see how we have more and more famines because, since the Second World War, they were in decline, but we see that there are more and more famines which are generated as a war weapon that has always existed, but it had been declining. In 2017, the United Nations declared that there were 4 scenarios where we were in risk of famine, of extreme hunger in the north of Nigeria, Sudan, Yemen, South Sudan, and Yemen. But the most interesting thing is that we were talking about 4 regions where famine was being generated as a result of war tactics. So it was being used as a war weapon. Then we need to add other regions, of course, such as Gaza. So this is the reality, and this has generated more and more interest about the relationship between conflict and hunger. Growing interest. First, academic interest. In recent years, there have been many different articles about this problem. And this has opened up new debates about how armed conflicts are generating hunger, famine, starvation, yes, famine in general, or hunger. Hunger can end up also generating conflict, and then there is a new debate according to which we have to wonder if food safety can end up contributing to building peace. Also, there is more and more political and legal concern, and in the year 2018, the Security Council passed Resolution 2417. I will be speaking about it later on. And then there is more and more interest because there are new action mechanisms being created and more initiatives so as to improve information. What is the impact, for example, that the impact is going to be having in terms of generating hunger?
Al servicio de la construcción de paz, de lo que enseguida, por ejemplo, nos hablará Mateo, etc. Es decir, estamos en un momento en el que el tema está en boga a diferentes niveles y muchos de estos debates y también retos operativos se conectan con el triple nexo, ¿no? Bueno, entonces, decía que la conexión entre conflictos y hambre es compleja, se habla de un círculo vicioso, es decir, podemos imaginar esa relación en una dirección y en la otra, es decir, conflicto causa hambre, tal vez hambre causa conflicto, y luego ya dándole la vuelta al calcetín, a lo mejor las intervenciones de seguridad alimentaria podrían contribuir a la construcción de paz, ¿no? Bueno, entonces, primero, conflictos como causa del hambre. Bueno, de esto hay una evidencia muy fuerte desde hace décadas, desde los años 80 al menos hay muchos estudios sobre cómo la guerra, el conflicto armado puede provocar hambre, hambrunas, etc. Esa relación y esto es importante, puede ser indirecta o colateral o bien directa y deliberada. Es decir, el conflicto armado puede causar hambre pues porque la violencia genera desplazamiento de población, eso afecta a la producción agrícola, o el desbaratamiento de las redes comerciales o de la producción agrícola hace aumentar los precios y hay gente que no puede acceder al alimento. Digamos, serían efectos indirectos. Pero lo que estamos observando es que está aumentando una
Sorry, I was on
causalidad.
the wrong channel, but what I was also seeing is that there is a direct and deliberate response, use of hunger as a weapon of war.
Que se llevan a cabo por razones políticas o militares.
These are actions carried out for political or military purposes to cause or to provoke or to make some populations flee. So there are different political or military aims which generate hunger. There are some examples up there on the screen. Sieges of different cities, the destruction of food infrastructure, impediments to food aid, forced displacement of the population, which is again another thing. So this is a growing phenomenon. But one important thing that I'll come back to a little bit later on is that there is a gap with regard to information. There's a vacuum. The early warning systems which exist to measure and sometimes even anticipate situations of hunger and famine don't really take into account this relationship between conflict and hunger. There's an information gap. There are no systems which systematically collect data on the ground to provide evidence about this relationship. Now, the second relationship would be hunger as the cause of conflict. Now, this isn't quite so clear. It's more controversial. We know that in countries where there is higher levels of malnutrition, there are also higher levels of violence, but that just indicates a correlation, that the two things happen at the same time. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a causal relationship, that one thing causes the other. So this is very controversial and is open to debate. It just as, for example, does poverty cause armed conflict? Or is it the other way around? Or is it just correlational? The majority opinion in the academic world is that hunger alone will not be the cause of an armed conflict, but it could be an element that contributes to an armed conflict when it exists side by side with other factors. So, for example, attacks or aggression, perceptions of violations of human rights, discrimination against certain groups, etc. This is what are called aggravating effects. And these can in fact give rise, alongside hunger, to armed conflicts. And then at another level of debate, which has emerged more recently, over more recent years, is to what extent food safety or food security actions can be an instrument to help build peace. And this really, hits or fits exactly right into the whole triple nexus approach. Can we use food safety, security, initiatives to help build peace? Not many studies have been carried out in this sense. There's an institute in Stockholm that has been particularly active in this, the FAO, but not many other. There's not many other studies. So there is little empirical evidence of this, about how these projects can contribute to overcome pressure, social pressure, to alleviate different grievances and problems and aggravating factors, etc. And as I said before, this meshes perfectly into the debates we're having about the triple nexus. So with regard to the political interest which has emerged over recent years. I think it's worth talking about a couple of initiatives. The first one was the approval in 2018 of Resolution 2417 of the UN Security Council. It's a resolution that was approved unanimously, which is very unusual. I mean, perhaps it wouldn't have been approved today in the current context, but it was then, back in 2018. It was a resolution which prohibits and condemns the use of hunger as a weapon of war. And it defines it as a crime, a war crime. Now, this had been reflected in other international instruments, but never in general terms, and it really helps to strengthen existing instruments in this sense. And something else that's very interesting is that the resolution calls upon countries to investigate these practices and the UN Secretary General to inform the Security Council every year of any instances of use of hunger as a weapon of war in any countries. So that resolution asks stakeholders to generate information about this. And this clashes with something that we said before, which is the lack of information, the lack of mechanisms for collecting on the ground information and evidence, detailed evidence, which enables us to say, look, this practice here has caused a decrease in access to food, etc., etc. So we have the resolution, and the resolution urges and calls upon states to provide this information, but that information is still lacking at an international level. So the resolution has given political impetus to this issue. It has put it right at the top of the international framework, because the Security Council is the sort of the highest level organization from a political and security level, from a multinational perspective. It recognizes this practice as a war crime, as an international problem. It opens the door to sanctions, but because as a resolution, it also has a lot of weak points, because it doesn't specify exactly what the mechanisms would be for applying these sanctions. And there are a lot of conditioning factors, which mean that it's very difficult to enforce the resolution, but this isn't anything new, of course. And to finish, as a result of this scenario of increased political and academic interest, we do have more information, but still not enough. So what we've done, what we did in collaboration with EGOA was to develop the MEFIC methodology, which is the monitoring and evaluation of food insecurity and conflicts. So the MEFIC methodology. And again, it was funded by Lankidetza, so that's probably something I should add. The idea was to move forward towards an early warning system, which will generate specific evidence on the ground of the impact that certain war tactics will have on food security. So the distribution of food, access to food, their use, and sustainability. So what we did was we started with a list of war strategies, which we found in the literature, and we established a methodology by which we could assign indicators to these in order to observe the impact of the use of these tactics on the different levels of food insecurity. So this analysis needs to be carried out at a local level, analyzing the local, regional, and national context from an environmental, political, and social point of view, and also the vulnerability of the affected population. And it also includes a series of criteria about how to gather information, key informants, the protecting of these key informants, etc. So the methodology was tested in a number of different scenarios. It's currently being refined because depending on the different contexts, different aspects need to be refined and strengthened. But it did really help to, put this issue on the agenda, not just in Spain, but internationally. They put on the agenda the need to enrich the existing early warning systems so that they can provide us with more information about the impact of conflict on the causes of hunger. So that's all from me. And I'll pass the floor to Mateo.
Estoy acá. Buenas tardes a todos y todos.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Sí, hora difícil.
I know it's a bit of a difficult time. You're probably all half asleep, but we will try to tell you a little bit about this gaze, this way of looking at things. And it's something different. It's a little bit different. We always talk about the triple nexus, you know, from top down, but we're trying to work bottom up here. Just a couple of things. So we talk about food security, conflict, and peace is a contextual process of reflection. A lot of it has to do with Colombia, but we're not just talking about Colombia here. And the second thing that Rafa said, food security, conflict, and peace is a reflection about food security, obviously, because we have to start somewhere, but it covers a lot of different things. What was the aim? The aim was to improve humanitarian stakeholders and stakeholders working in development and peace, improve their understanding of the transformative capacity of food security and its ability to mitigate the consequences of conflict and to build peace. So this is what Carlos was talking about, the move from conflict to peace and how this can be a tool in this journey. Carla and Rafa have already talked a lot about this. As we know, this is based on Resolution 2417, approved in 2018. And the aim is to create evidence. How can we create a connected narrative about this issue? How can we turn a vicious circle into a virtuous circle? So what was the context? Well, it's part of a strategic process of reflection that we went through in our organization to understand this relationship. For us, it's a key issue in our organization, and it's based on what we have learned in the past with regard to hunger and conflict. It's also an accumulation of the knowledge that we acquire, because when we research conflict, we're also researching peace. We often don't know it, but we are. So we need to make the most of that accumulated knowledge. So it's actionable information. It's not just a process of reflection that sounds lovely and we write it and it's lovely, looks lovely on paper. It just gets put in a drawer and forgotten. No, it needs to be actionable. It needs to turn into models and actions and initiatives. And as Carlos said, it's also important to explore the lesser explored issue, which is the relationship between peace building and food security, in order to create a model that's based on evidence. So what was the methodology? Well, this is an ongoing conversation. It's not finished, the process yet. But how did it start? Well, we started with a research process during a project called H&C, Hunger and Conflict. And then we carried out a review of the international literature, all existing documents, everything that's been done so far. And then we had the accompaniment of specific missions in Colombia. So we work with teams who are carrying out humanitarian action, and they know a huge amount. There's a lot of knowledge accumulated in those teams. So that was the recipe, if you like, for the first framework. So what do we do in hunger and conflict in Colombia? We have 6 documents that we've published so far. We have regional studies. on problems in Putumayo. We also have different studies on mobility restrictions in the framework of armed conflict, because we have multiple different conflicts going on in the country. And we're going to be launching our research on explosive artifacts, which were carried out in collaboration with a Danish organization. Then we talk about water, hunger and conflict, also childhood or children, hunger and conflict. These are all underway at the moment. So what was the content? Well, our aim was to go from the bottom up, to have a bottom-up approach with a transition between before, now, and in the future. What happened? So we need to see what role is played by the different stakeholders in order to establish an action. So basically, this is already a triple nexus approach, but we're talking about who, where, and when. And then finally, we came up with a proposal about what a peace proposal should look like. So we started from the household, from homes. This is a very important place. This is the basic part of people's experiences. All homes are different. There is some kind of symmetry with roles, etc., but they're not always symmetrical. Sometimes there's asymmetries. And we have to explore livelihood, food security in each different household. Then food security, thinking of its 4 different dimensions: availability, access, use, and stability. And it's different at an individual level, a family level, a national level, and a global level. Food requirements are different, as are socially constructed roles. And then principally, to move away from this a little bit, we need to understand that food has a social and cultural dimension as well. It has a lot of meaning. It determines how people relate to each other. In a typical dish, you can see the materialization of the local culture. Now, it's important to understand the importance of this as well, the importance of the dimension. And then we have livelihoods. So how do people build their lives? And here we need to move away a little bit from the idea that food security has to do with agriculture and livestock farming. It's not. It touches so many different areas, different factors that come into play. One example in Colombia is that we have the invisibility of gender roles. Obviously, men have to go out and earn a living, but they're not the only people. They're not the only breadwinners. Women also earn money, but they do it in a much more invisible way. So often, and also we need to take into account the urban environment as well. And then in each household, we have structural factors and contextual factors. We're talking about the structural factors. We know what we are. We've got political, social, cultural, economic, and environmental. And then we have different contextual factors. We know that the main causes of hunger in the world have to do with economic shocks and extreme climate variability, also conflict as well. So we need to take all of these different things into account because they also determine whether or not there is food coming into the house and the household. And let's have a look at Colombia. 25% of the Colombian population, which is 13 million people, living in a situation currently of food insecurity. And half of all households, 51%, live in a marginal situation of food security. So, of course, you can imagine that they could just change overnight, and children one day might wake up to find that there is no food on the table. So let's talk about transit and transition, because we have different situations. We have a pre-conflict, during conflict, and post-conflict. And it's logical when it's quite controversial because not all conflicts are seen like this, or they don't always work like this. So these are different phases, but they're not necessarily sequential phases. But there are different moments that we can identify. We can have the pre-conflict moment, we can have the during, which in Colombia has lasted for 60 years, and there has to be an after-conflict, a post-conflict moment in which peace of some kind has been established, because it might not be positive peace, it might be negative peace, but there's a slight degree of stability. So how do we think about conflicts? There are three elements. So we delimit the conflicts, based on the basic principles established at an international level, but we also need to take into account violence and different types of violence. We have to talk about the internal conflict that we have, but it has an incredible impact on people's lives. So we need to delimit the conflicts. And then we have to talk about contextual conflicts. So conflicts have different elements which are specific to their different context, but they can change. Some stakeholders leave, new ones appear, etc. And they have a different impact on each of the different people involved. Women on a different region, etc. We also have different parallel conflicts, and this is when where things get more complex. Have a basic conflict, but in the case of Colombia, there are 8 different conflicts going on at the same time. In the Sahel, the situation is similar. So we have a lot of things going on at the same time. But each of these conflicts can have a different impact. So, before the conflict, we have volatile contexts, uncertain scenarios, and this is what the early warning systems try to detect. Sometimes they manage to, sometimes they don't, but there are different characteristics that emerge. We have the emergence of more complex structures of non-stable armed groups. We have territorial control. They take territorial control over different territories. And there's something else as well that's very important, because before violence actually occurs, there may be an impact on food security, because just the perception of risk can in fact interrupt and disrupt some chains. So in fact, you don't have to have violence for the food supply chain to be disrupted. Just the threat of violence sometimes is enough. And then during the conflict, we have the conflict as a process of destruction. It destroys physical capital, human capital, environmental capital, social capital, and financial capital. And here, as Carlos said, we also have a conflict in which food security or insecurity is actually used either indirectly or deliberately indirectly as a weapon of war. We can see how lockdown actually had a major influence and a major impact on food security. If you have a community locked down for a whole month with no kind of aid, you can imagine the impact that we had. We also have conflictive kind of economies, such as has a local knock-on effect. So they're very complex issues here. And then how sometimes communities start to live from an economy of conflict. And during the conflict, there's a different impact on each of the dimensions. So each different dimension is impacted differently. For example, availability. We have fields that people can't get to. Access, for example. So there's no... there is lockdown, or the area is locked down, so products can't reach the market. And then the use of different products, like mining, for example, can pollute the water supply. And then stability. Stability is affected because I don't have stable access to income, because I may have to go and fight a war, something might happen. Now, this is all reflected on our second report, trying to really give specific examples. Because often we talk about facts and figures, but often we don't connect the dots to know what these figures actually mean for people on the ground. So this is what we try to do here. So we've got confrontation and hegemony. This is where there's just one armed stakeholder who is the main stakeholder. And if there is more than one stakeholder, you can see that the effect is more intense, and it affects everything. It affects the availability of food, mobility, etc. This is another example which focuses on indigenous communities and their ability to move around their territory. When we prevent communities from moving around, we increase environmental degradation. So conflict, as Rafa says, gives rise to hunger and gives rise to many other things besides. It has an environmental impact. And then we can share the reports with you if you're interested, but you can see how restrictions to mobility, how they have a different impact, especially on access. And this is the latest report on landmines. There has been 1,000 victims since the signing of the peace accords, victims of landmines. And they're really hard to detect. They're the most dangerous ones. And they begin to have an effect on food security, because 41% of these landmines have been found and located in strategic farming areas, in crop fields, in pasture land, or sources of water or sources of firewood, where people go to find the things that they need in order to live. And then let's have a look at afterwards, the post-conflict scenario, if there is a post-conflict scenario. This is we have to imagine whether we've got an unstable, stable, or long-lasting peace. But this is where there's a bit of a pause in the violence. There's a little bit more structure, a bit longer term. So they are finalization processes. They put an end to the armed conflict. Sometimes they can last for a long, long time. And often at 40%, in 40% of cases, violence returns. So it's not necessarily stable peace, because we have residual violence. And violence doesn't just disappear as if by magic, of course. But it's important for us. It's context of post-conflict contexts are places where you can invest in food security and you can achieve outcome. And we were talking this morning about the DDR and what happened to the ex-combatants. A huge amount of people who had we helped to turn them into small-scale farmers. Then we have the rehabilitation and the reconstruction of zones that have been destroyed by the war and that have been planted and seeded with landmines. I mean, it takes a huge amount of resources to clear the area. But you're talking about a community which is absolutely exhausted. They've used up all their coping strategies and all their energies just coping with the war. They've got nothing left to give, which is why we need to have humanitarian aid to try to cover their nest eggs at this moment, because they're absolutely exhausted. So even though they're at peace, there's no way to start reconstructing recently. Now, we need to talk about coke cultivation. We can see that Colombia is the main producer of cocaine and other illicit substances, but a huge amount of people depend on this for their livelihood. And they're very vulnerable populations. And they're criminalized by the state. And they're exposed to very, very high levels of violence. This is a wonderful photo, very problematic, which shows how cocaine, in fact, becomes the currency of exchange. So how much does a Coca-Cola cost in terms of cocaine? So here, It's not just a case of people losing their livelihood. Often it's a result of economic collapse because there's no other type of exchange. This is what happens. And this is what, really highlights the need to get these populations out of this war economy.
This cocaine crisis, had also a problem in terms of deforestation. In 1 hectare of cocaine, I obtain every 3 months $2,000. Imagine as much as that, nothing compared to farming. So we need to be doing something here, because if not, we will be losing great areas of the Amazons. So that is the transition. And now let me go to the triple nexus. How did we decide to join that approach? Even if we do not want to see it, there are 3 different threats, so as to say, because we have specific frameworks and specific references. Humanitarian principles are clear for us. Development, peace building, well, it depends what the area in which we are. And there are stakeholders, actors, and resources. And resources are linked to one of those threats, and there are situations of trust. So triple nexus, what is it? The need to boost articulation. They also represent the moral responsibility to be well organized in the long term. But there are challenges for implementation. Right now, we're going to be talking about peace missions. Sometimes there is instrumentalization, risks are there. There is a risk. When we speak about peace, sometimes there is also a risk or an instrumentalization. But the most important thing for us is that food security and livelihood, beyond all that, that replies or that is grounded in a specific field. For us, from the humanitarian point of view, we are speaking about a vehicle to generate stability, to avoid those negative crises. From the development point of view, it implies being able to generate growth and sustainability. And if we talk about peace building, it helps us generate sustainable peace. It is a vehicle, a means. Triple nexus implies that we do not have a common narrative, because it is true that there are specific interests. How do we see this in real life? This is not sequential. So this can be controversial, but it is true that on the ground, these fields are much more fluid. Everything comes together. There is a pre-conflict. Before the conflict, humanitarian activities start, but then there are levels of high politics that we cannot reach. There is some certain level of stability which is required so that the peace-building process can take place. And then, and in the case of Colombia, we are talking about development for peace and peace for development. Everything is interlinked. Development comes first, but there has to be a clear aim. And the pre-conflict is the most difficult area. Mainly, for example, yes, how can we anticipate ourselves to conflict? And we know a lot about it, not only in our region. And Carlos was very clear when he spoke about how these interventions go hand in hand with the strengthening of capabilities and capacities. But it depends, because in certain cases, the goal will be to reduce vulnerabilities. We're in a situation of conflict. We cannot destroy livelihoods, but then we need to be strengthening capabilities. Obviously, these are the two sides of the same coin. And in the case of food security, we can see it clearly because vulnerabilities and capacities are essential in terms of how we obtain food. Then different fields of action. These, it would be marvelous for each of us to be able to adapt this model. In each of these moments, there are specific actions. Triple nexus is a continuum between, because we're in transition between before, now, and later, involving different stakeholders. And in many of these contexts, lines of conflict are different. In certain cases, in the case of Colombia, we are trying to build peace, but we also have armed groups. So sometimes it is as if everything happens at the same time in the same place. And now, at each of these moments, there are specific activities to carry out, which are also linked to food safety. We have to start by understanding what is going on, what is happening. Sorry, there is somebody speaking at the same time. Early alerts. How can we anticipate ourselves? Mitigation. Prevention, both before the conflict as well as at the beginning of the post-conflict stage, because we do not want to go backwards. Early recovery. We will start implementing all this methodology because we want to understand that highly complex link between mitigation and development. How does it take place? And what can we say about reconciliation? Sometimes we will have reconciliation, but not always. It is an obsession for us in Colombia. And right now, it is true that the role of food security can be essential in terms of bringing people closer, bringing people together, and generating links. 4 quick conclusions about this map. First, food security. Food security is essential for all of us, always. It is essential. We always, all of us, need food security. Number 2, chaos. We have chaos because actors and actions and situations are different. If an actor who is only thinking about humanitarian activities can also carry out different activities. So that chaos is something that is always going to be existing in this triple nexus. And number 3, everything takes place at the same time and at the same place. We are in one same place, in different situations, and last but not least, we all can do something, but we cannot do everything. Yes, just by ourselves, we cannot be the triple nexus. We need to join hands all through the process. But it is true that each of us have our own skills and capabilities. We need to have this multidimensional approach. That is the challenge. As we said this morning, the goal is to have a peace proposal. Yes, but peace building, we all know how difficult it is. First, we need to define it because it is like a huge umbrella. There are so many different opinions, but we see 5 ingredients. First, the space of the intervention. At what specific moment? That the goal will be negative peace, just to finish direct violence, or do we want to obtain positive peace? Actors, stakeholders, is this something local, or does it have a higher level? For example, is the UN involved? Okay, so local level, national level, and then the activities. We could have an activity linked to peace building, or is that just the result of many different activities? So, when we speak about peace, it has to be understood in each context. In Colombia, we have had 4 different presidents, and the conflict was understood in one way by Uribe, in terms of territorial peace or in terms of total peace. That is how it was understood by other presidents. Peace is always something strategic. That is part of our strategic vision. But we cannot be naive when we are talking about peace. What type of peace are we speaking about? Because from the humanitarian point of view, it is essential not to be instrumentalized and to preserve our capacity and our capability. Here, what we want in this reflection is to work towards having a strategic vision, a vision concerning peace that is flexible, that acknowledges complexity, that adapts to actors, to resources, to strategies, because we cannot believe that one size fits all for peace. But there are certain principles, 6 principles underpinning this peace definition. Number 1, we're talking about relationships between actors, between stakeholders. Peace needs to be connecting people who were disconnected before. Number 2, it has to be generating structural transformations. We need to break the conflict, to come out of it. Number 3, it has to generate many different temporalities, many different types of interventions. We have to be able to use different perspectives. Yes, when we are talking about peace, we have to be everywhere. Everything starts at home. That is essential, but we have to be strategic and being able to move freely at different levels. We need to build better societies, and we need different levels of analysis. So, when we cross those criteria about peace, when we study all of them, we see how food security appears in all of them. So food security is essential when we speak about peace. Number 1, when we speak about the relationship between actors, food security joins many actors at different levels. It has a social and cultural importance, and it implies collaborations. This is EcoCommon, an association of former combatants and victims. So we are generating relationships that didn't exist before. Second, asymmetries. In the case of Colombia, we had a peace agreement, but food security shows all the asymmetries and the lack of symmetries. Many different interventions. There is a multiplicity of them. At different moments, we can do different things in terms of food security at multiple levels. At the family level, or considering food security as a system. It generates societies that are fairer, which are much more fair, because we are not living things just as they were. But for example, we adapt to climate change, and then at different levels, because we are incorporating many different layers. That is what we see concerning food security. First, relationships. We need to generate links, connections. I was speaking about reconciliation. Food security is a safe area, a safe ground to work. There is a material dimension. We are transforming, we are reconverting, integrating, adapting, and there is resilience because we need to generate the capacities and boost peace capabilities and reduce the negative impacts of conflict. And last, as Carlos was saying, I would like to go to the relationship between conflict, food security, and we see that there is a circle of perversion where food security can make a contribution to peace and the other way around, because food security is a vehicle, something concrete and specific that we can all understand. But also peace building generates areas and spaces. So this should become a virtuous circle. As final remarks, what do we want to do? The reflection has to go beyond. We need to involve all the stakeholders. What are we lacking in this model? We want to be working on the ground. Yes, in situ. We want this to be a vehicle to do specific things in terms of the triple nexus. And we want to generate knowledge and share learning through this implementation process. Sometimes we are doing marvelous things, but we also need to foster and to generate and share knowledge. Well, that is what I wanted to tell you. Thank you.
¿Ahora? Sí. Bueno, muy bien. Gracias. Gracias a todos y a todas.
Thank you.
Yo normalmente de los 7 minutos que suelo hablar en estas cosas me paso
Usually I tend to speak 7 minutes, but I always start by explaining things that have already been explained. Yes, my colleagues were speaking about evidences, so I do not have to speak about that.
En todo caso, sí tengo que decir dos cosas que creo que son un poco biográficas. Yo vengo de una universidad
jesuita. I come from a Jesuit private university, the Javeriana University. I have a PhD. Well, this is something similar compared to Deusto University. And where I come from in my university for the last 6 years, we have been working around the issue of peace building and reconciliation. That was our decision, an academic decision. And my approach is based upon peace studies. That's right, peace studies. And that implies, for example, that I went to Uppsala, I was working at the PRIO. If you know about the PRIO, PRIO is what Johan Galtum's own place. Well, and then I realized, little by little, I realized that we needed to focus the debate, and that is what I have been doing for the last 11 years, as you know very well. So I would like to be a little bit controversial, and I will be sharing with you certain statements which I consider important. This week, we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of the peace agreement between the FARC and the Colombian government. So there has been a huge celebration, but I prefer to be here with you. Everybody, they are talking about this and they are going back to the importance of the implementation of the agreement that was signed 8 years ago. So there is a political agreement in Colombia. I do not have the time to speak about it. And in these last 8 years, we have been able to see that when the peace agreement was signed, 18 people were being killed per 100,000 inhabitants. There was a lot of violence. And today, we have even more violence. Instead of 18 people, we have to be talking about 26 people being murdered. So violence has become even more important. Direct violence has exploded. So how come? This is a post-conflict country. We are not an exception. This is something natural. In our case, what has happened is that there has been an increase in terms of conflictivity. It is impossible to translate that into English. Yes, conflict scenarios. And we are talking about two different types. First, social conflict. Many Pacific and civil organizations have gone back to the claims that others had, and it is true that there has been a search in terms of social conflicts. We need to develop different methods to tackle that.
Dice el viceministerio de Diálogo Social que
the Vice Minister for Social Dialogue says that there are 150 dialogue processes. We have 8 armed conflicts and 150 different dialogue processes. It is, I mean, if you have any kind of problem, there will be a table to sit around to speak about it. So this shows that the goal is to be using transformative dialogue. Any country in a post-conflict situation, they will see, in our case, there are 93 new armed groups, 145 according to the United Nations. And we are not the best case in the world. In Syria, there were 1,000 armed actors or stakeholders in the situation of post-conflict. It was impossible to establish the list, so we have between 100 and 140 actors, each of them with different claims. Why am I speaking about this? Because we should be referring to what peace means. This debate aims at sometimes identifying what structural violence is. Well, at the end of the day, we're talking about direct violence. And this is a very important context in which we could end up thinking that we can make different attempts to reach useful agreements. And this is very important to state. And now, within this context, I am describing Mateo spoke about the different definitions of peace. So in the project that Gustavo Petro has, that is the President of the Republic, he wants, the aim is to generate and to have total peace. There has been a law passed, and we started thinking about the possibility of meeting and talking to different actors. But then this was abolished by the Constitutional Court, because they said that we were not only going to be speaking to rebel organizations, but also with non-rebel organizations. And it is very difficult to explain, but in practical terms, the result is that maybe we will have to be talking about public politics that need to evolve so as to generate results. And also we will have to be talking about people with whom we never thought we should be talking. So when you are negotiating with rebel organizations, you know that you have to be offering them to join politics, of course, abandoning violence. But if you are talking about non-rebels, the question is completely different. It is much more difficult to talk to them. So I joined the humanitarian world only recently. I used to work for different NGOs. And this was very surprising for me. When we started working with PRIO, I found out that humanitarian action played an essential role in peace studies. And I realized that we were changing glasses. Like that, I could read and interpret reality in a different way. And I am sure that this dialogue, I don't know if it was triple, but at least it was a double nexus. And suddenly, everything became practical. And I recommend a book by Angela Gildera, who wrote about, yes, Feel the Grass Grow. Feel the Grass Grow. Yes, she speaks about slow peace. She has, it is an anthropological book, a study where she proposes a model for peace building from a feminist approach. And she uses a term which is the term pracademia. Pracademia. How can the academia, how could it become practical? And the vision and the dialogue we started having with the humanitarian action organizations, it made it possible for me to understand certain things. Humanitarian action in Colombia right now is going back to the figures we had 10 years ago, and that is linked to what the colleagues were saying before. There are humanitarian challenges, such as, for example, migrations in the northern part of Colombia. Well, there is a problem of settlement, but also illegal displacements. People are paying $500 to cross the borders, the frontiers, and then we have, you know, migrants coming from Venezuela. The actors of this confrontation are very active, and then we have social protests. In the Pacific area of Colombia, we have been able to see what my colleagues were saying. We have been able to see that what we have right now is not only an increase on terms of the confrontation, but also problems in terms of access. And when that is the case, that generates other problems, one of which could be hunger. Hunger related to the action of these armed groups. That is not a direct relationship. When talking to people about it, I have found out that many people say, no, the cause of the conflict is hunger. And I agree with you. No, it is not in the poorest areas of Colombia where there is more hunger or more violence. The problem takes place mainly in situations or in regions where there is not balance, where there is no equity. 1.5 of the population of Colombia. They are the owners of 51% of the whole territory in the country. So that is an excellent example of lack of equity and of injustice. So here comes the question. These conflict dynamics, are they generating hunger? So that is one of the variables we are studying right now. This is one thing is the result of the other. So we carried out our first study about the confinement in Conocha in the year 2011. We saw that there were 50,000 people confined in Colombia.
Quiero esa palabra que quede ahí para la última idea que tengo, y en ámbitos rurales. Hoy, bueno, hace unos 3 años más o menos la cuenta iba por 250,000 personas.
I think there's about 250,000 people today. So in over 10 years, this figure has doubled.
Pero digamos que esta cifra lo que te ilustra es cómo ese encierro que sufren las personas en muchos lugares hace que, y lo voy a decir como lo pienso, el término de localización se vuelva tan tremendamente importante.
This is why localization is so important.
Esto lo voy a decir rápidamente. Esto de la localización lo hemos estudiado precisamente con organizaciones locales. Y nos hemos dado cuenta en el estudio que estamos haciendo con el PRIO, con el cual queremos establecer algunas relaciones.
With the local organizations, and the larger the humanitarian action, harder it is going to be to see the outcomes and the impacts
no solo empoderan, sino que además
on the individual people. Because it gives people the ability to remain. They may not remain, but we're hoping it won't be just a transfer of risks, rather than it's going to be a transfer of a knowledge of risks. And so we need to have local indicators. Now, the last message is the political need and the need for politics. What I do know is that today, even though it might not be moral, if what we want to have is different negotiations and dialogues and conversations between different stakeholders at different levels, then humanitarian agrees could be a currency that we can use. Could be. So human rights is a sine qua non condition, but it doesn't mean that in practice we shouldn't carry out lobbying from a political point of view and a political atmosphere, so that we can have at least dialogues about everything that's happening. And that is a responsibility that I think that we can face together. Thank you.
Gracias, Carlos, Rafa,
Thank you very
Mateo,
much,
Manuel,
Carlos, Rafa, Manuel, for that very extensive and in-depth analysis of the situation in Colombia, and that academic point of view also helps us. Now we have 15 minutes for questions before we're going to go to the final reflections and conclusions. I don't know if there's anyone here who'd like to ask a question, or if anyone has put a question in the chat. Alicia, has anyone put a question in the chat?
Ali, ¿hay alguna pregunta en el chat?
Alicia, is there a question in the chat? No, not at the moment. There are no questions, no comments at all in the chat at the moment.
¿Alguien se anima en la sala? ¿Algún comentario?
Anybody here would like to make a comment?
Sí, bueno, muchas gracias. O sea,
Thank you very
bueno, a
much.
toda la mesa.
Thank you to all the members of the panel. My question is for the last speaker. I'd like to know more about the 150 social dialogue sessions or tables. How are they created? In what context? How are they coordinated? Can you give me a bit more information? Because I think it's a really interesting concept. So one of the things that is pending is the whole social dialogue policy. The last government, this has been just work has resumed on that. In fact, there's a deputy ministry which is specifically focused on social dialogue. It's really important that there's a ministry for social dialogue, and it's formulating the policy for that, and it's designing different processes, and there are processes in which we work directly with the protagonists of social conflict in the different territories. So these tables, these boards, are established by the ministry to start to create a relationship which enables the stakeholders at least to try to build some kind of consensus. In Cauca, in that department, they have actually achieved quite a lot of very positive outcomes with stakeholders who are working at the multi-level model. So they involve different stakeholders from different areas of society. And in fact, they've managed to keep the armed stakeholders far away from this as well. We have to be really careful, though, when we talk about this, because the humanitarian field is easily manipulated. This has been the case for many, many years. Previously, at least, in the democratic security policy, our president said that the army was carrying out humanitarian action, and it was a huge lie, and it put a lot of people at risk and in danger, and it had a huge cost. And in fact, it had a huge cost for him as well. Currently, we have humanitarian protests, and they call them humanitarian. Doesn't mean they are, but they call them humanitarian protests to try to create humanitarian corridors. That's what they call them. But they've been used and manipulated from a political point of view. But even so, there are different social dialogue tables, and all these different tables are tables in which social conflict is so much, or it is reducing, and in fact you can start thinking about dialogue as a way of coming out of that, because we're not necessarily, we're just talking about a dialogue, we're not talking about conflict resolution, we're just talking about dialogue. Building relationships that may, in the future, enable us to, push certain stakeholders further away. At the beginning of this year, there were 90 tables, and we have about 150 at the moment, which I think shows that there is a willingness to engage in these social dialogue. I think it's one of the most important things that is happening at the moment. And it really is a step forward, because dialogue isn't necessarily linked to the end of the conflict. It's just dialogue. It's just a previous step. There are a number of different examples. I can send you some information later on if you like. Thank you very much for that question. Anyone else have any other questions? There are two. Añire and Mónica.
Buenas, soy Mónica de Asamblea de Cooperación por la Paz.
My name is Mónica. Congratulations to all of you, because I think you've done a fantastic job, and it's really interesting to hear about this approach of food security as a vehicle for achieving the triple nexus. Now, in the study that you presented, you said that you took into account variables such as age and gender. Have you discovered, when looking at these variables, a group that's particularly vulnerable? Or is there some kind of common characteristic in the different conflicts that you've studied? I don't know, in terms of women. Can we talk about the feminization of conflict or the feminization of famine, for example?
Bueno, muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you very much for that question.
Creo que nosotros también tratamos de hacer, te puedo mencionar con varios informes.
We've got a number of different reports. Landmines. The landmine report was very interesting. And we did look at those variables there. 86% of direct victims of landmines are men. So some might say, well, the impact is masculine, but the impact is when there is a double income in households, and if the man dies, then the woman has to take on or is mutilated, they have to take on more responsibilities. So there are some really important processes of the feminization of the impact, which sometimes just remain invisible, because it's the men who actually get injured or mutilated or die, but it's the women who actually have to take up the burden. And then with regard to the confinements, which is the restrictions imposed by the armed groups, who always has to leave the house in order to make sure that the children have food on the table? Women. 3, in recruitment of children. So there are 2 impacts here. There's an impact in the rural areas of Colombia, food security of children. We have 2 factors there, households and schools, and attacks on schools have increased, especially over the last year. And what we saw is that children who go to safe schools not only eat themselves, but they take food home to their homes. Food insecurity increases during the holiday period because children don't go to school. So the challenge for all of this is to refine our results, because the impacts are very different. You have to be really, really precise. And even though men are more direct victims, the impact on women are incredibly intense, because they are left to keep the family afloat, to look after the children, etc. And these are just some of the examples that I can give you and that spring to mind at this moment. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go back to something that one of you said before. Now, I'm familiar with Acción contra el Hambre and how you measure, and the long time effort that you've been making to measure everything that you do. So I'd like to ask your opinion about the difficulty of measuring the impact of peace-building actions. I mean, how can we do that? If we're a small organization, if we want to measure our impact, but, Hambre y Conflicto, Hunger and Conflict, that project that's been up and running for so long, but even so, and it actually has had a major impact in food security and peace building, that has trouble measuring its impact. I know you've made a lot of effort, just like everybody else has made a major effort, but what recommendation do you have to see how can we measure our impact? Wow, what a question, Yanire. There are some ideas, but again, this is a work in progress. We started this work some time ago, and now we're trying to integrate it into larger scale processes. For example, the IPC has a department section that specifically looks at conflicts, and we're working with them as well to integrate food security into that, so that we can get a much clearer view of what's happening in different areas. Methodology is important as well. Talking about food security in areas of conflict, when the people don't have access to food, fair enough, you can do that, but when violence is involved, it's more complex. Sometimes trying to sort of approach it through peace, which is sort of a more friendly, if you like, is one option. But we have zones that are really hard to access, and that we know that in those areas, food insecurity is higher. So rather than measuring peace building, perhaps we should just take into account or look at see how we can mitigate the effects of violence on food insecurity and measure it in terms of what can be measured. And we use all sorts of different types of strategies. Telephones, we meet people, bump into them at the market, the local market. We meet our key informants, but again, it's a very complex piece of work. And I don't think we can, aspire to measuring it in the same way as we would in a safe or a secure area where we have a baseline, a midline, and an end line. But with regard to the different nuances, and I started by saying that we need to understand the conflict itself, that we need to integrate all of these knowledge into programs. It's really important. And then we need to try to carry out pilot projects in which we integrate all of these different elements. The selection of beneficiaries in accordance with the vulnerabilities, taking into account gender, age, and other variables as well. Again, this is a long-term job. It's a long-term undertaking. It's very, very difficult because I think if we compare things retrospectively, what happened maybe 10, 15 years ago, the access that we had in Sahel or in Colombia itself even, when the FARC was still active, we compare that to the current situation. I mean, the access has been reduced drastically, and then again, territorial control has changed a lot as well. So it's very difficult to be very ambitious in this sense. I would just add something here, and this is sort of the quantitative obsession that we all have. I'd like to mention that. We're obsessed with facts and figures. We love indicators, but I think we need to have more qualitative indicators. Yeah, I mean, a figure is just a figure, a number is just a number. And what we've seen is that these difficult to access zones, we are really obsessed with figures, but are those figures reliable? So I don't think we need to have either qualitative or qualitative studies. I think we have to have a mixed approach, or a triangular approach, if you like, because in the case of Colombia, just to give you one example, a confinement. Okay, fine. But if people are confined and they can't move, this begs a lot of questions, right? And when we see this, is because there's, nothing can move because the area is controlled by an armed group. So I think we need to always look at the nuances. So we need to start with the qualitative side of things, because there are zones in which no one can get to, because management of information by organizations is absolutely key. So information that generates knowledge is an investment, a really important investment. It's very important. Just to clarify something, the issue of measuring has been done in terms of to what extent does the conflict cause hunger, but measuring to what extent food security can help peace or build peace. We're light years away from being able to measure that. I mean, that's just far in the future because we've really just started to look at this issue at an international level. And really just to follow on from what Rafa said, gathering data in conflicts, in situations of conflict, about food insecurity or about any kind of warlike practice that will have an impact on food security, especially if we're talking about deliberate attacks, when there's intentionality involved here. If there's intentionality, then there is political responsibility and probably criminal responsibility from an international point of view, at least. So we're in a scenario which is politically much more complex. So gathering information in such a context generates risks. Risks for the humanitarian aid workers on the ground, for informants themselves, the local people who provide us with the information, and also for humanitarian access to the different zones in order to be able to maintain humanitarian aid. So it's really difficult. How do we do that? How can we combine aid with testimony, with denouncement, with telling the world about what's happening? There are different organizations form an international coalition to work against hunger and conflict. And in that group, this issue comes up time and time again with different nuances. Some organizations see things more clearly, and they clearly prioritize aid. They say, look, if we see that if the work being carried out poses a risk, if the aid work poses a risk to our staff, then we will just, we leave advocacy to one side, and others don't see it quite so clearly. One option would be to work with other organizations that aren't on the ground providing aid of any kind, that just focus on gathering data, processing that data, and then disseminating that data in order to carry out advocacy. So there are organizations which have specialize in this. So we go back again to the idea of a consortium. We've talked about this before. We need to work together. Organizations, different types of organizations need to work together. And I was going to say something else, but I can't remember what it was. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you. Last year, there were 240 different humanitarian missions. And obviously this entails quite a lot of risk, a lot of danger. And it's a moral issue, just as humanitarian aid. But, in very local cases, for example, under the excuse of football and peace building, then people actually break the confinement in the territory because the children start to move, and because they start to forge relationships with other people, and they get to understand that there are other viewpoints. But they were talking about very specific. But I think it's important to understand that the awareness of the high-level authorities is there. I mean, they are aware of it. They're aware that these things are happening. And in fact, just a little while ago, the government knows that this is happening. We were talking to people from the government in one area with a very bad situation, and we were talking to them about this. And there were two things that I'd like to point out. These gentlemen are totally aware of the fact that the next generation is a very young generation, and they know that they need to provide them with a livelihood and a future for them. And we're talking about an organization that has 15,000 people only in Medellin, in one of the neighborhoods. And these people are aware of this completely. And this becomes practice. There's a day in the year in which most people are killed in Colombia. And this organization gave an order saying that at this date there's going to be absolutely no murders. And they said this is a demonstration of goodwill. And we thought, I can't believe you can be so awful, so evil to say that this is an act of goodwill. All it is a demonstration of your power. So the awareness of stakeholders about their local power is one of the major challenges that we face at this moment. And I think that humanitarian aid workers need to start to think about these environments. We need to rethink this, among other things, because we can always think about localization, but we need to think about cities. And in fact, cities is where the humanitarian crises are happening in Latin America. At the moment, there are many, many examples of that.
Pues si os parece,
okay, so if you agree, we're just going to have a quick recap of what has been said during the day. We have our colleagues from the IECAH with just sort of some headlines, and then we can have another short round of questions or comments, quick comments and ideas about what you're going to take home with you. Alicia has her hand up. There are two comments in the chat. One from Sabalketa, in which he says that they're insisting again on the importance of women in the triple nexus. Are there specific studies about the role of women, but not from the point of view of carers, but from a more strategic point of view, about women taking center stage in peace building? That was one question. And then we have another comment from the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He says, thank you for the experiences that are shared. And he says that peace building continues to be a major problem. And they ask whether there are specific instruments that can help people design strategies in order to achieve that peace. That's all. Thank you very much.
No sé si alguien de la mesa se anima a esa
I don't know if
respuesta.
anyone here would like to answer that.
Brevemente.
No, sobre la primera,
so about to answer the first question, there are lots and lots of different reports from different governments, multilateral agencies, etc., who have created a huge amount of documents about the triple nexus and gender. There's a lot of literature, there's a lot of studies about this, about conflict, peace building. I think that the feminist literature in the field of peace and security is impressive. And there's some the interesting sort of things that they contribute. The continuum of violence, for example, was something that came out of feminist literature. So beyond these phases, you know, pre, during, and post-conflict, there's a continuum. There's a continuum of violence. This is something that feminist literature came up with, that violence occurs regardless of whether a peace accord has been signed. So there's a lot of literature about gender in these different areas. So I'm sure there is also a lot of literature about women in the triple nexus approach.
Sobre la pregunta del Congo,
and what about the question? Can you remind us what the question was, the second question? The question is basically about instruments that will help organizations to design strategies, peace building strategies, so specific tools, specific instruments. Can anyone give any information about that? I think, Carlos, you've written about that. Sensitivity to conflict. But I don't know if there's any specific methodologies. Yes, for example, the Peace and Conflict Impact Assessment.
Es una metodología que sirve para
it's a methodology that can be used for contextual analysis. So we can see what stakeholders are there, what interests they have. So you can have a look at the different interventions that are there and how they can be designed, taking into account the different contexts. And it also enables you to carry out an assessment. So peace and conflict impact assessment, that's what it's called. So this report was designed in a participatory manner. The person who invented it passed away in 2016. In fact, when we were working in Colombia.
Pero el principio del PCIA y del EIPC es entender que no
the principle of the PCIA is that just because we're focusing on peace building, all ideas, programs, and initiatives are necessarily good. What the PCIA does is to question everything we do as we work for peace. And thinking about humanitarian action, it starts saying, okay, right, well, let's ask ourselves whether or not we're actually contributing to peace with what we do. And this is a methodology that has been transferred and adapted to different places, but it's not a typical ex-post assessment. When you say assessment in English, it means monitoring, it means empowerment. So there's a lot of things to take into account here. So the PCIA, the Peace and Conflict Impact Assessment, the PCIA, what it enables you to do is to design what you're doing with the populations that you're working with, before, during, and after, and to carry out the ex-post assessment as well. So I think there's a lot of information about the PCIA, which has been published in Barcelona and has been translated into a number of different languages as well. The last thing I wrote, in fact, was a manual based on this. And it's available on the internet. And it tells about what we're doing in different areas in Colombia just before we sign the peace agreement. So I agree with Carlos. I think this is a methodology that we need to recover, we need to use, and in fact we've been working with Acción contra el Hambre, Action Against Hunger, in many different processes. Thank you very much. So let's just have a few headlines and just, thank you very much, Pilar. Thank you to all the participants. First of all, I would highlight the diversity of different experiences that we've heard today. We've had international agencies, UN, people work with the UN, we've got local agencies, and it's wonderful to see that diversity of different voices. I'm just going to sum up what was particularly interesting for me, but I hope it reflects what we've said today. And if you want to add anything, please do. I think there was an agreement here that was much greater than in other areas, that the current context really requires a triple nexus approach, because we have more complex, more conflict, fewer resources, and less democracy. And in this sense, the nexus, HDP, offers an opportunity to actually be more consistent in our action. And it's also a way of reconciling things that have not been reconciled in the past and have been just tackled separately. So in this sense, I think in this session today, I think we've come to an agreement that the triple nexus has a future, can be useful, and we need to continue to work on it to see how we can actually implement it. Now, there's another thing, and that is that the triple nexus is something that we've been doing for decades informally. now we're going to use the term triple nexus, but we've been doing it really to some extent or another for many, many years. And I think this is something useful because it enables us to actually identify existing best practices.
Es fundamental porque nos va a permitir identificar cosas que también ya venimos haciendo bien y que ayudan.
We just need to identify the things that we were doing well, and we now just need to use the right vocabulary to talk about them. With indicators, there's a lot of work that we need to do. We need to assess what we do. We need to assess the impact in a few years' time. I think this is a debate that we have opened. And in fact, the triple nexus invites us to take into account many more qualitative aspects than perhaps we've taken into account in the past. So we're going to have to see how we measure those changes.
And
the importance of the local area has come up time and time again. We've been talking about the challenges and the difficulties we find in these different experiences. But I think that if anything has been made clear, it's the advantages of working at the local level, especially in terms of peace building, for example. We can talk about peace from a cultural perspective with regard to Colombia at an individual level and a collective level, and that's very interesting. But also in terms of access, understanding the context, and the flexibility that we need for some projects. That's, I think that's something that has come up time and time again today. Something else which is also connected to this. It's an open question. It never seems to get a satisfactory answer to it, and that's the concept of peace itself. How do we define peace? I loved your presentation because there are different dimensions in which we have this debate, and it's a basic debate, and it's a debate that remains open. What I thought was really interesting is that we need to resolve this debate. So we need to learn to walk before we can run. And I think this concept is, again, very important. And I think we need to identify the different dimensions of it and the different spaces in which we need to define what peace actually is. And then there's just a short reference.
Siempre tenerlo presente, hablamos de países donde el cambio climático está teniendo un impacto particular, ya sea por la limitación de del acceso a recursos y los conflictos alrededor de esos.
We also need to talk about the different resources.
Caso de República Centroafricana, Tanzania, etcétera, o casos también donde el conflicto está teniendo un impacto en recursos fundamentales para la resiliencia.
Because all of this is having a major impact on the resources that we need in order to foster resilience. And we need to pay more attention to that. And let me just finish. I'm going to finish with that. Oh no, just one last thing. It was really interesting, the idea of the different entry points to the triple nexus. We talked about this more in the first and second panel, and that was the idea of education as a means of an entry point into the triple nexus. How education can help build peace, and how peace is actually fundamental to education. So it's a two-way street. So this is a challenge for all of us. So it's important to identify these entry points. And food insecurity has been very illustrative to be able to identify how each of these different issues feeds into the triple nexus. It's been really interesting. Not just a case of showing these interconnections, which are important to take into account,
cómo a partir de reconocer esas interconexiones se pueden generar
we have to
propuestas en clave de nexo.
recognize these interconnections, but then use them in order to design actions. And then gender as well is another interesting entry point.
Esperamos tener literatura y compartírselas pronto. Que es tratar de ver cómo las mujeres
The aim
no
is
solo
to
están
see how
facilitadoras, sino también en los
women
distintos espacios que
don't
habitan
just play the role of carers,
en los distintos contextos.
but how they can also, in different contexts, be active peace builders.
Tener el lente de género para seguir
And it's
reduciendo
important to
violencia,
actually use the gender perspective
y cómo el enfoque de género también es un punto
and how
articulador de estos
the gender perspective is a sort of a nexus point for the three different areas.
Entonces, creo que con eso cierro y bueno,
Y
gracias
con eso termino.
el espacio que han abierto.
Muchas gracias. No sé si alguien del público quiere decir alguna cosa más o vamos
I don't
cerrando.
know if anybody wants something
Bueno,
else, or perhaps we can
pues,
close
cerramos
now.
aquí este sexto espacio.
So
Este
we're going
FIE,
to
formativa
close
intercambio de
this
experiencias, en el que
training
hemos tratado
session,
de
this exchange of
profundizar
experiences, in which we
más el
have
tema del triple nexo
tried to
con la sesión de
explore
ayer y
the
la de hoy.
issue of the triple nexus with
Bueno, por
today's
nuestra parte, simplemente
session
deciros
and
que
tomorrow,
tenemos intención de
today's and
seguir
yesterday's session. And
trabajando
let
en
me
este
just
tema,
finish by saying that we fully
que
intend
tenemos
to
que
continue
elaborar, sabéis, con la nueva ley vasca de
to
cooperación y solidaridad, un plan
continue
común
working
con
in
del
this
gobierno, luego los planes
field.
directores nuevos que nos
We're
tocan
going to be developing our new
ampliar y que este
strategic
tema va a
plans,
estar
and we'll
presente,
be
la nueva estrategia de acción humanitaria
keeping
para hacer
triple nexus
explícito lo que
into account
hacemos
in
de
all
manera
of these
implícita.
plans, in the drafting of
Y
these
sin más,
plans,
deciros que
more
contamos con
explicitly than
vosotras,
implicitly.
con la academia,
And we
los
hope
institutos
to
de
be able
investigación, con la
to count on
universidad,
your help.
con las organizaciones
Those of you who work in
internacionales, los comités de
academia,
Naciones
those who work
Unidas,
with
con las
society,
organizaciones
those who work
locales,
with the
que
UN,
son
with
las que
different
trabajan
international
más
agencies,
directamente
those
con
who
las
work with local
poblaciones,
partners,
pues para ir
who working
dándole cuerpo,
directly
¿no?
with different
a este tema
populations.
y ver cómo
Hopefully
vamos
together
avanzando.
we
Entonces,
can
pues
give shape
esperamos
to
contar
this
con
issue.
vosotras y
And we hope to be
seguimos en
able to
contacto.
count on your help in the future, and we will remain in contact. So thank you all very much indeed.